Introduction of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org, read by Stacey M. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus, translated by Bernadette Perrin. Prefatory Note. As in the preceding volumes of this series, agreement between the Centenus, Teubner, 1873-1875, and Becker, Tauchnitz, 1855-1857, editions of the Parallel Lives has been taken as the basis for the text. Any preference of one to the other, and any departure from both, have been indicated. An abridged account of the manuscripts of Plutarch may be found in the introduction to the first volume. Of the lives presented in this volume, the Agesilaus and Pompey are contained in the Codex Saint-Germanensis and the Codex Citensis, and in a few instances, weight has been given to readings from the Codex Matratensis, on the authority of the collations of Charles Grau, as published in Bergen's Jahrbuch, 1884. No attempt has been made, naturally, to furnish either a diplomatic text or a full critical apparatus. For these, the reader must still be referred to the major edition of Centenus, Leipzig, 1839-1846, 4-volume, octavo. The reading which follows the colon in the critical notes is that of the Teubner Centenus, and also, unless otherwise stated in the note, of the Tauchnitz Becker. All the standard translations of the lives have been carefully compared and utilized, including that of the Pompey by Professor Long. B. Perrin, New Haven, Connecticut, USA, March 1917. End of prefatory note.
Section 1 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus, translated by Bernadette Perrin. Agesilaus I-X. Archidamus, the son of Zeuxidamus, after an illustrious reign over the Lacedaemonians, left behind him a son, Agis, by Lampedo, a woman of honorable family, and a much younger son, Agesilaus, by Eupolia, the daughter of Melesippidus. The kingdom belonged to Agis by law, and it was thought that Agesilaus would pass his life in a private station. He was, therefore, given the so-called agoge, or course of public training in Sparta, which, although austere in its mode of life and full of hardships, educated the youth to obedience. For this reason it was, we are told, that Simonides gave Sparta the epithet of man-subduing, since more than in any other state her customs made her citizens obedient to the laws and tractable, like horses that are broken in while yet they are colts. From this compulsory training the law exempts the heirs apparent to the throne. But Agesilaus was singular in this also, that he had been educated to obey before he came to command. For this reason he was much more in harmony with his subjects than any of the kings. To the commanding and kingly traits which were his by nature, there had been added by his public training those of popularity and kindliness. While he was among the so-called bands of boys who were reared together, he had as his lover Lysander, who was smitten particularly with his native decorum. For although he was contentious and high-spirited beyond his fellows, wishing to be first in all things, and having a vehemence and fury which none could contend with or overwhelm, on the other hand he had such a readiness to obey and such gentleness that he did whatever was enjoined upon him, not at all from a sense of fear, but always from a sense of honor, and was more distressed by censure than he was oppressed by hardships. As for his deformity, The beauty of his person in his youthful prime covered this from sight, while the ease and gaiety with which he bore such a misfortune, being first to jest and joke about himself, went far towards rectifying it. Indeed, his lameness brought his ambition into clearer light, since it led him to decline no hardship and no enterprise whatever. We have no likeness of him, for he himself would not consent to one, and even when he lay dying forbade the making of either statue or picture of his person. But he is said to have been a little man of unimposing presence. And yet his gaiety and good spirits in every crisis, and his raillery, which was never offensive or harsh either in word or look, made him more lovable, down to his old age, than the young and beautiful. But according to Theophrastus, Archidamus was fined by the ephors for marrying a little woman. For she will bear us, they said, not kings but kinglets. It was during the reign of Agis that Alcibiades came from Sicily as an exile to Sparta, and he had not been long in the city when he incurred the charge of illicit intercourse with Timea, the wife of the king. The child, too, that was born of her, Agis refused to recognize as his own, declaring that Alcibiades was its father. Duris says that Timea was not very much disturbed at this, but in whispers to her helot maids at home actually called the child Alcibiades, not Leotychides. Moreover, that Alcibiades himself also declared that he had not approached Timea out of wanton passion, but because he was ambitious to have the Spartans reigned over by his descendants. On this account Alcibiades withdrew from Sparta, being in fear of Agis, and the boy was always an object of suspicion to Agis, and was not honored by him as legitimate. But when the king lay sick, the supplications and tears of Leotychides prevailed upon him to declare him his son in the presence of many witnesses. Notwithstanding this, after the death of Agis, Lysander, who by this time had subdued the Athenians at sea and was a man of the greatest influence in Sparta, tried to advance Agesilaus to the throne on the plea that Leotychides was a bastard and had no claim upon it. Many of the other citizens also, owing to the excellence of Agesilaus and the fact that he had been reared with them under the common restraints of the public training, warmly espoused the plan of Lysander and cooperated with him. But there was a diviner in Sparta named Diopythes, who was well supplied with ancient prophecies and was thought to be eminently wise in religious matters. This man declared it contrary to the will of heaven that a lame man should be king of Sparta, and cited at the trial of the case the following oracle: Bethink thee now, O Sparta, though thou art very glorious, lest from thee, sound of foot, there spring a maimed royalty. For long will unexpected toils oppress thee, and onward rolling billows of man-destroying war. To this Lysander answered that, in case the Spartans stood in great fear of the oracle, they must be on their guard against Leotychides. For it mattered not to the god that one who halted in his gate should be king, but if one who was not lawfully begotten, nor even a descendant of Heracles, should be king, this was what the god meant by the maimed royalty. And Agesilaus declared that Poseidon also had borne witness to the bastardy of Leotychides, for he had cast Agis forth from his bedchamber by an earthquake, and after this more than 10 months elapsed before Leotychides was born. In this way, and for these reasons, Agesilaus was appointed king, and straightway enjoyed possession of the estates of Agis as well as his throne, after expelling Leotychides as a bastard. But seeing that his kinsmen on his mother's side, though worthy folk, were excessively poor, he distributed among them the half of his estates, thereby making his inheritance yield him good will and reputation instead of envy and hatred. As for Xenophon's statement that by obeying his country in everything he won very great power so that he did what he pleased, the case is as follows. At that time the ephors and the senators had the greatest power in the state, of whom the former hold office for a year only, while the senators enjoy their dignity for life, their offices having been instituted to restrain the power of the kings, as I have said in my Life of Lycurgus. Therefore, from the outset, and from generation to generation, the kings were traditionally at feud and variance with them. But Agesilaus took the opposite course. Instead of colliding and fighting with them, he courted their favor, winning their support before setting out on any undertaking, and whenever he was invited to meet them, hastening to them on the run. If ever the ephors visited him when he was seated in his royal chair and administering justice, he rose in their honor, and as men were from time to time made members of the Senate, he would send each one a cloak and an ox as a mark of honor. Consequently, while he was thought to be honoring and exalting the dignity of their office, he was unawares increasing his own influence and adding to the power of the king a greatness which was conceded out of good will towards him. In his dealings with the rest of the citizens he was less blameworthy as an enemy than as a friend, for he would not injure his enemies without just cause, but joined his friends even in their unjust practices. And whereas he was ashamed not to honor his enemies when they did well, he could not bring himself to censure his friends when they did amiss, but actually prided himself on aiding them and sharing in their misdeeds. For he thought no aid disgraceful that was given to a friend. But if, on the other hand, his adversaries stumbled and fell, he was first to sympathize with them and give them zealous aid if they desired it, and so won the hearts and the allegiance of all. The ephors, accordingly, seeing this and fearing his power, laid a fine upon him, alleging as a reason that he made the citizens his own who should be the common property of the state. Natural philosophers are of the opinion that, if strife and discord should be banished from the universe, the heavenly bodies would stand still, and all generation and motion would cease in consequence of the general harmony. And so the Spartan lawgiver seems to have introduced the spirit of ambition and contention into his civil polity as an incentive to virtue, desiring that good citizens should always be somewhat at variance and in conflict with one another, and deeming that complaisance which weakly yields without debate, which knows no effort and no struggle, to be wrongly called concord. And some think that Homer also was clearly of this mind, for he would not have represented Agamemnon as pleased when Odysseus and Achilles were carried away into abuse of one another with frightful words, if he had not thought the general interests likely to profit by the mutual rivalry and quarrelling of the chieftains. This principle, however, must not be accepted without some reservations, for excessive rivalries are injurious to states and productive of great perils. Agesilaus had but recently come to the throne when tidings were brought from Asia that the Persian king was preparing a great armament with which to drive the Lacedaemonians from the sea. Now Lysander was eager to be sent again into Asia, and to aid his friends there. These he had left governors and masters of the cities, but owing to their unjust and violent conduct of affairs, they were being driven out by the citizens and even put to death. He therefore persuaded Agesilaus to undertake the expedition and make war in behalf of Hellas, proceeding to the farthest point across the sea, and thus anticipating the preparations of the barbarian. At the same time he wrote to his friends in Asia, urging them to send messengers to Sparta and demand Agesilaus as their commander. Accordingly, Agesilaus went before the assembly of the people and agreed to undertake the war if they would grant him 30 Spartans as captains and counselors, a select corps of 2,000 enfranchised helots, and a force of allies amounting to 6,000. They readily voted everything, owing to the cooperation of Lysander, and sent Agesilaus forth at once with the 30 Spartans. Of these Lysander was first and foremost, not only because of his own reputation and influence, but also because of the friendship of Agesilaus, in whose eyes his procuring him this command was a greater boon than his raising him to the throne. While his forces were assembling at Geristus, Agesilaus himself went to Aulis with his friends and spent the night. As he slept, he thought a voice came to him, saying, "King of the Lacedaemonians, thou art surely aware that no one has ever been appointed general of all Hellas together, except Agamemnon in former times, and now thyself after him. And since thou commandest the same hosts that he did, and wagest war on the same foes, and settest out for the war from the same place, it is meet that thou shouldst sacrifice also to the goddess the sacrifice which he made there before he set sail." Almost at once Agesilaus remembered the sacrifice of his own daughter which Agamemnon had there made in obedience to the soothsayers. He was not disturbed, however, but after rising up and imparting his vision to his friends, declared that he would honor the goddess with a sacrifice in which she could fitly take pleasure being a goddess, and would not imitate the cruel insensibility of his predecessor. So he caused a hind to be wreathed with chaplets, and ordered his own seer to perform the sacrifice instead of the one customarily appointed to this office by the Boeotians. Accordingly, when the Boeotian magistrates heard of this, they were moved to anger, and sent their officers, forbidding Agesilaus to sacrifice contrary to the laws and customs of the Boeotians. These officers not only delivered their message, but also snatched the thigh pieces of the victim from the altar. Agesilaus therefore sailed away in great distress of mind. He was not only highly incensed at the Thebans, but also full of ill boding on account of the omen. He was convinced that his undertakings would be incomplete, and that his expedition would have no fitting issue. As soon as he came to Ephesus, the great dignity and influence which Lysander enjoyed were burdensome and grievous to him. The doors of Lysander were always beset with a throng, and all followed in his train and paid him court, as though Agesilaus had the command in name and outward appearance to comply with the law, while in fact Lysander was master of all, had all power, and did everything. In fact, none of the generals sent out to Asia ever had more power or inspired more fear than he. None other conferred greater favors on his friends, or inflicted such great injuries upon his enemies. All this was still fresh in men's minds, and besides, when they saw the simple, plain, and familiar manners of Agesilaus, while Lysander retained the same vehemence and harshness, and the same brevity of speech as before, they yielded to the latter's influence altogether, and attached themselves to him alone. As a consequence of this, in the first place, the rest of the Spartans were displeased to find themselves assistants of Lysander rather than counselors of the king. And in the second place, Agesilaus himself, though he was not an envious man, nor displeased that others should be honored, but exceedingly ambitious and high-spirited, began to fear that any brilliant success which he might achieve in his undertakings would be attributed to Lysander, owing to popular opinion. He went to work, therefore, in this way. To begin with, he resisted the counsels of Lysander, and whatever enterprises were most earnestly favored by him, these he ignored and neglected, and did other things in their stead. Again, of those who came to solicit favors from him, he sent away empty-handed all who put their chief confidence in Lysander, and in judicial cases likewise, all those against whom Lysander inveighed were sure to come off victorious, while, on the contrary, those whom he was manifestly eager to help had hard work even to escape being fined. These things happened, not casually, but as if of set purpose and uniformly. At last Lysander perceived the reason, and did not hide it from his friends, but told them it was on his account that they were slighted, and advised them to go and pay their court to the king and to those more influential with him than himself. Accordingly, since his words and acts seemed contrived to bring odium upon the king, Agesilaus, wishing to despite him still more, appointed him his carver of meats, and once said, we are told, in the hearing of many, "Now then, let these suppliants go off to my carver of meats and pay their court to him." Lysander then, deeply pained, said to him, "I see, Agesilaus, that thou knowest very well how to humble thy friends." "Yes, indeed," said the king, "those who wish to be more powerful than I am." Then Lysander said, "Well, perhaps these words of thine are fairer than my deeds. Give me, however, some post and place where I shall be of service to thee without vexing thee." Upon this he was sent to the Hellespont, and brought over to Agesilaus from the country of Pharnabazus Spithridates a Persian with much money and 200 horsemen. He did not, however, lay aside his wrath, but continued his resentment, and from this time on planned how he might wrest the kingdom from the two royal families and make all Spartans once more eligible to it. And it was thought that he would have brought about a great disturbance in consequence of this quarrel, had not death overtaken him on his expedition into Boeotia. Thus ambitious natures in a commonwealth, if they do not observe due bounds, work greater harm than good. For even though Lysander was troublesome as he was in gratifying his ambition unseasonably, still Agesilaus must surely have known another and more blameless way of correcting a man of high repute and ambition when he erred. As it was, it seems to have been due to the same passion that the one would not recognize the authority of his superior, nor the other endure the being ignored by his friend and comrade. At first Tissaphernes was afraid of Agesilaus, and made a treaty in which he promised him to make the Greek cities free and independent of the king. Afterwards, however, when he was convinced that he had a sufficient force, he declared war, and Agesilaus gladly accepted it. For he had great expectations from his expedition, and he thought it would be a disgraceful thing if, whereas Xenophon and his 10,000 had penetrated to the sea and vanquished the king just as often as they themselves desired, he, in command of the Lacedaemonians, who had the supremacy on sea and land, should perform no deed worthy of remembrance in the eyes of the Hellenes. At once, then, requiting the perjury of Tissaphernes with a righteous deception, he gave out word that he was going to lead his troops against Caria, but when the barbarian had assembled his forces there, he set out and made an incursion into Phrygia. He captured many cities, and made himself master of boundless treasure, thus showing plainly to his friends that the violation of a treaty is contempt for the gods, but that in outwitting one's enemies there is not only justice, but also great glory, and profit mixed with pleasure. However, since he was inferior in cavalry and his sacrifices were unpropitious, he retired to Ephesus and began to get together a force of horsemen, commanding the well-to-do, in case they did not wish to perform military service themselves, to furnish instead every man a horse and rider. There were many who chose this course, and so it came to pass that Agesilaus quickly had a large force of warlike horsemen instead of worthless men-at-arms. For those who did not wish to do military service hired those who did, and those who did not wish to serve as horsemen hired those who did. Indeed, Agesilaus thought Agamemnon had done well in accepting a good mare and freeing a cowardly rich man from military service. And once when, by his orders, his prisoners of war were stripped of their clothing and offered for sale by the vendors of booty, their clothing found many purchasers, but their naked bodies, which were utterly white and delicate owing to their effeminate habits, were ridiculed as useless and worthless. Then Agesilaus, noticing, said, "These are the men with whom you fight, and these the things for which you fight." When the season again favored an incursion into the enemy's country, Agesilaus gave out that he would march into Lydia, and this time he was not trying to deceive Tissaphernes. That satrap, however, utterly deluded himself in that he disbelieved Agesilaus because of his former trick, and thought that now, at any rate, the king would attack Caria, although it was ill suited for cavalry, and he was far inferior in that arm of the service. But Agesilaus, as he had given out that he would do, marched into the plain of Sardis, and then Tissaphernes was forced to hasten thither from Caria with aid and relief, and riding through the plain with his cavalry, he cut off many straggling plunderers there. Agesilaus, accordingly, reflecting that the enemy's infantry had not yet come up while his own forces were complete, made haste to give battle. He mingled his light-armed infantry with his horsemen, and ordered them to charge at full speed and assault the enemy, while he himself at once led up his men-at-arms. The barbarians were put to flight, and the Greeks, following close upon them, took their camp and slew many of them. As a result of this battle, the Greeks could not only harry the country of the king without fear, but had the satisfaction of seeing due punishment inflicted upon Tissaphernes, an abominable man and most hateful to the Greek race. For the king at once sent Thrastes after him, who cut off his head and asked Agesilaus to make terms and sail back home, offering him money at the hands of envoys. But Agesilaus answered that it was for his city to make peace, and that for his own part he took more pleasure in enriching his soldiers than in getting rich himself. Moreover, the Greeks, he said, thought it honorable to take not gifts but spoils from their enemies. Nevertheless, desiring to gratify Thrastes because he had punished Tissaphernes, that common enemy of the Greeks, he led his army back into Phrygia, taking 30 talents from the viceroy to cover the expenses of the march. On the road he received a dispatch roll from the magistrates at home, which bade him assume control of the navy as well as of the army. This was an honor which no one ever received but Agesilaus, and he was confessedly the greatest and most illustrious man of his time, as Theopompus also has somewhere said, although he prided himself more on his virtues than on his high command. But in putting Pisander in charge of the navy at this time, he was thought to have made a mistake, for there were older and more competent men to be had, and yet he gave the admiralty to him, not out of regard for the public good, but in recognition of the claims of relationship, and to gratify his wife, who was a sister of Pisander. End of Section 1. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in September of 2024. Section 2 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Agesilaus 11-20. As for himself, he stationed his army in the province of Pharnabazus, where he not only lived in universal plenty, but also accumulated much money. He also advanced to the confines of Paphlagonia, and brought Cotys, the king of the Paphlagonians, into alliance with him, for his virtues, and the confidence which he inspired, inclined the king to desire his friendship. Spithridates also, from the time when he abandoned Pharnabazus and came to Agesilaus, always accompanied him in his journeys and expeditions. Spithridates had a son, a very beautiful boy, named Megapetes, of whom Agesilaus was ardently enamored, and a beautiful daughter also, a maiden of marriageable age. This daughter Agesilaus persuaded Cotys to marry, and then receiving from him 1,000 horsemen and 2,000 targeteers, he retired again into Phrygia, and harassed the country of Pharnabazus, who did not stand his ground nor trust in his defences, but always kept most of his valued and precious things with him, and withdrew or fled from one part of the country to another, having no abiding place. At last Spithridates, who had narrowly watched him, in conjunction with Euripides the Spartan, seized his camp and made himself master of all his treasures. Here, however, Euripides, who had too sharp an eye to the booty that was stolen, and forced the barbarians to restore it, watching over and inquiring into everything, exasperated Spithridates, so that he marched off at once to Sardis with the Paphlagonians. This is said to have annoyed Agesilaus beyond all else, for he was pained at the loss of a gallant man in Spithridates, and with him of a considerable force, and was ashamed to labour under the charge of pettiness and illiberality, from which he was always ambitious to keep not only himself, but also his country pure and free. And apart from these manifest reasons, he was irritated beyond measure by his love for the boy, which was now instilled into his heart, although when the boy was present he would summon all his resolution and strive mightily to battle against his desires. Indeed, when Megabates once came up and offered to embrace and kiss him, he declined his caresses. The boy was mortified at this, and desisted, and afterwards kept his distance when addressing him, whereupon Agesilaus, distressed now and repentant for having avoided his kiss, pretended to wonder what ailed Megabates that he did not greet him with a kiss. "It is thy fault," the king's companion said. "Thou didst not accept, but didst decline the fair one's kiss in fear and trembling. Yet even now he might be persuaded to come within range of thy lips. But see that thou dost not again play the coward." Then, after some time spent in silent reflection, Agesilaus said, "There is no harm in your persuading him, for I think I would more gladly fight that battle of the kiss over again than possess all the gold I have ever seen." Of such a mind was he while Megabates was with him, though when the boy was gone, he was so on fire with love for him that it were hard to say whether, had the boy come back into his presence, he would have had the strength to refuse his kisses. After this, Pharnabazus desired to have a conference with him, and Apollophanes of Cyzicus, who was a guest friend of both, brought the two together. Agesilaus with his friends came first to the appointed place, and throwing himself down in a shady place where the grass was deep, there awaited Pharnabazus. And when Pharnabazus came, although soft cushions and broidered rugs had been spread for him, he was ashamed to see Agesilaus reclining as he was, and threw himself down likewise, without further ceremony, on the grassy ground, although he was clad in raiment of wonderful delicacy and dyes. After mutual salutations, Pharnabazus had plenty of just complaints to make, since, although he had rendered the Lacedaemonians many great services in their war against the Athenians, his territory was now being ravaged by them. But Agesilaus, seeing the Spartans with him bowed to the earth with shame and at a loss for words, for they saw that Pharnabazus was a wronged man, said, "We, O Pharnabazus, during our former friendship with the king, treated what belongs to him in a friendly way, and now that we have become his enemies, we treat it in a hostile way. Accordingly, seeing that thou also desirest to be one of the king's chattels, we naturally injure him through thee. But from the day when thou shalt deem thyself worthy to be called a friend and ally of the Greeks instead of a slave of the king, consider this army, these arms and ships, and all of us, to be guardians of thy possessions and of thy liberty, without which nothing in the world is honorable or even worthy to be desired." Upon this, Pharnabazus declared to him his purposes. "As for me, indeed," he said, "if the king shall send out another general in my stead, I will be on your side. But if he entrusts me with the command, I will spare no efforts to punish and injure you in his behalf." On hearing this, Agesilaus was delighted, and said, as he seized his hand and rose up with him, "O Pharnabazus, I would that such a man as thou might be our friend rather than our enemy." As Pharnabazus and his friends were going away, his son, who was left behind, ran up to Agesilaus and said with a smile, "I make thee my guest friend, Agesilaus," and offered him a javelin which he held in his hand. Agesilaus accepted it, and being delighted with the fair looks and kindly bearing of the boy, looked round upon his companions to see if any one of them had anything that would do for a return gift to a fair and gallant friend. And seeing that the horse of Idaeus his secretary had a decorated headgear, he quickly took this off and gave it to the youth. Nor afterwards did he cease to remember him, but when, as time went on, the youth was robbed of his home by his brothers and driven into exile in Peloponnesus, he paid him much attention. He even gave him some assistance in his love affairs. For the Persian was enamored of an Athenian boy, an athlete, who, owing to his stature and strength, was in danger of being ruled out of the lists at Olympia. He therefore had recourse to Agesilaus with entreaties to help the boy, and Agesilaus, wishing to gratify him in this matter also, with very great difficulty and with much trouble effected his desires. Indeed, although in other matters he was exact and law-abiding, in matters of friendship he thought that rigid justice was a mere pretext. At any rate, there is in circulation a letter of his to Hydrius the Carian, which runs as follows: As for Nicias, if he is innocent, acquit him. If he is guilty, acquit him for my sake, but in any case acquit him. Such then was Agesilaus in most cases where the interests of his friends were concerned, but sometimes he used a critical situation rather for his own advantage. Of this he gave an instance when, as he was decamping in some haste and confusion, he left his favourite behind him sick. The sick one besought him loudly as he was departing, but he merely turned and said that it was hard to be compassionate and at the same time prudent. This story is related by Hieronymus the philosopher. Agesilaus had now been nearly 2 years in the field, and much was said about him in the interior parts of Asia, and a wonderful opinion of his self-restraint, of his simplicity of life, and of his moderation everywhere prevailed. For when he made a journey, he would take up his quarters in the most sacred precincts by himself, thus making the gods overseers and witnesses of those acts which few men are permitted to see us perform. And among so many thousands of soldiers, one could hardly find a meaner couch than that of Agesilaus, while to heat and cold he was as indifferent as if nature had given him alone the power to adapt himself to the seasons as God has tempered them. And it was most pleasing to the Greeks who dwelt in Asia to see the Persian viceroys and generals, who had long been insufferably cruel and had revelled in wealth and luxury, now fearful and obsequious before a man who went about in a paltry cloak, and at one brief and laconic speech from him conforming themselves to his ways and changing their dress and mien, insomuch that many were moved to cite the words of Timotheus: Ares is Lord, of gold Greece hath no fear. Asia being now unsettled and in many quarters inclining to revolt, Agesilaus set the cities there in order, and restored to their governments, without killing or banishing anyone, the proper form. Then he determined to go farther afield, to transfer the war from the Greek sea, to fight for the person of the king and the wealth of Ecbatana and Susa, and above all things to rob that monarch of the power to sit at leisure on his throne, playing the umpire for the Greeks in their wars and corrupting their popular leaders. But at this point Epicedidas the Spartan came to him with tidings that Sparta was involved in a great war with other Greeks, and that the ephors called upon him and ordered him to come to the aid of his countrymen. O barbarous ills devised by Greeks! How else can one speak of that jealousy which now leagued and arrayed the Greeks against one another? They laid violent hands on fortune in her lofty flight, and turned the weapons which threatened the barbarians, and war which had at last been banished from Greece, back again upon themselves. I certainly cannot agree with Demaratus the Corinthian, who said that those Greeks had missed a great pleasure who did not behold Alexander seated on the throne of Darius, Nay, I think that such might well have shed tears when they reflected that this triumph was left for Alexander and Macedonians by those who now squandered the lives of Greek generals on the fields of Leuctra, Coronea, and Corinth, and in Arcadia. Agesilaus, however, never performed a nobler or a greater deed than in returning home as he now did, nor was there ever a fairer example of righteous obedience to authority. For Hannibal, though he was already in an evil plight and on the point of being driven out of Italy, could with the greatest difficulty bring himself to obey his summons to the war at home, and Alexander actually went so far as to jest when he heard of Antipater's battle with Agis, saying, "It would seem, my men, that while we were conquering Darius here, there has been a battle of mice there in Arcadia. Why then should we not call Sparta happy in the honor paid to her by Agesilaus, and in his deference to her laws? No sooner had the dispatch roll come to him than he renounced and abandoned the great good fortune and power already in his grasp, and the great hopes which beckoned him on, and at once sailed off, with task all unfulfilled, leaving behind a great yearning for him among his allies, and giving the strongest confutation to the saying of Erasistratus the son of Phaeax, who declared that the Lacedaemonians were better men in public life, but the Athenians in private. For while approving himself a most excellent king and general, he showed himself a still better and more agreeable friend and companion to those who enjoyed his intimacy. Persian coins were stamped with the figure of an archer, and Agesilaus said, as he was breaking camp, that the king was driving him out of Asia with 10,000 archers, for so much money had been sent to Athens and Thebes, and distributed among the popular leaders there, and as a consequence those people made war upon the Spartans. And when he had crossed the Hellespont and was marching through Thrace, he made no requests of any of the barbarians, but sent envoys to each people asking whether he should traverse their country as a friend or as a foe. All the rest accordingly received him as a friend and assisted him on his way as they were severally able. But the people called Trallians, to whom even Xerxes gave gifts, as we are told, demanded of Agesilaus as a price for his passage 100 talents of silver and as many women. But he answered them with scorn, asking why then they did not come at once to get their price, and marched forward, and finding them drawn up for battle, engaged them, routed them, and slew many of them. He sent his usual inquiry forward to the king of the Macedonians also, who answered that he would deliberate upon it. "Let him deliberate then," said Agesilaus, "but we will march on." In amazement therefore at his boldness, and in fear, the Macedonian king gave orders to let him pass as a friend. Since the Thessalians were in alliance with his enemies, he ravaged their country. But to the city of Larissa he sent Xenocles and Scythes, hoping to secure its friendship. His ambassadors, however, were arrested and kept in close custody, whereupon the rest of his command were indignant, and thought that Agesilaus ought to encamp about Larissa and lay siege to it. But he declared that the capture of all Thessaly would not compensate him for the loss of either one of his men, and made terms with the enemy in order to get them back. And perhaps we need not wonder at such conduct in Agesilaus, since when he learned that a great battle had been fought near Corinth, and that men of the highest repute had suddenly been taken off, and that although few Spartans altogether had been killed, the loss of their enemies was very heavy, he was not seen to be rejoiced or elated, but fetched a deep groan, and said, "Alas for Hellas, which has by her own hands destroyed so many brave men. Had they lived, they could have conquered in battle all the barbarians in the world." However, when the Pharsalians annoyed him and harassed his army, he ordered 500 horsemen which he led in person to attack them, routed them, and set up a trophy at the foot of Mount Narthasium. This victory gave him special pleasure, because with horsemen of his own mustering and training, and with no other force, he had conquered those whose chief pride was placed in their cavalry. Here Diffridus, an ephor from Sparta, met him with orders to invade Boeotia immediately. Therefore, although he was purposing to do this later with a larger armament, he thought it did not behoove him to disobey the magistrates, but said to those who were with him that the day was near for which they had come from Asia. He also sent for 2 divisions of the army at Corinth. Then the Lacedaemonians at home, wishing to do him honor, made proclamation that any young man who wished might enlist in aid of the king. All enlisted eagerly, and the magistrates chose out the most mature and vigorous of them to the number of 50, and sent them off. Agesilaus now marched through the pass of Thermopylae, traversed Phocis, which was friendly to Sparta, entered Boeotia, and encamped near Chaeronea. Here a partial eclipse of the sun occurred, and at the same time news came to him of the death of Pisander, who was defeated in a naval battle off Cnidus by Pharnabazus and Conon. Agesilaus was naturally much distressed at these tidings, both because of the man thus lost and of the city which had lost him. But nevertheless, that his soldiers might not be visited with dejection and fear as they were going into battle, he ordered the messengers from the sea to reverse their tidings and say that the Spartans were victorious in the naval battle. He himself also came forth publicly with a garland on his head, offered sacrifices for glad tidings, and sent portions of the sacrificial victims to his friends. After advancing as far as Chaeronea and coming within sight of the enemy, he drew up his army in battle array, giving the left wing to the Orchomenians, while he himself led forward the right. On the other side, the Thebans held the right wing themselves, and the Argives the left. Xenophon says that this battle was unlike any ever fought, and he was present himself and fought on the side of Agesilaus, having crossed over with him from Asia. The first impact, it is true, did not meet with much resistance, nor was it long contested, but the Thebans speedily routed the Orchomenians, as Agesilaus did the Argives. Both parties, however, on hearing that their left wings were overwhelmed and in flight, turned back. Then, although the victory might have been his without peril if he had been willing to refrain from attacking the Thebans in front, and to smite them in the rear after they had passed by, Agesilaus was carried away by passion and the ardor of battle, and advanced directly upon them, wishing to bear them down by sheer force. But they received him with a vigor that matched his own, and a battle ensued which was fierce at all points in the line, but fiercest where the king himself stood surrounded by his 50 volunteers, whose opportune and emulous valor seems to have saved his life. For they fought with the utmost fury and exposed their lives in his behalf, and though they were not able to keep him from being wounded, but many blows of spears and swords pierced his armor and reached his person, they did succeed in dragging him off alive, and standing in close array in front of him they slew many foes, while many of their own number fell. But since it proved too hard a task to break the Theban front, they were forced to do what at the outset they were loath to do. They opened their ranks and let the enemy pass through, and then, when these had got clear and were already marching in looser array, the Spartans followed on the run and smote them on the flanks. They could not, however, put them to rout, but the Thebans withdrew to Mount Helicon, greatly elated over the battle, in which, as they reasoned, their own contingent had been undefeated. But Agesilaus, although he was weakened by many wounds, would not retire to his tent until he had first been carried to his troops and seen that the dead were collected within the encampment. Moreover, he ordered that all of the enemy who had taken refuge in the sanctuary should be dismissed. For the temple of Athena Itonia was near at hand, and a trophy stood in front of it, which the Boeotians had long ago erected, when, under the command of Sparto, they had defeated the Athenians there and slain Tolmides their general. Early next morning, Agesilaus, wishing to try the Thebans and see whether they would give him battle, ordered his soldiers to wreathe their heads and his pipers to play their pipes, while a trophy was set up and adorned in token of their victory. And when the enemy sent to him and asked permission to take up their dead, he made a truce with them, and having thus assured to himself the victory, proceeded to Delphi, where the Pythian games were in progress. There he celebrated the customary procession in honor of the god, and offered up the 10th of the spoils which he had brought from Asia, amounting to 100 talents. Then he went back home, where his life and conduct brought him at once the affection and admiration of his fellow citizens. For unlike most of their generals, he came back from foreign parts unchanged and unaffected by alien customs. He showed no dislike towards home fashions, nor was he restive under them, but honored and loved what he found there just as much as those did who had never crossed the Eurotas. He made no change in his table, or his baths, or the attendance on his wife, or the decoration of his armor, or the furniture of his house. Nay, he actually let its doors remain, although they were very old. One might say they were the very doors which Aristodemus had set up. His daughter's canithron, as Xenophon tells us, was no more elaborate than that of any other maid. Canithra is the name they give to the wooden figures of griffins or goat-stags in which their young girls are carried at the sacred processions. Xenophon, it is true, has not recorded the name of the daughter of Agesilaus, and Dicearchus expressed great indignation that neither her name nor that of the mother of Epaminondas was known to us. But we have found in the Lacedaemonian records that the wife of Agesilaus was named Cleara, and his daughters Eupolia and Proaga. And one can see his spear also, which is still preserved at Sparta, and which is not at all different from that of other men. However, on seeing that some of the citizens esteemed themselves highly and were greatly lifted up because they bred racing horses, he persuaded his sister Cynisca to enter a chariot in the contests at Olympia, wishing to show the Greeks that the victory there was not a mark of any great excellence, but simply of wealth and lavish outlay. Also, having Xenophon the philosopher in his following, and making much of him, he ordered him to send for his sons and rear them at Sparta, that they might learn that fairest of all lessons, how to obey and how to command. Again, finding after Lysander's death that a large society was in existence, which that commander, immediately after returning from Asia, had formed against him, Agesilaus set out to prove what manner of citizen Lysander had been while alive. So, after reading a speech which Lysander had left behind him in book form, a speech which Cleon of Halicarnassus had composed, but which Lysander had intended to adopt and pronounce before the people in advocacy of a revolution and change in the form of government, Agesilaus wished to publish it. But one of the senators, who had read the speech and feared its ability and power, advised the king not to dig Lysander up again, but rather to bury the speech with him, to which advice Agesilaus listened and held his peace. And as for those who were in opposition to him, he would do them no open injury, but would exert himself to send some of them away from time to time as generals and commanders, and would show them up if they proved base and grasping in their exercise of authority. Then, contrariwise, when they were brought to trial, he would come to their aid and exert himself in their behalf, and so would make them friends instead of enemies, and bring them over to his side, so that no one was left to oppose him. For Agesilaus the other king, since he was the son of an exile, in years a mere stripling, and by nature gentle and quiet, took little part in affairs of state. And yet he too was brought under the sway of Agesilaus. For the Spartan kings eat together in the same fidicium, or public mess, whenever they are at home. Accordingly, knowing that Agesilaus was prone to love affairs just as he was himself, Agesilaus would always introduce some discourse about the boys who were of an age to love. He would even lead the young king's fancy toward the object of his own affections, and share with him in wooing and loving, these Spartan loves having nothing shameful in them, but being attended rather with great modesty, high ambition, and an ardent desire for excellence, as I have written in my Life of Lycurgus. End of Section 2. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in September of 2024. Section 3 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Agesilaus 21-30. Having thus obtained very great influence in the city, he effected the appointment of Lucius, his half-brother on his mother's side, as admiral. Then he led an army to Corinth, and himself by land captured the long walls, while Lucius with his fleet seized the enemy's ships and dockyards. Then coming suddenly upon the Argives, who at that time held Corinth and were celebrating the Isthmian Games, he drove them away just as they had sacrificed to the god, and made them abandon all their equipment for the festival. At this, the exiles from Corinth who were in his army begged him to hold the games. This, however, he would not do, but remained at hand while they held the games from beginning to end, and afforded them security. Afterwards, when he had departed, the Isthmian Games were held afresh by the Argives, and some contestants won their victories a second time, while some were entered in the lists as victors in the first contests, but as vanquished in the second. In this matter Agesilaus declared that the Argives had brought down upon themselves the charge of great cowardice, since they regarded the conduct of the games as so great and august a privilege, and yet had not the courage to fight for it. He himself thought that moderation ought to be observed in all these matters, and sought to improve the local choirs and games. These he always attended, full of ambitious ardor, and was absent from no contest in which either boys or girls competed. Those things, however, for which he saw the rest of the world filled with admiration, he appeared not even to recognize. Once upon a time Pelopidas the tragic actor, who had a name and fame among the Greeks and was eagerly courted by all, first met him and addressed him, then pompously thrust himself into his company of attendants, showing plainly that he expected the king to make him some friendly overtures, and finally said, "Dost thou not recognize me, O king?" The king fixed his eyes upon him and said, "Yea, art thou not Pelopidas the buffoon?" For this is how the Lacedaemonians describe actors. And again, when he was invited to hear the man who imitated the nightingale, he declined, saying, "I have heard the bird herself." Again, Menecrates the physician, who for his success in certain desperate cases had received the surname of Zeus, and had the bad taste to employ the appellation, actually dared to write the king a letter beginning thus: "Menecrates, Zeus, to King Agesilaus, greeting." To this Agesilaus replied, "King Agesilaus, to Menecrates, health and sanity." While he was lingering in the territory of Corinth, he seized the Herrheum, and as he was watching his soldiers carry off the prisoners and booty, messengers came from Thebes to treat for peace. But he had always hated that city, and thinking this an advantageous time also for insulting it, pretended neither to see nor hear its ambassadors when they presented themselves. But his pride soon had a fall, for the Thebans had not yet departed when messengers came to him with tidings that the Spartan division had been cut to pieces by Iphicrates. This was the greatest disaster that had happened to the Spartans in a long time, for they lost many brave men, and those men were overwhelmed by targeteers and mercenaries, though they were men-at-arms and Lacedaemonians. At once, then, Agesilaus sprang up to go to their assistance, but when he learned that it was all over with them, he came back again to the Herrheum, and ordering the Boeotians then to come before him, gave them an audience. But they returned his insolence by making no mention of peace, but simply asking safe conduct into Corinth. Agesilaus was wroth at this, and said, "If you wish to see your friends when they are elated at their successes, you can do so tomorrow in all safety." And taking them along with him on the next day, he ravaged the territory of the Corinthians, and advanced to the very gates of the city. After he had thus proved that the Corinthians did not dare to resist him, he dismissed the embassy. Then he himself, picking up the survivors of the division that had been cut to pieces, led them back to Sparta, always breaking camp before it was day, and pitching the next camp after it was dark, in order that the hateful and malicious Arcadians might not exult over them. After this, to gratify the Achaeans, he crossed over with them on an expedition into Acarnania, where he drove away much booty and conquered the Acarnanians in battle. But when the Achaeans asked him to spend the winter there in order to prevent the enemy from sowing their fields, he said he would do the opposite of this, for the enemy would dread the war more if their land was sown when summer came. And this proved true, for when a second expedition against them was announced, they came to terms with the Achaeans. When Conon and Pharnabazus with the great king's fleet were masters of the sea and were ravaging the coasts of Laconia, and after the walls of Athens had been rebuilt with the money which Pharnabazus furnished, the Lacedaemonians decided to make peace with the king of Persia. To that end they sent Antalcidas to Tiribazus, and in the most shameful and lawless fashion handed over to the king the Greeks resident in Asia, in whose behalf Agesilaus had waged war. Agesilaus, therefore, could have had no part at all in this infamy, for Antalcidas was his enemy, and put forth all his efforts to make the peace because he saw that the war enhanced to the utmost the reputation and power of Agesilaus. Notwithstanding this, to one who remarked that the Lacedaemonians were favoring the Medes, Agesilaus replied that the Medes were the rather favoring the Lacedaemonians. Moreover, by threatening with war the Greeks who were unwilling to accept the peace, he forced them all to abide by the terms which the Persian dictated, more especially on account of the Thebans, his object being to make them weaker by leaving Boeotia independent of Thebes. This he made clear by his subsequent behavior. For when Phoebus committed the foul deed of seizing the Cadmeia in a time of perfect peace, and all the Greeks were indignant and the Spartans displeased at the act, and when especially those who were at variance with Agesilaus angrily asked Phoebus by whose command he had done this thing, thereby turning suspicion upon Agesilaus, he did not scruple to come to the aid of Phoebus, and to say openly that they must consider whether the act itself was serviceable or not, for that which was advantageous to Sparta might well be done independently, even if no one ordered it. And yet in his discourse he was always declaring that justice was the first of the virtues, for valor was of no use unless justice attended it, and if all men should be just, there would be no need of valor. And to those who said, "This is the pleasure of the great king," he would say, "How is he greater than I unless he is also more just?" rightly and nobly thinking that justice must be the royal measure wherewith relative greatness is measured. And when, after the peace was concluded, the great king sent him a letter proposing guest friendship, he would not accept it, saying that the public friendship was enough, and that while that lasted there would be no need of a private one. Yet in his acts he no longer observed these opinions, but was often carried away by ambition and contentiousness, and particularly in his treatment of the Thebans. For he not only rescued Phoebus from punishment, but actually persuaded Sparta to assume responsibility for his iniquity and occupy the Cadmeia on its own account, besides putting the administration of Thebes into the hands of Archias and Leontidas, by whose aid Phoebus had entered and seized the Acropolis. Of course, this gave rise at once to a suspicion that while Phoebus had done the deed, Agesilaus had counselled it, and his subsequent acts brought the charge into general belief. For when the Thebans expelled the Spartan garrison and liberated their city, he charged them with the murder of Archias and Leontidas, who were really tyrants, though polemarchs in name, and levied war upon them. And Cleombrotus, who was king now that Agesilaus was dead, was sent into Boeotia with an army, for Agesilaus, who had now borne arms for 40 years, and was therefore exempt by law from military service, declined this command. He was ashamed, after having recently made war upon the Phaeacians in behalf of their exiles, to be seen now harrying the Thebans in the interests of their tyrants. Now there was a certain Lacedaemonian named Sphodrius, of the party opposed to Agesilaus, who had been appointed Harmost at Thespiae. He lacked neither boldness nor ambition, but always abounded in hopes rather than in good judgment. This man, coveting a great name, and considering that Phoebus had made himself famous far and near by his bold deed at Thebes, was persuaded that it would be a far more honourable and brilliant exploit for him to seize the Piraeus on his own account and rob the Athenians of access to the sea, attacking them unexpectedly by land. It is said, too, that the scheme was devised by Pelopidas and Milo, chief magistrates at Thebes. They privily sent men to him who pretended to be Spartan sympathizers, and they, by praising and exalting Sphodrius as the only man worthy to undertake so great a task, urged and incited him into an act which was no less lawless and unjust than the seizure of the Cadmeia, though it was essayed without courage or good fortune. For full daylight overtook him while he was yet in the Thriasian plain, although he had hoped to attack the Piraeus by night. It is said also that his soldiers saw a light streaming from certain sanctuaries at Eleusis, and were filled with shuddering fear. Their commander himself lost all his courage, since concealment was no longer possible, and after ravaging the country a little, retired disgracefully and ingloriously to Thespiae. Hereupon men were sent from Athens to Sparta to denounce Sphodrius. They found, however, that the magistrates there had no need of their denunciation, but had already indicted Sphodrius on a capital charge. This charge he determined not to meet, fearing the wrath of his countrymen, who were ashamed in the presence of the Athenians, and wished to be thought wronged with them, that they might not be thought wrongdoers with Sphodrius. Now Sphodrius had a son, Cleonymus, who was still a boy and fair to look upon, and of whom Archidamus, the son of King Agesilaus, was enamoured. In this crisis Archidamus naturally sympathized with his favourite because of the peril in which his father stood, but he was unable to aid and assist him openly, since Sphodrius was one of the opponents of Agesilaus. But when Cleonymus came to him in tears and begged him to mollify Agesilaus, from whom he and his father had most to fear, for 3 or 4 days he was restrained by awe and fear from saying anything to Agesilaus as he followed him about. But finally, when the trial was near at hand, he plucked up courage to tell him that Cleonymus had begged him to intercede for his father. Now Agesilaus, although he knew of the love of Archidamus, had not put a stop to it, since Cleonymus, from his early boyhood, had given special promise of becoming an earnest and worthy man. At this time, however, he did not permit his son to expect any advantage or kindness in answer to his prayer. He merely said as he went away that he would consider what was the honourable and fitting course in the matter. Archidamus was therefore mortified, and ceased to visit Cleonymus, although before this he had done so many times a day. As a consequence, the friends of Sphodrius also were more in despair of his case, until Etimocles, one of the friends of Agesilaus, conferred with them and disclosed the mind of the king, namely, that he blamed to the utmost what Sphodrius had done, but yet thought him a brave man, and saw that the city needed just such soldiers. for this was the way in which Agesilaus always spoke about the trial, in his desire to gratify his son, so that Cleonymus was at once aware of the zealous efforts of Archidamus in his behalf, and the friends of Sphodius had courage at last to come to his help. It is a fact also that Agesilaus was excessively fond of his children, and a story is told of his joining in their childish play. Once, when they were very small, he bestrode a stick and was playing horse with them in the house, and when he was spied doing this by one of his friends, he entreated him not to tell anyone until he himself should be a father of children. But after Sphodius was acquitted, and the Athenians, on learning of it, were inclined to go to war, Agesilaus was very harshly criticized. It was thought that, to gratify an absurd and childish desire, he had opposed the course of justice in a trial, and made the city accessory to great crimes against the Greeks. Besides, when he saw that his colleague Cleombrotus was little inclined to make war upon the Thebans, he waived the exemption by law which he had formerly claimed in the matter of the expedition, and presently led an incursion into Boeotia himself, where he inflicted damage upon the Thebans, and in his turn met with reverses, so that one day when he was wounded, Antalcidas said to him, "Indeed, this is a fine tuition fee which thou art getting from the Thebans, for teaching them how to fight when they did not wish to do it and did not even know how." For the Thebans are said to have been really more warlike at this time than ever before, owing to the many expeditions which the Lacedaemonians made against them, by which they were virtually schooled in arms. And Lycurgus of old, in one of his 3 so-called retras, forbade his people to make frequent expeditions against the same foes, in order that those foes might not learn how to make war. Moreover, the allies of the Lacedaemonians were offended at Agesilaus, because, as they said, it was not upon any public ground of complaint, but by reason of some passionate resentment of his own, that he sought to destroy the Thebans. Accordingly, they said they had no wish to be dragged hither and thither to destruction every year, they themselves so many, and the Lacedaemonians with whom they followed so few. It was at this time, we are told, that Agesilaus, wishing to refute their argument from numbers, devised the following scheme. He ordered all the allies to sit down by themselves promiscuously, and the Lacedaemonians apart by themselves. Then his herald called upon the potters to stand up first, and after them the smiths, next the carpenters in their turn, and the builders, and so on through the handicrafts. In response, almost all the allies rose up, but not a man of the Lacedaemonians, for they were forbidden to learn or practice a manual art. Then Agesilaus said with a laugh, "You see, O men, how many more soldiers than you we are sending out." But in Megara, when he was leading his army back from Thebes, as he was going up to the Senate house in the Acropolis, he was seized with a cramp and violent pain in his sound leg, which then swelled up, appeared to be congested, and showed signs of excessive inflammation. As soon as a certain Syracusan physician had opened a vein below the ankle, the pains relaxed, but much blood flowed and could not be checked, so that Agesilaus was very faint from its loss and in dire peril of his life. At last, however, the flow of blood was stopped, and Agesilaus was carried to Sparta, where he remained for a long time in a weak condition and unable to take the field. During this time the Spartans met with many reverses both by land and sea, the greatest of which was at Tegera, where for the first time they were overpowered by the Thebans in a pitched battle. There was accordingly a general sentiment in favor of a general peace, and ambassadors from all Hellas came together at Sparta to settle its terms. One of these ambassadors was Epaminondas, a man of repute for culture and philosophy, although he had not yet given proof of capacity as a general. This man, seeing the rest all cringing before Agesilaus, alone had the courage of his convictions, and made a speech not in behalf of Thebes his native city, but of all Greece in common, declaring that war made Sparta great at the expense of the sufferings of all the other states, and urging that peace be made on terms of equality and justice, for it would endure only when all parties to it were made equal. Agesilaus, accordingly, seeing that the Greeks all listened to Epaminondas with the greatest attention and admiration, asked him whether he considered it justice and equality that the cities of Boeotia should be independent of Thebes. Then, when Epaminondas promptly and boldly asked him in reply whether he too thought it justice for the cities of Laconia to be independent of Sparta, Agesilaus sprang from his seat and wrathfully bade him say plainly whether he intended to make the cities of Boeotia independent. And when Epaminondas answered again in the same way, by asking whether he intended to make the cities of Laconia independent, Agesilaus became violent and was glad of the pretext for at once erasing the name of the Thebans from the treaty of peace and declaring war upon them. The rest of the Greeks, however, he ordered to depart, now that they were reconciled with each other, leaving differences which could be healed to the terms of peace, and those which could not to war, since it was a hard task to settle and remove all their disputes. At this time Cleombrotus was in Phocis with an army. The ephors therefore immediately sent him orders to lead his forces against Thebes. They also sent round a summons for an assembly of their allies, who were without zeal for the war and thought it a great burden, but were not yet bold enough to oppose or disobey the Lacedaemonians. And although many baleful signs appeared, as I have written in my life of Epaminondas, and though Prothous the Laconian made opposition to the expedition, Agesilaus would not give in, but brought the war to pass. He thought that since all Hellas was on their side, and the Thebans had been excluded from the treaty, it was a favorable time for the Spartans to take vengeance on them. But the time chosen for it proves that this expedition was made from anger more than from careful calculation. For the treaty of peace was made at Lacedaemon on the 14th of the month Syrophorian, and on the 5th of Hecatombean the Lacedaemonians were defeated at Leuctra, an interval of 20 days. In that battle 1,000 Lacedaemonians fell, besides Cleombrotus the king, and around him the mightiest of the Spartans. Among these, they say, was Cleonymus, the beautiful son of Sphodrius, who was thrice struck down in front of his king, as many times rose again to his feet, and died there fighting the Thebans. Now that the Lacedaemonians had met with an unexpected reverse, and the Thebans with an unlooked-for success surpassing that of any other Hellenes at strife with Hellenes, the high conduct of the defeated city was no less to be envied and admired than that of the victorious city. Xenophon says that in the case of noble men there is much that is worth recording even in what they say and do at their wine and in their sports, and he is right. And it is no less but even more worth while to observe carefully the decorum with which noble men speak and act in the midst of adversity. The city was holding a festival and was full of strangers, for the gymnopediae were in progress and choirs of boys were competing with one another in the theatre. Then came the messengers of calamity from Leuctra. But the ephors, although it was at once apparent that their cause was ruined and their supremacy lost, would not allow a choral performance to be omitted, nor the fashion of the festival to be changed by the city, but after sending the names of the slain warriors to the homes of their kindred, they themselves conducted the spectacle and the choral contests to a close. On the next morning also, now that everyone knew who had survived the battle and who had been slain, the fathers and kindred and friends of the slain went down into the marketplace and greeted one another with bright faces, full of pride and exultation, while the friends of the survivors, as if in mourning, tarried at home with the women, and if one of them was obliged to appear in public, his garb and speech and looks betokened his humiliation and abasement. And a still greater difference was to be seen or heard about in the women. She who expected her son back from the battle alive was dejected and silent, but the mothers of those reported to have fallen immediately frequented the temples and visited one another with an air of gladness and pride. The greater number, however, when their allies were falling away from them and it was expected that Epaminondas, in all the pride of a conqueror, would invade Peloponnesus, fell to thinking of the oracles in view of the lameness of Agesilaus, and were full of dejection and consternation in respect to the divine powers, believing that their city was in an evil plight because they had dethroned the sound-footed king and chosen instead a lame and halting one, the very thing which the deity was trying to teach them carefully to avoid. And yet otherwise he had such power and valor and fame that they not only continued to employ him as king and general in matters pertaining to war, but also as physician and arbiter in their civil perplexities. For instance, upon those who had shown cowardice in the battle, whom they themselves call trescents, or runaways, they hesitated to inflict the disabilities required by the laws, since the men were numerous and powerful, for fear that they might stir up a revolution. For such men are not only debarred from every office, but intermarriage with any of them is a disgrace, and anyone who meets them may strike them if he pleases. Moreover, they are obliged to go about unkempt and squalid, wearing cloaks that are patched with dyed stuffs, half of their beards shaven and half left to grow. It was a serious matter, therefore, to allow many such men in the city, when she lacked not a few soldiers. So they chose Agesilaus as a lawgiver for the occasion. And he, without adding to or subtracting from or changing the laws in any way, came into the assembly of the Lacedaemonians and said that the laws must be allowed to sleep for that day, but from that day on must be in sovereign force. By this means he at once saved the laws for the city and the men from infamy. Then, wishing to remove the discouragement and dejection which prevailed among the young men, he made an incursion into Arcadia, and though he studiously avoided joining battle with the enemy, he took a small town of the Mantineans and overran their territory, and thus lightened and gladdened the expectations of his city, which felt that its case was not wholly desperate. End of section 3. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in October of 2024. Section 4 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Agesilaus 31-40. After this, Epaminondas entered Laconia with his allies, having no fewer than 40,000 men-at-arms. Many light-armed and unarmed troops also followed him for the sake of plunder, so that a horde of 70,000 all told made this incursion into Laconia. For a period of no less than 600 years the Dorians had been living in Lacedaemon, and this was the first time in all that period that enemies had been seen in the country. Before this none had ventured there. But now they burst into an unravaged and inviolate land, and burned and plundered as far as the river and the city, and no one came out against them. For Agesilaus would not suffer the Lacedaemonians to fight against such a billowy torrent of war, to use the words of Theopompus, but surrounded the central and most commanding parts of the city with his men-at-arms, while he endured the boastful threats of the Thebans, who called upon him by name and bade him come out and fight for his country, since he had caused her misfortunes by lighting up the flames of war. But this was not the worst. Agesilaus was still more harassed by the tumults and shrieks and running about throughout the city, where the elder men were enraged at the state of affairs, and the women were unable to keep quiet, but were utterly beside themselves when they heard the shouts and saw the fires of the enemy. He was also distressed at the thought of what his fame would be, because he had taken command of the city when she was greatest and most powerful, and now saw her reputation lowered, and her proud boast made empty, which boast he himself also had often made, saying that no Spartan woman had ever seen the smoke of an enemy's fires. It is said also that Antalcidas, when an Athenian was disputing with him over the valor of the two peoples, and said, "Yet we have often driven you away from the Cephisus," replied, "But we have never driven you away from the Eurotas." And a similar retort was made by a Spartan of lesser note to the Argive, who said, "Many of you lie buried in the lands of Argos." The Spartan answered, "But not a man of you in the lands of Laconia." Now, however, they say that Antalcidas, who was an ephor, secretly sent his children away to Cythera, so full of fear was he. But Agesilaus, when the enemy tried to cross the Eurotas and force their way to the city, abandoned the rest of it and drew up his forces in front of its central and lofty precincts. Now the Eurotas at this time was flowing at its fullest and deepest, since snows had fallen, and its current, even more from its coldness than its violence, was very troublesome to the Thebans. As Epaminondas was fording it at the head of his phalanx, certain ones pointed him out to Agesilaus, and he, we are told, after fixing his gaze upon him and watching him for a long time, said but these words, "O adventurous man!" Epaminondas was ambitious to join battle in the city and set up a trophy of victory there, but since he could neither force nor tempt Agesilaus out of his positions, he withdrew and began to ravage the country. Meanwhile, about 200 of the Lacedaemonians who had long been disaffected and mutinous banded together and seized the Osorium where the temple of Artemis stands, a well-walled and inaccessible spot. The Lacedaemonians wished to make a dash upon them at once, but Agesilaus, fearing their insurrection, ordered the rest to keep quiet, while he himself, wearing his cloak and attended by a single servant, went towards them, crying out that they had misunderstood his orders, for he had not commanded them to assemble in that place, nor in a body, but some yonder, pointing to another spot, and some in another part of the city. They were delighted to hear this, supposing that their design was undiscovered, and breaking up, went off to the places which he ordered them to occupy. Then Agesilaus at once summoned other troops and took possession of the Osorium, after which he arrested about 15 of the conspirators who had been gathered there, and put them to death in the night. He was also informed of another and a larger conspiracy of Spartans, who met secretly in a house and there plotted revolution. It was impracticable either to bring these men to trial in a time of so much confusion, or to overlook their plots. Accordingly, Agesilaus conferred with the ephors, and then put these men also to death without process of law, although no Spartan had ever before met with such a death. At this time also, many of the provincials and helots who had been enrolled in the army ran away from the city and joined the enemy, and this caused very deep discouragement. Agesilaus therefore instructed his servants to go every morning before it was light to the barracks, and take the arms of the deserters and hide them, that their numbers might not be known. As for the reason why the Thebans withdrew from Laconia, most writers say that it was because winter storms came on and the Arcadians began to melt away and disband. Others, because they had remained there 3 entire months and thoroughly ravaged most of the country. But Theopompus says that when the Theban chief magistrates had already determined to take their army back, Phrixus, a Spartan, came to them, bringing 10 talents from Agesilaus to pay for their withdrawal, so that they were only doing what they had long ago decided to do, and had their expenses paid by their enemies besides. This story may be true, although I know not how all other writers could be ignorant of it, while Theopompus alone heard it. But at any rate, all agree that the salvation of Sparta at this time was due to Agesilaus, because he renounced his inherent passions of contentiousness and ambition, and adopted a policy of safety. He could not, however, restore the power and reputation of his city after its fall, for it was like a human body that is sound indeed, but has followed all the while too strict and severe a regimen. A single error turned the scale and brought down the entire prosperity of the city. Nor was this strange, for to a civil polity best arranged for peace and virtue and unanimity, they had attached empires and sovereignties won by force, not one of which Lycurgus thought needful for a city that was to live in happiness, and therefore they fell. Agesilaus himself now declined military service on account of his years, but Archidamus his son, with assistance which came from the tyrant of Sicily, conquered the Arcadians in the so-called Tyrolus battle, where not one of his own men fell, and he slew great numbers of the enemy. This victory, more than anything else, showed the weakness of the city. For up to this time they were wont to think the conquest of their enemies so customary and natural a thing for them to achieve, that no sacrifice for victory was offered in the city to the gods, beyond that of a cock. Neither did the winners of the contest exult, nor those who heard of their victory show great joy. Nay, even after the battle at Mantinea, which Thucydides has described, the one who first announced the victory had no other reward for his glad tidings than a piece of meat sent by the magistrates from the public mess. But now, at the news of the Arcadian victory, and at the approach of Archidamus, no one could restrain himself, but first his father went to meet him, weeping for joy, and after him the chief magistrates, while the elderly men and the women went down in a throng to the river, lifting their hands to heaven and blessing the gods, as if Sparta had wiped away her unmerited disgraces, and now saw the light shine bright again as of old. For before this, we are told, her men could not so much as look their wives in the face, out of shame at their disasters. But when Messene was built by Epaminondas, and its former citizens flocked into it from all quarters, the Spartans had not the courage to contest the issue, nor the ability to hinder it, but cherished the deepest resentment against Agesilaus, because a country which was not of less extent than their own, which stood first among Hellenic lands for its fertility, the possession and fruits of which they had enjoyed for so long a time, had been lost by them during his reign. For this reason, too, Agesilaus would not accept the peace which was proffered by the Thebans. He was not willing to give up to them formally the country which was actually in their power, and persisted in his opposition. As a consequence, he not only did not recover Messenia, but almost lost Sparta besides after being outgeneraled. For when the Mantineans changed their allegiance, revolted from Thebes, and called in the Lacedaemonians to help them, Epaminondas, learning that Agesilaus had marched out from Sparta with his forces and was approaching, set out by night from Tegea, without the knowledge of the Mantineans, and led his army against Sparta itself. He passed by Agesilaus, and came within a little of suddenly seizing the city in a defenseless state. But Euthenus, a Thespian, as Callisthenes says, or, according to Xenophon, a certain Cretan, brought word to Agesilaus, who quickly sent on a horseman to warn the people in Sparta, and not long after he himself also entered the city. Soon after his arrival, the Thebans were crossing the Eurotas and attacking the city, while Agesilaus defended it right vigorously and in a manner not to be expected of his years. For he did not think, as on a former occasion, that the crisis demanded safe and cautious measures, but rather deeds of desperate daring. In these he had never put confidence before, nor had he employed them, but then it was only by their aid that he repelled the danger, snatching the city out of the grasp of Epaminondas, erecting a trophy of victory, and showing their wives and children that the Lacedaemonians were making the fairest of all returns to their country for its rearing of them. Archidamus too fought among the foremost, conspicuous for his impetuous courage and for his agility, running swiftly through the narrow streets to the endangered points in the battle, and everywhere pressing hard upon the enemy with his few followers. But I think that Isidus, the son of Phoebidus, must have been a strange and marvelous sight, not only to his fellow citizens, but also to his enemies. He was of conspicuous beauty and stature, and at an age when the human flower has the greatest charm, as the boy merges into the man. Naked as he was, without either defensive armor or clothing, for he had just anointed his body with oil, he took a spear in one hand and a sword in the other, leapt forth from his house, and after pushing his way through the midst of the combatants, ranged up and down among the enemy, smiting and laying low all who encountered him. And no man gave him a wound, whether it was that a god shielded him on account of his valor, or that the enemy thought him taller and mightier than a mere man could be. For this exploit, it is said that the Ephors put a garland on his head, and then fined him 1,000 drachmas because he had dared to hazard his life in battle without armor. A few days afterwards a battle was fought near Mantinea, in which Epaminondas had already routed the van of the Lacedaemonians, and was still eagerly pressing on in pursuit of them, when Antiquity, a Spartan, faced him and smote him with a spear, as Dioscorides tells the story. But the Lacedaemonians to this day call the descendants of Antiquities Mercuriones, or swordsmen, because he used a sword for the blow. For the Lacedaemonians were filled with such admiring love for him because of the fear in which they held Epaminondas while living, that they voted honors and gifts to Antiquities himself, and to his posterity exemption from taxes, an immunity which in my own day also is enjoyed by Callicrates, one of the descendants of Antiquities. After the battle and the death of Epaminondas, when the Greeks concluded peace among themselves, Agesilaus and his partisans tried to exclude the Messenians from the oath of ratification, on the ground that they had no city. And when all the rest admitted the Messenians and accepted their oaths, the Lacedaemonians held aloof from the peace, and they alone remained at war in the hope of recovering Messenia. Agesilaus was therefore deemed a headstrong and stubborn man and insatiable of war, since he did all in his power to undermine and postpone the general peace, and again since his lack of resources compelled him to lay burdens on his friends in the city and to take loans and contributions from them. And yet it was his duty to put an end to their evils, now that opportunity offered, and not, after having lost Sparta's whole empire, vast as it was with its cities and its supremacy on land and sea, then to carry on a petty struggle for the goods and revenues of Messene. He lost still more reputation by offering to take a command under Tacos the Egyptian, for it was thought unworthy that a man who had been judged noblest and best in Hellas, and who had filled the world with his fame, should furnish a rebel against the great king, a mere barbarian, with his person, his name, and his fame, and take money for him, rendering the service of a hired captain of mercenaries. For even if, now that he was past 80 years of age and his whole body was disfigured with wounds, he had taken up again his noble and conspicuous leadership in behalf of the freedom of the Hellenes, his ambition would not have been altogether blameless as men thought. For honorable action has its fitting time and season. Nay, rather, it is the observance of due bounds that constitutes an utter difference between honorable and base actions. Agesilaus, however, paid no heed to these considerations, nor did he think any public service beneath his dignity. It was more unworthy of him, in his opinion, to live an idle life in the city, and to sit down and wait for death. Therefore he collected mercenaries with the money which Tacos sent him, embarked them on transports, and put to sea, accompanied by 30 Spartan councillors as formerly. As soon as he landed in Egypt, the chief captains and governors of the king came down to meet him and pay him honor. There was great eagerness and expectation on the part of the other Egyptians also, owing to the name and fame of Agesilaus, and all ran together to behold him. But when they saw no brilliant array whatever, but an old man lying in some grass by the sea, his body small and contemptible, covered with a cloak that was coarse and mean, they were moved to laughter and jesting, saying that here was an illustration of the fable, a mountain is in travail, and then a mouse is born. They were still more surprised, too, at his eccentricity. When all manner of hospitable gifts were brought to him, he accepted the flour, the calves, and the geese, but rejected the sweetmeats, the pastries, and the perfumes, and when he was urged and besought to take them, ordered them to be carried and given to his helots. He was pleased, however, as Theophrastus tells us, with the papyrus used in chaplets, because the chaplets were so neat and simple, and when he left Egypt asked and received some from the king. But now, on joining Tacos, who was making preparations for his expedition, he was not, as he expected, appointed commander of all the forces, but only of the mercenaries, while Chabrias the Athenian had charge of the fleet, and Tacos himself was commander-in-chief. This was the first thing that vexed Agesilaus. Then, though he was indignant at the vain pretensions of the king in other matters, he was compelled to endure them. He even sailed with him against the Phoenicians, forcing himself into a subservience which was beneath his dignity and contrary to his nature, until he found his opportunity. For Nectanebus, who was a cousin of Tacos and had a part of the forces under his command, revolted from him, and having been proclaimed king by the Egyptians, sent to Agesilaus asking for his aid and assistance. He made the same appeal to Chabrias also, promising large gifts to both. When Tacos learned of this and resorted to entreaties for their allegiance, Chabrias tried to persuade and encourage Agesilaus to continue with him in the friendship of Tacos. But Agesilaus said, "You, Chabrias, who came here on your own account, can decide your own case, but I was given by my country to the Egyptians as a general. It would therefore be dishonorable for me to make war on those to whom I was sent as an ally, unless my country gives me a new command to do so." After these words, he sent men to Sparta who were to denounce Tacos and commend Nectanebus. Tacos and Nectanebus also sent and besought the support of the Lacedaemonians, the former on the ground that he had long been their ally and friend, the latter on the plea that he would be well disposed to their city and more eager to promote her interests. The Lacedaemonians accordingly, after hearing the messengers, made public answer to the Egyptians that Agesilaus would attend to these matters. But to Agesilaus they wrote privately, bidding him see to it that the interests of Sparta should not suffer. So Agesilaus took his mercenaries and went over from Tacos to Nectanebus, making the interests of his country serve as a veil for a strange and unnatural proceeding, since when this pretext was removed, the most fitting name for his act was treachery. But the Lacedaemonians assigned the chief place in their ideas of honor to the interests of their country, and neither learn nor understand any other justice than that which they think will enhance the glory of Sparta. Tacos, accordingly, thus deserted by his mercenaries, took to flight. But in Mendes another rival rose up against Nectanebus and was proclaimed king, and after collecting 100,000 men advanced against him. Then Nectanebus sought to encourage Agesilaus by saying that although the enemy were numerous, they were a mixed rabble of artisans whose inexperience in war made them contemptible. Indeed, said Agesilaus, it is not their numbers that I fear, but the inexperience and ignorance of which you speak, which it is hard to overcome by stratagems. For stratagems array unexpected difficulties against men who try to defend themselves against them, if they suspect and await them. But he who does not await nor even suspect any stratagem gives no hold to the opponent who is trying to outwit him, just as, in a wrestling bout, he who does not stir gives no advantage to his antagonist. After this, the Mendesian also sent and tried to win over Agesilaus. Nectanebus was therefore alarmed, and when Agesilaus urged him to fight the issue out as speedily as possible, and not to wage a war of delays against men who were inexperienced in fighting, but were numerous enough to surround him and hedge him in, and anticipate and get the start of him in many ways, he grew still more suspicious and fearful of him, and retired into a city which was well fortified and had a large compass. Agesilaus was incensed at this lack of confidence, and full of indignation, but since he was ashamed to change sides again and finally go back home without accomplishing anything, he accompanied Nectanebus and entered the city with him. But when the enemy came up and began to surround the city with a trench, then the Egyptian changed his mind, grew fearful of the siege, and wished to give battle, for which the Greeks also were very eager, since there were no provisions in the place. Agesilaus, however, would not permit it, but opposed it, and was therefore maligned by the Egyptians even more bitterly than before, and called a betrayer of the king. But he bore their calumnies more patiently now, and sought to find the fitting moment for his stratagem. This was as follows. The enemy were digging a deep trench outside around the city in order to shut its occupants up completely. Accordingly, when the trench had been carried almost around the city, and its ends were near one another, after waiting for evening to come and ordering the Greeks to arm themselves, Agesilaus went to the Egyptian and said, "Now is the time, young man, for us to save ourselves, and I would not speak of it until it came, for fear of vitiating it. The enemy have now worked out our safety with their own hands. They have dug their trench so far that the part which is finished hinders them from attacking us in great numbers, and the space between the ends gives us room to fight them on fair and equal terms. Come then, be eager to show yourself a brave man. Follow with us as we charge, and save yourself and your army too. For the enemy in our front will not withstand us, and the rest will not harm us because of the trench." Nectanebus then was filled with admiration for the sagacity of Agesilaus, and putting himself in the center of the Greek array, charged forwards and easily routed his opponents. And now that Agesilaus had won back the confidence of Nectanebus, he brought the same stratagem to bear again upon the enemy, like a trick in wrestling. By sometimes pretending to retreat and fly, and sometimes attacking them on the flanks, he drove their whole multitude into a tract which had a deep canal full of water on either side. The space between these he occupied and stopped up with the head of his column, and so made his numbers equal to those of the enemy who could fight with him, since they were unable to surround and enclose him. Therefore, after a short resistance, they were routed. Many were slain, and the fugitives were dispersed and melted away. After this, the Egyptian succeeded in establishing himself firmly and securely in power, and showed his friendliness and affection by begging Agesilaus to remain and spend the winter with him. But Agesilaus was eager to return to the war at home, knowing that his city needed money and was hiring mercenaries. He was therefore dismissed with great honor and ceremony, taking with him, besides other honors and gifts, 230 talents of silver for the war at home. But since it was now winter, he kept close to shore with his ships, and was borne along the coast of Libya to an uninhabited spot called the harbor of Menelaus. Here he died at the age of 84 years. He had been king of Sparta 41 years, and for more than 30 of these he was the greatest and most influential of all Hellenes, having been looked upon as leader and king of almost all Hellas down to the Battle of Leuctra. It was Spartan custom, when men of ordinary rank died in a foreign country, to give their bodies funeral rites and burial there, but to carry the bodies of their kings home. So the Spartans who were with Agesilaus enclosed his dead body in melted wax, since they had no honey, and carried it back to Lacedaemon. The kingdom devolved upon Archidamus his son, and remained in his family down to Agis, who was slain by Leonidas for attempting to restore the ancient constitution, being the 5th in descent from Agesilaus. End of section 4. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in October of 2024.
Section 5 of Parallel Lives on the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus, translated by Bernadette Perrin. Pompey, 1-10. Pompey. 1. Towards Pompey the Roman people must have had, from the very beginning, the feeling which the Prometheus of Aeschylus had towards Heracles, when, having been saved by him, he says, "I hate the sire, but dearly love this child of his." Footnote: a fragment of Prometheus loosed. Prometheus was fastened to a cliff in Scythia by Zeus, whose eagle preyed upon the prisoner. Heracles slew the eagle and released the sufferer. End footnote. For never have the Romans manifested so strong and fierce a hatred towards a general as they did towards Strabo, the father of Pompey. While he lived, indeed, they feared his talent as a soldier, for he was a very warlike man. But when he was killed by a thunderbolt, footnote, in 87 BC, end footnote, and his body was on its way to the funeral pyre, they dragged it from its bier and heaped insults upon it. On the other hand, no Roman ever enjoyed a heartier goodwill on the part of his countrymen, or one which began sooner or reached a greater height in his prosperity, or remained more constant in his adversity than Pompey did. And whereas there was one sole reason for the hatred felt towards Strabo, namely his insatiable desire for money, there were many reasons for the love bestowed on Pompey: his modest and temperate way of living, his training in the arts of war, his persuasive speech, his trustworthy character, and his tact in meeting people, so that no man asked a favor with less offense, or bestowed one with a better mien. 4. In addition to his other graces, he had the art of giving without arrogance, and of receiving without loss of dignity. 2. At the outset, too, he had a countenance which helped him in no small degree to win the favor of the people, and which pleaded for him before he spoke. For even his boyish loveliness had a gentle dignity about it, and in the prime and flower of his youthful beauty there was at once manifest the majesty and kingliness of his nature. His hair was inclined to lift itself slightly from his forehead, and this, with a graceful contour face about the eyes, produced a resemblance more talked about than actually apparent to the portrait statues of King Alexander. Wherefore, since many also applied the name to him in his earlier years, Pompey did not decline it, so that presently some called him Alexander in derision. Hence, too, Lucius Philippus, a man of consular rank, when pleading in his behalf, said that he was doing nothing strange if, being Philip, he loved Alexander. We are told that Flora, the courtesan, when she was now quite old, always took delight in telling about her former intimacy with Pompey, saying that she never left his embraces without bearing the marks of his teeth. Furthermore, Flora would tell how Geminius, one of Pompey's companions, fell in love with her and annoyed her greatly by his attentions, and when she declared that she could not consent to his wishes because of Pompey, Geminius laid the matter before Pompey. Pompey accordingly turned her over to Geminius, but never afterwards had anything at all to do with her himself, although he was thought to be enamored of her, and she herself did not take this treatment as a mere courtesan would, but was sick for a long time with grief and longing. And yet Flora is said to have flowered into such beauty and to have been so famous for it that when Caecilius Metellus was decorating the temple of Castor and Pollux with paintings and statues, he gave her portrait also a place among his dedications. Moreover, Pompey also treated the wife of Demetrius, his freedman, who had the greatest influence with him and left an estate of 4,000 talents, with lack of courtesy and generosity unusual in him, fearing lest men should think him conquered by her beauty, which was irresistible and far famed. But though he was so extremely cautious in such matters and on his guard, still he could not escape the censures of his enemies on this head, but was accused of illicit relations with married women, to gratify whom, it was said, he neglected and betrayed many public interests. As regards his simplicity and indifference in matters pertaining to the table, a story is told as follows. Once when he was sick and loathed his food, a physician prescribed a thrush for him. But when, on enquiry, his servants could not find one for sale, for it was past the season for them, and someone said they could be found at Lucullus's, where they were kept the year round. When then, said he, if Lucullus were not luxurious must Pompey have died? And paying no regard to the physician, he took something that could easily be procured. This, however, was at a later time. 3. While he was still quite a stripling, and was on a campaign with his father, who was arrayed against Cinna, footnote, in 87 B.C., end footnote, he had a certain Lucius Terentius as tentmate and companion. This man was bribed by Cinna, and was himself to kill Pompey, while others were to set fire to the tent of the commander. But Pompey got information of the plot while he was at supper. He was not at all disturbed, but after drinking more freely even than usual and treating Terentius with kindness, as soon as he retired to rest, stole out of the tent unperceived, set a guard about his father, and quietly awaited the event. Terentius, when he thought the proper time was come, arose, and approaching the couch of Pompey with drawn sword, stabbed the bed-clothing many times, supposing him to be lying there. After this there was a great commotion, owing to the hatred felt towards the general, and a rush to revolt on the part of the soldiers, who tore down their tents and seized their arms. The general did not venture forth for fear of the tumult, but Pompey went up and down among the soldiers, beseeching them with tears, and finally threw himself on his face in front of the gate of the camp, and lay there in the way, weeping and bidding those who were going out to trample on him. As a consequence, everyone drew back out of shame, and all except 800 changed their minds and were reconciled to their general. 4. As soon as Strabo was dead, Pompey as his heir was put on trial for theft of public property. And although Pompey discovered that most of the thefts were committed by Alexander, one of his father's freedmen, and proved it to the magistrates, still he himself was accused of having in his possession hunting nets and books from the booty of Esculum. Now, he did receive these things from his father when he took Esculum, footnote, in 80 B.C., end footnote. But he lost them when Cinna's guards, on that general's return to Rome, broke into his house and ransacked it. He had many preliminary bouts in the case with his accuser, and since in these he showed an acumen and poise beyond his years, he won great reputation and favor, insomuch that Antistius, the praetor and judge in the case, took a great liking to him and offered him his own daughter in marriage, and conferred with his friends about the matter. Pompey accepted the offer, and a secret agreement was made between them, but nevertheless the people got wind of the matter, owing to the pains which Antistius took to favor Pompey. And finally, when Antistius pronounced the verdict of the judges in acquittal, the people, as if upon a signal given, broke out in the ancient and customary marriage acclamation, Tallatio. The origin of the custom is said to have been this. At the time when the daughters of the Sabines, who had come to Rome to see the spectacle of the games, were haled away by the most distinguished Romans to be their wives, certain hirelings and herdsmen of the meaner sort seized a fair and stately maiden, and were carrying her off. In order, therefore, that no one of their betters, on meeting them, might rob them of their prize, they shouted with one voice as they ran, for Talasius, Talasius being a well-known and popular personage. Consequently, those who heard the name clapped their hands and shouted it themselves, as if rejoicing with the others and approving what they did. From this circumstance they say, and indeed the marriage proved a happy one for Talasius. This acclamation is used in mirthful greeting of the newly wedded. This is the most credible of the stories told about Talasius. Footnote. The Romulus, chapter 15. End footnote. But be it true or not, a few days afterwards Pompey married Antistia. 5. Then he betook himself to Cinna's camp, but because of some calumnious accusation, grew fearful and quickly withdrew unnoticed. On his disappearance, there went a rumor through the camp which said that Cinna had slain the young man, and in consequence of this those who had long hated Cinna and felt oppressed by him made an onslaught upon him. Cinna, as he fled, having been seized by one of the centurions, who pursued him with drawn sword, clasped him by the knees and held out his seal ring, which was of great price. But the centurion, with great insolence, said, "Indeed, I am not come to steal a surety, but to punish a lawless and wicked tyrant," and slew him. When Cinna had come to such an end, (footnote, in 84 B.C., end footnote), a tyrant more capricious than he received and exercised the chief authority. But Sulla was approaching, to the great delight of most men, who were led by their present evils to think even a change of masters no slight good. To such a pass had her calamities brought the city that, in despair of freedom, she sought a more tolerable servitude. 6. At this time, then, Pompey was tarrying in the Italian province of Picenum, partly because he had estates there, but more because he had a liking for its cities, which were dutifully and kindly disposed towards him as his father's son. And when he saw the best and most prominent citizens forsaking their homes and hastening from all quarters to the camp of Sulla as to a haven of refuge, he himself would not deign to go to him as a fugitive, nor empty-handed, nor with requests for help, but only after conferring some favor first, in a way that would gain him honor, and with an armed force. Wherefore he tried to rouse up the people of Picenum, and made test of their allegiance. They readily listened to him, and paid no heed to the emissaries of Carbo. Indeed, when a certain Vettius remarked that Pompey had run away from the pedagogues to be a demagogue among them, they were so incensed that they fell upon Vettius at once and killed him. After this, Pompey, who was only 23 years old, and who had not been appointed general by anybody whomsoever, conferred the command upon himself, and setting up a tribunal in the marketplace of Oximum, a large city, issued an edict ordering the chief of men there, 2 brothers named Ventidius, who were acting against him in Carbo's interest, to leave the city. Then he proceeded to levy the soldiers, and after appointing centurions and commanders for them all in due form, made a circuit of the other cities, doing the same thing. All the partisans of Carbo withdrew and gave place to him, and the rest gladly offered their services to him, so that in a short time he had mustered 3 complete legions, and provided them with food, baggage wagons, carriages, and other needful equipment. Then he led his forces towards Sulla, not in haste, nor even with the desire to escape observation, but tarrying on the march as he harried the enemy, and endeavoring to detach from Carbo's interest all that part of Italy through which he passed. 7. There came up against him accordingly 3 hostile generals at once, Curvinus, Clolius, and Brutus, (footnote, all belonging to the Marian party), end footnote. Not all in front of him, nor from any one direction, but encompassing him round with 3 armies in order to annihilate him. Pompey, however, was not alarmed, but collected all his forces into one body, and hastened to attack one of the hostile armies, that of Brutus, putting his cavalry, among whom he himself rode, in the van. And when from the enemy's side also the Celtic horsemen rode out against him, he promptly closed with the foremost and sturdiest of them, smote him with his spear, and brought him down. Then the rest turned and fled, and threw their infantry also into confusion, so that there was a great rout. After this the opposing generals fell out with one another and retired, as each best could, and the cities came over to Pompey's side, arguing that fear had scattered his enemies. Next, Scipio the consul came up against him, but before the lines of battle were within reach of each other's javelins, Scipio's soldiers saluted Pompey's and came over to their side, and Scipio took flight. (Footnote: Plutarch seems to have transferred this exploit from Sulla to Pompey. See the Sulla 28, 1-3. End footnote. Finally, when Carbo himself sent many troops of cavalry against him by the river Arcis, he met their onset vigorously, routed them, and in his pursuit forced them all upon difficult ground impracticable for horse. There, seeing no hope of escape, they surrendered themselves to him, with their armor and horses. 8. Sulla had not yet learned of these results, but at the first tidings and reports about Pompey had feared for his safety, thus engaged with so many and such able generals of the enemy, and was hastening to his assistance. But when Pompey learned that he was near, he ordered his officers to have the forces fully armed and in complete array, that they might present a very fine and brilliant appearance to the imperator, for he expected great honors from him, and he received even greater. For when Sulla saw him advancing with an admirable army of young and vigorous soldiers elated and in high spirits because of their successes, he alighted from off his horse, and after being saluted, as was his due, with the title of imperator, he saluted Pompey in return as imperator. And yet no one could have expected that a young man, and one who was not yet a senator, would receive from Sulla this title, to win which Sulla was at war with such men as Scipio and Marius. And the rest of his behavior to Pompey was consonant with his first tokens of friendliness. He would rise to his feet when Pompey approached, and uncover his head before him, things which he was rarely seen to do for anyone else, although there were many about him who were of high rank. Pompey, however, was not made vain by these things, but when Sulla would have sent him forthwith into Gaul, where, as it was thought, Metellus was doing nothing worthy of the armament at his disposal, he said it was not right for him to take the command away from a man of great reputation who was his senior, but that if Metellus wished and bade him do so, he was ready to assist him in carrying on the war. And when Metellus accepted the proposal and wrote him to come, he hurried into Gaul, and not only performed wonderful exploits himself, but also fanned into fresh heat and flame the bold and warlike spirit of Metellus, which old age was now quenching, just as molten and glowing bronze, when poured round that which is cold and rigid, is said to soften it more than fire does, and to melt it also down. However, just as athletes who have won the primacy among men and borne away glorious prizes everywhere, make no account of their boyish victories, and even leave them unrecorded, so it is with the deeds which Pompey performed at this time. They were extraordinary in themselves, but were buried away by the multitude and magnitude of his latter wars and contests, and I am afraid to revive them, lest by lingering too long upon his first essays, I should leave myself no room for those achievements and experiences of the man which were greatest and most illustrative of his character. 9. So then, when Sulla had made himself master of Italy, and had been proclaimed dictator, he sought to reward the rest of his officers and generals by making them rich and advancing them to office, and gratifying without reserve or stint their several requests. But since he admired Pompey for his high qualities, and thought him a great help in his administration of affairs, he was anxious to attach him to himself by some sort of marriage alliance. His wife Metellus shared his wishes, and together they persuaded Pompey to divorce Antistia and marry Aemilia, the stepdaughter of Sulla, whom Metella had borne to Scaurus, and who was living with a husband already, and was with child by him at this time. Footnote: see the Sulla, 33, Part 3. This was in 82 B.C. With a similar purpose, Sulla tried to make Julius Caesar part with his wife, but Caesar refused. See Plutarch Caesar 1, Part 1. End footnote. This marriage was therefore characteristic of a tyranny, and befitted the needs of Sulla rather than the nature and habits of Pompey. Aemilia being given to him in marriage when she was with child by another man, Antistia being driven away from him in dishonor, and in piteous plight too, since she had lately been deprived of her father because of her husband, for Antistius had been killed in the Senate house. Footnote: earlier in the same year, 82 B.C., by order of the younger Marius, one of the consuls. End footnote. Because he was thought to be a partisan of Sulla for Pompey's sake, and her mother, on beholding these indignities, had taken her own life. This calamity was added to the tragedy of that second marriage, and it was not the only one, indeed, since Aemilia had scarcely entered Pompey's house before she succumbed to the pains of childbirth. 10. After this, word was brought to Sulla that Perpenna was making himself master of Sicily, and furnishing a refuge in that island for the survivors of the opposite faction. Footnote: the Marian party. End footnote. That Carbo was hovering in those waters with a fleet, and that Domitius had forced an entry into Africa, and that many other exiled men of note were thronging to those parts, all, in fact, who had succeeded in escaping his proscriptions. Against these men Pompey was sent with a large force. Perpenna at once abandoned Sicily to him, and he recovered the cities there. They had been harshly used by Perpenna, but Pompey treated them with all kindness, except the Mamertines of Messana. These declined his tribunal and jurisdiction on the plea that they were forbidden by an ancient law of the Romans, at which Pompey said, "Cease quoting laws to us that have swords girt about us." Moreover, he was thought to have treated Carbo in his misfortunes with an unnatural insolence. For if it was necessary, as perhaps it was, to put the man to death, this ought to have been done as soon as he was seized, and the deed would have been his who ordered it. But as it was, Pompey caused a Roman who had thrice been consul to be brought in fetters and set before the tribunal, where he himself was sitting, and examined him closely there, to the distress and vexation of the audience. Then he ordered him to be led away and put to death. They say, moreover, that after Carbo had been led away to execution, when he saw the sword already drawn, he begged that a short respite and a convenient place might be afforded him, since his bowels distressed him. Furthermore, Caius Oppius, the friend of Caesar, says that Pompey treated Quintus Valerius also with unnatural cruelty, for, understanding that Valerius was a man of rare scholarship and learning, when he was brought to him, Oppius says, Pompey took him aside, walked him up and down with him, asked and learned what he wished from him, and then ordered his attendants to lead him away and put him to death at once. But when Oppius discourses about the enemies or friends of Caesar, one must be very cautious about believing him. Pompey was compelled to punish those enemies of Sulla who were most eminent, and whose capture was notorious. But as to the rest, he suffered as many as possible to escape detection, and even helped to send some out of the country. Again, when he made up his mind to chastise the city of Himera, because it had sided with the enemy, Sthenus, the popular leader there, requested audience of him, and told him that he would commit an injustice if he should let the real culprit go and destroy those who had done no wrong. And when Pompey asked him who he meant by the real culprit, Sthenus said he meant himself, since he had persuaded his friends among the citizens, and forced his enemy into their course. Pompey, then, admiring the man's frank speech and noble spirit, pardoned him first, and then all the rest. And again, on hearing that his soldiers were disorderly in their journeys, he put a seal upon their swords, and whoever broke the seal was punished. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus, translated by Bernard Perrin. Pompey, 11-20. 11. While he was thus engaged in settling the affairs of Sicily, he received a decree of the Senate and a letter from Sulla ordering him to sail to Africa and wage war with all his might against Domitius. For Domitius had assembled there a much larger force than that with which Marius, no long time ago, had crossed from Africa into Italy and confounded the Roman state, making himself tyrant instead of exile. Accordingly, after making all his preparations with great speed, Pompey left Memmius, his sister's husband, as governor of Sicily, while he himself put out to sea with 120 galleys and 800 transports conveying provisions, ammunition, money, and engines of war. No sooner had he landed with part of his ships at Utica and with part at Carthage than 7,000 of the enemy deserted and came over to him, and his own army contained 6 complete legions. Here, we are told, a ludicrous thing happened to him. Some soldiers, it would seem, stumbled upon a treasure and got considerable amounts of money. When the matter became public, the rest of the army all fancied that the place was full of money which the Carthaginians had hidden away in some time of calamity. Accordingly, Pompey could do nothing with his soldiers for many days, because they were hunting treasures, but he went about laughing at the spectacle of so many myriads of men digging and stirring up the ground. At last they grew weary of the search and bade Pompey lead them where he pleased, assuring him that they had been sufficiently punished for their folly. 12. Domitius now drew up his army against Pompey, with a ravine in front of him which was rough and difficult to cross, but a violent storm of wind and rain began in the morning and continued to rage, so that he gave up the idea of fighting that day and ordered a retreat. But Pompey, taking advantage of this opportunity, advanced swiftly to the attack and crossed the ravine. The enemy met his attack in a disorderly and tumultuous fashion, not all of them indeed, nor with any uniformity. Besides, the wind veered round and drove the rain into their faces. However, the Romans also were troubled by the storm, since they could not see one another clearly, and Pompey himself narrowly escaped death by not being recognized, when a soldier demanded the countersign from him, and he gave it rather slowly. Nevertheless, they routed the enemy with great slaughter. It is said that out of 20,000, only 3,000 escaped, and hailed Pompey as Imperator. And when he said he would not accept the honour as long as the camp of the enemy was intact, but that if they thought him worthy of the appellation, they must first destroy that, his soldiers immediately made an assault upon the ramparts, and Pompey fought without his helmet, for fear of a peril like the one he had just escaped. The camp was soon taken, and Domitius was slain. Then some of the cities submitted at once to Pompey, and others were taken by storm. King Iarbas also, the confederate of Domitius, was captured, and his kingdom given to Hiempsal. Taking advantage of the good fortune and momentum of his army, Pompey now invaded Numidia. He marched through the country for many days, conquered all who came in his way, and made potent and terrible again the barbarians' fear of the Romans, which had reached a low ebb. Nay, he declared that even the wild beasts in African lairs must not be left without experience of the courage and strength of the Romans, and therefore spent a few days in hunting lions and elephants. It took him only 40 days all told, they say, to bring his enemies to naught, get Africa into his power, and adjust the relations of its kings, though he was but 24 years of age. 13. On his return to Utica, a letter from Sulla was brought to him, in which he was commanded to send home the rest of his army, but to remain there himself with 1 legion, awaiting the arrival of the general who was to succeed him. Pompey himself gave no sign of the deep distress which these orders caused him, but his soldiers made their indignation manifest. When Pompey asked them to go home before him, they began to revile Sulla, declared they would not forsake their general, and insisted that he should not trust the tyrant. At first, then, Pompey tried what words could do to appease and mollify them. But when he was unable to persuade them, he came down from his tribunal and withdrew to his tent in tears. Then his soldiers seized him and set him again upon his tribunal, and a great part of the day was consumed in this way, they urging him to remain and keep his command, and he begging them to obey and not to raise a sedition. At last, when their clamours and entreaties increased, he swore with an oath that he would kill himself if they used force with him, and even then they would hardly stop. Sulla's first tidings of the affair were that Pompey was in revolt, and he told his friends that it was evidently his fate, now that he was an old man, to have his contests with boys. This he said because Marius also, who was quite a young man, had given him very great trouble and involved him in the most extreme perils. But when he learned the truth, and perceived that everybody was sallying forth to welcome Pompey and accompany him home with marks of goodwill, he was eager to outdo them. So he went out and met him, and after giving him the warmest welcome, saluted him in a loud voice as Magnus, or the Great, and ordered those who were by to give him this surname. Others, however, say that this title was first given him in Africa by the whole army, but received authority and weight when thus confirmed by Sulla. Pompey himself, however, was last of all to use it, and it was only after a long time, when he was sent as proconsul to Spain against Sertorius, that he began to subscribe himself in his letters and ordinances Pompeius Magnus, for the name had become familiar and was no longer invidious. And herein we may fittingly respect and admire the ancient Romans. They did not bestow such titles and surnames as a reward for successes in war and military command alone, but also adorned with them the high qualities and achievements of their statesmen. At any rate, in 2 such cases, the people bestowed the title of Maximus, which signifies the greatest, upon Valerius, for reconciling them with the Senate when it was at variance with them, and upon Fabius Rullus, because he expelled from the Senate certain descendants of freedmen who had been enrolled in it on account of their wealth. 14. After this, Pompey asked for a triumph, but Sulla opposed his request. The law, he said, permitted only a consul or a praetor to celebrate a triumph, but no one else. Therefore, the first Scipio, after conquering the Carthaginians in Spain in far greater conflicts, did not ask for a triumph, for he was not consul nor even praetor. And if Pompey, who had scarcely grown a beard as yet, and who was too young to be a senator, should ride into the city in a triumph, it would not only make Sulla's government altogether odious, but also Pompey's honour. This was what Sulla said to Pompey, declaring that he would not allow his request, but would oppose him and thwart his ambition if he refused to listen to him. Pompey, however, was not cowed, but bade Sulla reflect that more worshipped the rising than the setting sun, intimating that his own power was on the increase, while that of Sulla was on the wane and fading away. Sulla did not hear the words distinctly, but seeing from their looks and gestures that those who did hear them were amazed, he asked what it was that had been said. When he learned what it was, he was astounded at the boldness of Pompey, and cried out twice in succession, "Let him triumph!" Further, when many showed displeasure and indignation at his project, Pompey, we are told, was all the more desirous of annoying them, and tried to ride into the city on a chariot drawn by 4 elephants. For he had brought many from Africa, which he had captured from its kings. But the gate of the city was too narrow, and he therefore gave up the attempt, and changed over to his horses. Moreover, when his soldiers, who had not got as much as they expected, were inclined to raise a tumult and impede the triumph, he said he did not care at all, but would rather give up his triumph than truckle to them. Then Servilius, a man of distinction, and one who had been most opposed to Pompey's triumph, said he now saw that Pompey was really great and worthy of the honour. And it is clear that he might also have been easily made a senator at that time had he wished it, but he was not eager for this, as they say, since he was in the chase for reputation of a surprising sort. And indeed it would have been nothing wonderful for Pompey to be a senator before he was of age for it. But it was a dazzling honour for him to celebrate a triumph before he was a senator. And this contributed not a little to win him the favour of the multitude, for the people were delighted to have him still classed among the knights after a triumph. 15. Sulla, however, was annoyed at seeing to what a height of reputation and power Pompey was advancing, but being ashamed to obstruct his career, he kept quiet. Only when, in spite of him and against his wishes, Pompey made Lepidus consul, by canvassing for him and making the people zealously support him through their goodwill towards himself, seeing Pompey going off through the forum with a throng, Sulla said, "I see, young man, that you rejoice in your victory, and surely it was a generous and noble thing for Lepidus, the worst of men, to be proclaimed consul by a larger vote than Catulus, the best of men, because you influenced the people to take this course. Now, however, it is time for you to be wide awake and watchful of your interests. You have made your adversary stronger than yourself." But Sulla showed most clearly that he was not well disposed to Pompey by the will which he wrote. For whereas he bequeathed gifts to other friends and made some of them guardians of his son, he omitted all mention of Pompey. And yet Pompey bore this with great composure and loyally, insomuch that when Lepidus and sundry others tried to prevent the body of Sulla from being buried in the Campus Martius, or even from receiving public burial honours, he came to the rescue and gave to the interment alike honour and security. 16. Soon after the death of Sulla, his prophecies were fulfilled, and Lepidus tried to assume Sulla's powers. He took no circuitous route and used no pretence, but appeared at once in arms, stirring up anew and gathering about himself the remnants of faction, long enfeebled, which had escaped the hand of Sulla. His colleague Catulus, to whom the incorrupt and sound element in the Senate and people attached themselves, was the greatest Roman of the time in the estimate set upon his wisdom and justice, but was thought better adapted for political than military leadership. The situation itself, therefore, demanded Pompey, who was not long in deciding what course to take. He took the side of the nobility, and was appointed commander of an army against Lepidus, who had already stirred up a large part of Italy, and was employing Brutus to hold Cisalpine Gaul with an army. Other opponents against whom Pompey came were easily mastered by him, but at Mutina in Gaul, he lay a long while besieging Brutus. Meanwhile, Lepidus had made a hasty rush upon Rome, and sitting down before it was demanding a second consulship and terrifying the citizens with a vast throng of followers. But their fear was dissipated by a letter brought from Pompey, announcing that he had brought the war to a close without a battle. For Brutus, whether he himself betrayed his army, or whether his army changed sides and betrayed him, put himself in the hands of Pompey, and receiving an escort of horsemen, retired to a little town upon the Po. Here, after a single day had passed, he was slain by Geminius, who was sent by Pompey to do the deed. And Pompey was much blamed for this, for as soon as the army of Brutus changed sides, he wrote to the Senate that Brutus had surrendered to him of his own accord. Then he sent another letter denouncing the man after he had been put to death. The Brutus who, with Cassius, killed Caesar, was a son of this Brutus, a man who was like his father neither in his wars nor in his death, as is written in his life. As for Lepidus, moreover, as soon as he was expelled from Italy, he made his way over to Sardinia. There he fell sick and died of despondency, which was due, as we are told, not to the loss of his cause, but to his coming accidentally upon a writing from which he discovered that his wife was an adulteress. 17. But a general quite unlike Lepidus, namely Sertorius, was in possession of Spain, and was threatening the Romans like a formidable cloud. As if for a final disease of the state, the civil wars had poured all their venom into this man. He had already slain many of the inferior commanders, and was now engaged with Metellus Pius, an illustrious man and a good soldier, but, as men thought, too slow by reason of his years in following up the opportunities of war, and outdistanced when events swept along at high speed. For Sertorius attacked him recklessly and in robber fashion, and by his ambuscades and flanking movements confounded a man who was practised in regular contests only, and commanded immobile and heavy-armed troops. Pompey, therefore, who kept his army under his command, tried to get himself sent out to reinforce Metellus, and although Catulus ordered him to disband his soldiers, he would not do so, but remained under arms near the city, ever making some excuse or other, until the Senate gave him the command on motion of Lucius Philippus. On this occasion, too, they say that a certain senator asked with amazement if Philippus thought it necessary to send Pompey out as proconsul. "No, indeed," said Philippus, "but as proconsuls," implying that both the consuls of that year were good for nothing. 18. When Pompey arrived in Spain, the reputation of a new commander produced the usual results. He transformed the men of Metellus with fresh hopes, and those nations which were not very firmly leagued with Sertorius began to be restless and change sides. Thereupon Sertorius disseminated haughty speeches against Pompey, and scoffingly said he should have needed but a cane and whip for this boy, were he not in fear of that old woman, meaning Metellus. In fact, however, he kept very close watch on Pompey, and was afraid of him, and therefore conducted his campaign with more caution. For Metellus, contrary to all expectation, had become luxurious in his way of living, and had given himself up completely to his pleasures. In fact, there had been all at once a great change in him towards pomp and extravagance, so that this circumstance also brought Pompey an astonishing goodwill, and enhanced his reputation, since he always maintained that simplicity in his habits which cost him no great effort, for he was naturally temperate and orderly in his desires. The war had many phases, but what most vexed Pompey was the capture of Lauren by Sertorius. For when he supposed that his enemy was surrounded and had made some boasts about it, all of a sudden it turned out that he was himself completely enveloped. He was therefore afraid to stir, and had to look on while the city was burned before his eyes. However, near Valentia he conquered Herennius and Perpenna, men of military experience among the refugees with Sertorius, and generals under him, and slew more than 10,000 of their men. 19. Elated by this achievement and full of pride, he made all haste to attack Sertorius himself, that Metellus might not share in the victory. By the river Sucro, though it was now late in the day, they joined battle, both fearing the arrival of Metellus. The one wished to fight alone, the other wished to have only one antagonist. Well, then, the struggle had a doubtful issue, for one wing on each side was victorious. But of the generals, Sertorius bore away the more honour, for he put to flight the enemy in front of his position. But Pompey, who was on horseback, was attacked by a tall man who fought on foot. When they came to close quarters and were at grips, the strokes of their swords fell upon each other's hands, but not with like result, for Pompey was merely wounded, whereas he lopped off the hand of his opponent. Then, when more foes rushed upon him together, his troops being now routed, he made his escape, contrary to all expectation, by abandoning to the enemy his horse, which had golden headgear and ornamented trappings of great value. They fought with one another over the division of these spoils, and so were left behind in the pursuit. At break of day, however, both generals drew up their forces again to make the victory assured, but on the approach of Metellus, Sertorius retired and his army dispersed. His men were accustomed to scatter in this way, and then to come together again, so that often Sertorius wandered about alone, and often took the field again with an army of 150,000 men, like a winter torrent suddenly swollen. Pompey then, when he went to meet Metellus after the battle and they were near each other, ordered his lictors to lower their fasces, out of deference to Metellus as his superior in rank. But Metellus would not allow this, and in all other ways was considerate of him, not assuming any superiority as a man of consular rank and the elder, except that when they shared the same camp, the watchword was given out to all from the tent of Metellus. But for the most part they encamped apart. For their versatile enemy used to cut off their communications and separate them, and showed great skill in appearing in many places within a short time, and in drawing them from one contest into another. And finally, by cutting off their supplies, plundering the country, and getting control of the sea, he drove both of them out of that part of Spain which was under him, and forced them to take refuge in other provinces for lack of provisions. 20. When Pompey had exhausted most of his private resources and spent them on the war, he asked money of the Senate, threatening to come back to Italy with his army if they did not send it. Lucullus was consul at this time and was not on good terms with Pompey, but since he was soliciting the conduct of the Mithridatic war for himself, made great efforts to have the money sent, for fear of furthering Pompey's desire to let Sertorius go and march against Mithridates, an antagonist whose subjection, as it was thought, would bring great glory and involve little difficulty. But in the meantime Sertorius was treacherously killed by his friends, and Perpenna, the ringleader among them, attempted to carry on his work. He had indeed the same forces and equipment, but lacked equal judgment in the use of them. Accordingly, Pompey took the field against him at once, and perceiving that he had no fixed plan of campaign, sent out 10 cohorts as a decoy for him, giving them orders to scatter at random over the plain. Perpenna attacked these cohorts, and was engaged in their pursuit, when Pompey appeared in force, joined battle, and won a complete victory. Most of Perpenna's officers perished in the battle, but Perpenna himself was brought before Pompey, who ordered him to be put to death. In this, he did not show ingratitude, nor that he was unmindful of what had happened in Sicily, as some allege against him, but exercised great forethought and salutary judgment for the commonwealth. For Perpenna, who had come into possession of the papers of Sertorius, offered to produce letters from the chief men at Rome, who had desired to subvert the existing order and change the form of government, and had therefore invited Sertorius into Italy. Pompey, therefore, fearing that this might stir up greater wars than those now ended, put Perpenna to death and burned the letters without even reading them. End of section 6. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 25th October 2024. Section 7 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Pompey, 21 to 30. 21. After this, he remained in Spain long enough to quell the greatest disorders and compose and settle such affairs as were in the most inflammatory state. Then he led his army back to Italy, where, as chance would have it, he found the Servile War at its height. For this reason, too, Crassus, who had the command in that war, precipitated the battle at great hazard and was successful, killing 12,300 of the enemy. Even in this success, however, fortune somehow or other included Pompey, since 5,000 fugitives from the battle fell in his way, all of whom he slew, and then stole a march on Crassus by writing to the Senate that Crassus had conquered the gladiators in a pitched battle, but that he himself had extirpated the war entirely. And it was agreeable to the Romans to hear this said and to repeat it. So kindly did they feel towards him, while as for Spain and Sertorius, there was no one who would have said, even in jest, that the entire work of their subjugation was performed by anyone else than Pompey. Nevertheless, mingled with the great honour shown the man and the great expectations cherished of him, there was also considerable suspicion and fear. Men said he would not disband his army, but would make his way by force of arms and absolute power straight to the polity of Sulla. Wherefore those who ran out and greeted him on his way, out of their good will, were no more numerous than those who did it out of fear. But Pompey soon removed this suspicion also by declaring that he would disband his army after his triumph. Then there remained but one accusation for envious tongues to make, namely, that he devoted himself more to the people than to the Senate, and had determined to restore the authority of the tribunate, which Sulla had overthrown, and to court the favour of the many, which was true. For there was nothing on which the Roman people had more frantically set their affections, or for which they had a greater yearning, than to behold that office again. Pompey therefore regarded it as a great good fortune that he had the opportunity for this political measure, since he could have found no other favour with which to repay the goodwill of his fellow citizens, if another had anticipated him in this. 22. Accordingly, a second triumph was decreed him, and the consulship. It was not on this account, however, that men thought him admirable and great. Nay, they considered this circumstance a proof of his splendid distinction, that Crassus, the richest statesman of his time, the ablest speaker and the greatest man, who looked down on Pompey himself and everybody else, had not the courage to sue for the consulship until he had asked the support of Pompey. Pompey, moreover, was delighted, since he had long wanted an opportunity of doing him some service and kindness, and therefore granted his request readily, and solicited the people in his behalf, announcing that he should be no less grateful to them for such a colleague than for the consulship. Notwithstanding, after they had been elected consuls, they differed on all points, and were constantly in collision. In the Senate, Crassus had more weight, but among the people the power of Pompey was great, for he gave them back their tribunate, and suffered the courts of justice to be transferred again to the knights by law. But the most agreeable of all spectacles was that which he afforded the people when he appeared in person and solicited his discharge from military service. It is customary for a Roman knight, when he has served for the time fixed by law, to lead his horse into the forum before the two men who are called censors, and after enumerating all the generals and imperators under whom he has served, and rendering an account of his service in the field, to receive his discharge. Honours and penalties are also awarded according to the career of each. At this time, then, the censors Gellius and Lentulus were sitting in state, and the knights were passing in review before them, when Pompey was seen coming down the descent into the forum, otherwise marked by the insignia of his office, but leading his horse with his own hand. When he was near and could be plainly seen, he ordered his lictors to make way for him and led his horse up to the tribunal. The people were astonished and kept perfect silence, and the magistrates were awed and delighted at the sight. Then the senior censor put the question, "Pompeius Magnus, I ask thee whether thou hast performed all the military services required by law." Then Pompey said with a loud voice, "I have performed them all, and all under myself as imperator." On hearing this, the people gave a loud shout, and it was no longer possible to check their cries of joy. But the censors rose up and accompanied Pompey to his home, thus gratifying the citizens, who followed with applause. 23. When Pompey's term of office was now about to expire, and his differences with Crassus were increasing, a certain Caius Aurelius, who, though belonging to the equestrian order, had never meddled in public affairs, ascended the rostra at an assembly of the people, and came forward to say that Jupiter had appeared to him in his sleep, bidding him tell the consuls not to lay down their office before they had become friends. After these words had been said, Pompey stood motionless, but Crassus took the initiative, clasped his hand and greeted him, and then said, "I think I do nothing ignoble or mean, my fellow citizens, in yielding first to Pompey, whom you were pleased to call Magnus when he was still beardless, and to whom you decreed 2 triumphs before he was a senator." Upon this they were reconciled, and afterwards laid down their office. Now Crassus continued the manner of life which he had chosen at the outset, but Pompey ceased his frequent appearances as an advocate, gradually forsook the forum, rarely showed himself in public, and when he did, it was always with a retinue of followers. In fact, it was no longer easy to meet him or even to see him without a throng around him, but he took the greatest pleasure in making his appearance attended by large crowds, encompassing his presence thus with majesty and pomp, and thinking that he must keep his dignity free from contact and familiar association with the multitude. For life in the robes of peace has a dangerous tendency to diminish the reputation of those whom war has made great and ill-suited for democratic equality. Such men claim that precedence in the city also which they have in the field, while those who achieve less distinction in the field feel it to be intolerable if in the city at any rate they have no advantage. Therefore, when the people find a man active in the forum who has shone in camps and triumphs, they depress and humiliate him, but when he renounces and withdraws from such activity, they leave his military reputation and power untouched by their envy. How true this is, events themselves soon showed. 24. The power of the pirates had its seat in Cilicia at first, and at the outset it was venturesome and elusive, but it took on confidence and boldness during the Mithridatic War, because it lent itself to the king's service. Then, while the Romans were embroiled in civil wars at the gates of Rome, the sea was left unguarded, and gradually drew and enticed them on, until they no longer attacked navigators only, but also laid waste islands and maritime cities. And presently men whose wealth gave them power, and those whose lineage was illustrious, and those who laid claim to superior intelligence, began to embark on piratical craft and share their enterprises, feeling that the occupation brought them a certain reputation and distinction. There were also fortified roadsteads and signal stations for piratical craft in many places, and fleets put in here which were not merely furnished for their peculiar work with sturdy crews, skillful pilots, and light and speedy ships. Nay, more annoying than the fear which they inspired was the odious extravagance of their equipment, with their gilded sails and purple awnings and silvered oars, as if they rioted in their iniquity and plumed themselves upon it. Their flutes and stringed instruments and drinking bouts along every coast, their seizures of persons in high command, and their ransomings of captured cities were a disgrace to the Roman supremacy. For, you see, the ships of the pirates numbered more than 1,000, and the cities captured by them 400. Besides, they attacked and plundered places of refuge and sanctuaries hitherto inviolate, such as those of Claros, Didyma, and Samothrace, the temple of Thernian earth at Hermine, that of Asclepius in Epidaurus, those of Poseidon at the Isthmus, at Taenarum, and at Caloria, those of Apollo at Actium and Leucas, and those of Hera at Samos, at Argos, and at Licinium. They also offered strange sacrifices of their own at Olympus, and celebrated there certain secret rites, among which those of Mithras continue to the present time, having been first instituted by them. But they heaped most insults upon the Romans, even going up from the sea along their roads and plundering there, and sacking the neighbouring villas. Once, too, they seized 2 praetors, Sextilius and Belinus, in their purple-edged robes, and carried them away, together with their attendants and lictors. They also captured a daughter of Antonius, a man who had celebrated a triumph as she was going into the country, and exacted a large ransom for her. But their crowning insolence was this: whenever a captive cried out that he was a Roman and gave his name, they would pretend to be frightened out of their senses, and would smite their thighs and fall down before him, entreating him to pardon them, and he would be convinced of their sincerity, seeing them so humbly suppliant. Then some would put Roman boots on his feet, and others would throw a toga round him, in order, forsooth, that there might be no mistake about him again. And after thus mocking the man for a long time, and getting their fill of amusement from him, at last they would let down a ladder in mid-ocean, and bid him disembark and go on his way rejoicing, and if he did not wish to go, they would push him overboard themselves and drown him. 25. This power extended its operations over the whole of our Mediterranean Sea, making it unnavigable and closed to all commerce. This was what most of all inclined the Romans, who were hard put to it to get provisions and expected a great scarcity, to send out Pompey with a commission to take the sea away from the pirates. Gabinius, one of Pompey's intimates, drew up a law which gave him not an admiralty, but an out-and-out monarchy and irresponsible power over all men. For the law gave him dominion over the sea this side of the Pillars of Hercules, and over all the mainland to the distance of 400 furlongs from the sea. These limits included almost all places in the Roman world, and the greatest nations and most powerful kings were comprised within them. Besides this, he was empowered to choose 15 legates from the Senate for the several principalities, and to take from the public treasuries and the tax collectors as much money as he wished, and to have 200 ships with full power over the number and levying of soldiers and oarsmen. When these provisions of the law were read in the assembly, the people received them with excessive pleasure, but the chief and most influential men of the Senate thought that such unlimited and absolute power, while it was beyond the reach of envy, was yet a thing to be feared. Therefore they all opposed the law, with the exception of Caesar. He advocated the law, not because he cared in the least for Pompey, but because from the outset he sought to ingratiate himself with the people and win their support. The rest vehemently attacked Pompey, And when one of the consuls told him that if he emulated Romulus, he would not escape the fate of Romulus, he was near being torn in pieces by the multitude. Moreover, when Catulus came forward to speak against the law, the people had regard enough for him to be quiet for some time. But after he had spoken at length in Pompey's praise and without any disparagement of him, and then counselled the people to spare such a man, and not expose him to successive wars and perils, asking, "Whom else will you have if you lose him?" all with one accord replied, "Thyself." Catulus, accordingly, since he could not persuade them, retired. But when Roscius came forward to speak, no one would listen to him. He therefore made signs with his fingers that they should not choose Pompey alone to this command, but give him a colleague. At this, we are told, the people were incensed and gave forth such a shout that a raven flying over the forum was stunned by it and fell down into the throng. From this it appears that such falling of birds is not due to a rupture and division of the air wherein a great vacuum is produced, but that they are struck by the blow of the voice, which raises a surge and billow in the air when it is borne aloft loud and strong. 26. For the time being then, the assembly was dissolved, but when the day came for the vote upon the law, Pompey withdrew privately into the country. On hearing, however, that the law had been passed, he entered the city by night, feeling that he was sure to awaken envy if the people thronged to meet him. But when day came, he appeared in public and offered sacrifice, and at an assembly held for him, he managed to get many other things besides those already voted, and almost doubled his armament. For 500 ships were manned for him, and 120,000 men-at-arms, and 5,000 horsemen were raised. 24 men who had held command or served as praetors were chosen from the Senate by him, and he had 2 quaestors. And since the prices of provisions immediately fell, the people were moved to say in their joy that the very name of Pompey had put an end to the war. However, he divided the waters and the adjacent coasts of the Mediterranean Sea into 13 districts and assigned to each a certain number of ships with a commander. And with his forces thus scattered in all quarters, he encompassed whole fleets of piratical ships that fell in his way, and straightway hunted them down and brought them into port. Others succeeded in dispersing and escaping, and sought their hive, as it were, hurrying from all quarters into Cilicia. Against these Pompey intended to proceed in person with his 60 best ships. He did not, however, sail against them until he had entirely cleared of their pirates the Tyrrhenian Sea, the Libyan Sea, and the sea about Sardinia, Corsica, and Sicily, in 40 days all told. This was owing to his own tireless energy and the zeal of his lieutenants. 27. But the consul Piso at Rome, out of wrath and envy, was interfering with Pompey's equipment and discharging his crews. Pompey therefore sent his fleet round to Brundisium, while he himself went up by way of Tuscany to Rome. On learning of this, the citizens all streamed out into the road, just as if they had not escorted him forth only a few days before. What caused their joy was the unhoped-for rapidity of the change, the market being now filled to overflowing with provisions. As a consequence, Piso came near being deprived of his consulship, and Gabinius had the requisite law already written out. But Pompey prevented this, as well as other hostile acts, and after arranging everything else in a reasonable manner and getting what he wanted, went down to Brundisium and set sail. And though his immediate business was urgent, and he sailed past other cities in his haste, still he could not pass Athens by, but went up into the city, sacrificed to the gods, and addressed the people. Just as he was leaving the city, he read 2 inscriptions, each of a single verse addressed to him, one inside the gate. As thou knowest thou art mortal, in so far thou art a god, and the other outside. We awaited, we saluted, we have seen, and now conduct thee forth. Some of the pirate bands that were still roving at large begged for mercy, and since he treated them humanely, and after seizing their ships and persons did them no further harm, the rest became hopeful of mercy too, and made their escape from the other commanders, betook themselves to Pompey with their wives and children, and surrendered to him. All these he spared, and it was chiefly by their aid that he tracked down, seized, and punished those who were still lurking in concealment because conscious of unpardonable crimes. 28. But the most numerous and powerful had bestowed their families and treasures and useless folk in forts and strong citadels near the Taurus mountains, while they themselves manned their ships and awaited Pompey's attack near the promontory of Coricesium in Cilicia. Here they were defeated in a battle and then besieged. At last, however, they sent suppliant messengers and surrendered themselves, together with the cities and islands of which they were in control. These they had fortified, making them hard to get at and difficult to take by storm. The war was therefore brought to an end, and all piracy driven from the sea in less than 3 months, and besides many other ships, Pompey received in surrender 90 which had brazen beaks. The men themselves, who were more than 20,000 in number, he did not once think of putting to death, and yet to let them go and suffer them to disperse or band together again, poor, warlike, and numerous as they were, he thought was not well. Reflecting, therefore, that by nature man neither is nor becomes a wild or an unsocial creature, but is transformed by the unnatural practice of vice, whereas he may be softened by new customs and a change of place and life. Also that even wild beasts put off their fierce and savage ways when they partake of a gentler mode of life, he determined to transfer the men from the sea to land, and let them have a taste of gentle life by being accustomed to dwell in cities and to till the ground. Some of them, therefore, were received and incorporated into the small and half-deserted cities of Cilicia, which acquired additional territory, and after restoring the city of Soli, which had lately been devastated by Tigranes, the king of Armenia, Pompey settled many there. To most of them, however, he gave as a residence Dyme in Achaia, which was then bereft of men and had much good land. 29. Well, then, his maligners found fault with these measures, and even his best friends were not pleased with his treatment of Metellus in Crete. Metellus, a kinsman of the Metellus who was a colleague of Pompey in Spain, had been sent as general to Crete before Pompey was chosen to his command, for Crete was a kind of second source for pirates next to Cilicia. Metellus hemmed in many of them and was killing and destroying them, but those who still survived and were besieged sent suppliant messages to Pompey and invited him into the island, alleging that it was a part of his government, and that all parts of it were within the limit to be measured from the sea. Pompey accepted the invitation and wrote to Metellus, putting a stop to his war. He also wrote the cities not to pay any attention to Metellus, and sent them one of his own officers as general, namely Lucius Octavius, who entered the strongholds of the besieged pirates and fought on their side, thus making Pompey not only odious and oppressive, but actually ridiculous, since he lent his name to godless miscreants, and threw around them the mantle of his reputation to serve like a charm against evil, through envy and jealousy of Metellus. For not even Achilles played the part of a man, men said, but that of a youth wholly crazed and frantic in his quest of glory, when he made a sign to the rest which prevented them from smiting Hector, lest someone else win honour by the blow, and he come only second. Whereas Pompey actually fought in behalf of the common enemy and saved their lives, that he might rob of his triumph a general who had toiled hard to win it. Metellus, however, would not give in, but captured the pirates and punished them, and then sent Octavius away after insulting and abusing him before the army. 30. When word was brought to Rome that the war against the pirates was at an end, and that Pompey, now at leisure, was visiting the cities, Manlius, one of the popular tribunes, proposed a law giving Pompey all the country and forces which Lucullus commanded, with the addition too of Bithynia, which Glabrio had, and the commission to wage war upon Mithridates and Tigranes, the kings, retaining also his naval force and his dominion over the sea as he had originally received them. But this meant the placing of the Roman supremacy entirely in the hands of one man, for the only provinces which were held to be excluded from his sway by the former law, namely Phrygia, Laconia, Galatia, Cappadocia, Cilicia, Upper Colchis, and Armenia. These were now added to it, together with the military forces which Lucullus had used in his conquest of Mithridates and Tigranes. But though Lucullus was thus robbed of the glory of his achievements, and was receiving a successor who would enjoy his triumph rather than prosecute the war, this was of less concern to the aristocratic party, although they did think that the man was unjustly and thanklessly treated. They were, however, displeased at the power given to Pompey, which they regarded as establishing a tyranny, and privately exhorted and encouraged one another to attack the law and not to surrender their freedom. But when the time came, their hearts failed them through fear of the people, and all held their peace, except Catulus. He denounced the law at great length, and the tribune who proposed it, and when none of the people would listen to him, he called out in loud tones from the rostra, urging the Senate again and again to seek out a mountain as their forefathers had done, or a lofty rock whither they might fly for refuge and preserve their freedom. But still the law was passed by all the tribes, as we are told, and Pompey, in his absence, was proclaimed master of almost all the powers which Sulla had exercised after subduing the city in armed warfare. Pompey himself, however, on receiving his letters and learning what had been decreed, while his friends surrounded him with their congratulations, frowned, we are told, smote his thigh, and said in the tone of one who was already oppressed and burdened with command, "Alas for my endless tasks! How much better it were to be an unknown man, if I am never to cease from military service, and cannot lay aside this load of envy and spend my time in the country with my wife." As he said this, even his intimate friends could not abide his dissimulation. They knew that his enmity towards Lucullus gave fuel to his innate ambition and love of power, and made him all the more delighted. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ARodrigo. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus. Translated by Bernadette Perrin.
Pompey, chapters 31 to 40.
Chapter 31. And certainly his actions soon unmasked him, for he sent out edicts in all directions, calling the soldiers to his standard, and summoned the subject potentates and kings into his presence. Moreover, as he traversed the country, he left nothing undisturbed that Lucullus had done, but remitted punishments in many cases, and took away rewards, and did everything, in a word, with an eager desire to shew the admirers of that general that he was wholly without power. Lucullus expostulated through his friends, and it was decided that they should have a meeting. They met, therefore, in Galatia, and since both were very great and very successful generals, their lictors had their rods alike wreathed with laurel when they met. But Lucullus was advancing from green and shady regions, while Pompey chanced to have made a long march through a parched and treeless country. Accordingly, when the lictors of Lucullus saw that Pompey's laurels were withered and altogether faded, they took some of their own, which were fresh, and with them wreathed and decorated his rods. This was held to be a sign that Pompey was coming to rob Lucullus of the fruits of his victories and of his glory. Now, Lucullus had been consul before Pompey, and was older than he, but Pompey's 2 triumphs gave him a greater dignity. At first, however, their interview was conducted with all possible civility and friendliness, each magnifying the other's exploits and congratulating him on his successes. But in the conferences which followed, they could come to no fair or reasonable agreement, Nay, they actually abused each other, Pompey charging Lucullus with love of money, and Lucullus charging Pompey with love of power, and they were with difficulty separated by their friends. Furthermore, Lucullus, remaining in Galatia, assigned parts of the conquered territory and made other gifts to whom he was pleased, while Pompey, encamped at a little distance from him, tried to prevent any attention to his commands, and took away all his soldiers from him, except 1,600, whose mutinous spirit made them, as he thought, useless to himself and hostile to Lucullus. Besides this, he would belittle the achievements of Lucullus, declaring that he had waged war against mimic and shadowy kings only, while to himself there was now left the struggle against a real military force, and one disciplined by defeat, since Mithridates had now betaken himself to shields, swords, and horses. To this Lucullus retorted that Pompey was going forth to fight an image and shadow of war, following his custom of alighting like a lazy carrion bird on bodies that others had killed and tearing to pieces the scattered remnants of wars. For it was in this way that he had appropriated to himself the victories over Sertorius, Lepidus, and the followers of Spartacus, although they had actually been won by Metellus, Catullus, and Crassus. Therefore it was no wonder that he was trying to usurp the glory of the Pontic and Armenian wars, a man who had contrived to thrust himself in some way or other into the honor of a triumph for defeating runaway slaves. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32. After this, Lucullus withdrew from those parts, and Pompey, having distributed his whole fleet so as to guard the sea between Phoenicia and the Bosphorus, himself marched against Mithridates, who had a fighting force of 30,000 foot and 2,000 horse, but did not dare to offer battle. To begin with, the king was strongly encamped on a mountain, which was difficult of assault, but abandoned it, supposing it had no water. Pompey took possession of this very mountain, and judging by the nature of the vegetation and by the channels and the slopes that the place had springs, ordered his men to sink wells everywhere. At once, then, his camp was abundantly supplied with water, and men wondered that in all the time of his encampment there, Mithridates had been ignorant of this possibility. Next, he invested the king's camp and walled him in. But after enduring a siege of 45 days, Mithridates succeeded in stealing off with his most effective troops. The sick and unserviceable he killed. Then, however, Pompey overtook him near the Euphrates River and encamped close by, and fearing lest the king should get the advantage of him by crossing the Euphrates, he put his army in battle array and led it against him at midnight. At this time, Mithridates is said to have seen a vision in his sleep, revealing what should come to pass. He dreamed that he was sailing the Pontic Sea with a fair wind, and was already in sight of the Bosphorus, and was greeting pleasantly his fellow voyagers, as a man would do in his joy over a manifest and sure deliverance. But suddenly he saw himself bereft of all his companions, and tossed about on a small piece of wreckage. As he dreamed of such distress, his friends came to his couch and roused him with the news that Pompey was advancing to the attack. He was therefore compelled to give battle in defense of his camp, and his generals led out their troops and put them in array. But when Pompey perceived their preparations to meet him, he hesitated to hazard matters in the dark, and thought it necessary merely to surround them, in order to prevent their escape, and then to attack them when it was day, since they were superior in numbers. But his oldest officers, by their entreaties and exhortations, prevailed upon him to attack at once, for it was not wholly dark, but the moon, which was setting, made it still possible to distinguish persons clearly enough. Indeed, it was this circumstance that brought most harm to the king's troops. For the Romans came to the attack with the moon at their backs, and since her light was close to the horizon, the shadows made by their bodies were thrown far in advance, and fell upon the enemy, who were thus unable to estimate correctly the distance between themselves and their foes. But supposing that they were already at close quarters, they hurled their javelins to no purpose and hit nobody. The Romans, seeing this, charged upon them with loud cries, and when the enemy no longer ventured to stand their ground, but fled in panic and fear, they cut them down, so that many more than 10,000 of them were slain, and their camp was captured. Mithridates himself, however, at the outset, cut and charged his way through the Romans with 800 horsemen, but the rest were soon dispersed, and he was left with 3 companions. One of these was Hypsicrates, a concubine who always displayed a right manly spirit and extravagant daring, for which reason the king was wont to call her Hypsicrates. And at this time, mounted and accoutred like a Persian, she was neither exhausted by the long journeys, nor did she weary of caring for the king's person and for his horse, until they came to a place called Simnora, which was full of the king's money and treasures. Thence Mithridates took costly raiment, and distributed it to those who had flocked to him in his flight. He also gave each of his friends a deadly poison to carry with them, that no one of them might fall into the hands of the enemy against his will. From thence he set out towards Armenia on his way to Tigranes, but that monarch forbade his coming and proclaimed a reward of 100 talents for his person. He therefore passed by the sources of the Euphrates and continued his flight through Colchis. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33. Pompey then invaded Armenia on the invitation of young Tigranes, who was now in revolt from his father, and who met Pompey near the river Araxes, which takes its rise in the same regions as the Euphrates, but turns towards the east and empties into the Caspian Sea. These two then marched forward together, receiving the submission of the cities as they passed. King Tigranes, however, who had recently been crushed by Lucullus, but now learned that Pompey was rather mild and gentle in his disposition, received a Roman garrison into his palace, and taking with him his friends and kindred, set out of his own accord to surrender himself. When he rode up to the Roman camp, 2 of Pompey's lictors came to him and bade him dismount from his horse and go on foot, for no man mounted on horseback had ever been seen in a Roman camp. Tigranes accordingly not only obeyed them in this, but also unloosed his sword and gave it to them. And finally, when he came into the presence of Pompey himself, he took off his royal tiara and made as if to lay it at his feet. And what was most humiliating of all, would have thrown himself down and clasped his knees in supplication. But before he could do this, Pompey caught him by the hand and drew him forward, and after giving him a seat near himself, and putting his son on the other side, told him that he must lay the rest of his losses to Lucullus, who had robbed him of Syria, Phoenicia, Cilicia, Galatia, and Sophene, but that what he had kept up to the present time he should continue to hold, if he paid 6,000 talents to the Romans as a penalty for his wrongdoing, and that his son should be king of Sophene. With these terms Tigranes was well pleased, and when the Romans hailed him as king, he was overjoyed, and promised to give each soldier half a mina of silver, to each centurion 10 minas, and to each tribune a talent. But his son was dissatisfied, and when he was invited to supper, said that he was not dependent on Pompey for such honors, for he himself could find another Roman to bestow them. Upon this he was put in chains and reserved for the triumph. Not long after this, Phraates the Parthian sent a demand for the young man, on the plea that he was his son-in-law, and a proposition that the Euphrates be adopted as a boundary between his empire and that of the Romans. Pompey replied that as for Tigranes, he belonged to his father more than to his father-in-law, and as for a boundary, the just one would be adopted. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34. Then, leaving Afranius in charge of Armenia, Pompey himself proceeded against Mithridates, note 65 BC, end note, and of necessity passed through the people's dwelling about the Caucasus Mountains. The greatest of these peoples are the Albanians and the Iberians, of whom the Iberians extend to the Moskian Mountains and the Euxine Sea, while the Albanians lie to the eastward as far as the Caspian Sea. These latter at first granted Pompey's request for a free passage, but when winter had overtaken his army in their country, and it was occupied in celebrating the Roman festival of the Saturnalia, they mustered no less than 40,000 men, and made an attack upon it. To do this they crossed the river Kyrnos, which rises in the Iberian Mountains, and receiving the Araxes as it issues from Armenia, empties itself by 12 miles into the Caspian. Others say that the Araxes makes no junction with this stream, but takes a course of its own, and empties itself close by into the same sea. Although Pompey could have opposed the enemy's passage of the river, he suffered them to cross undisturbed. Then he attacked them, routed them, and slew great numbers of them. When, however, their king sent envoys and begged for mercy, Pompey condoned his wrongdoing and made a treaty with him. Then he marched against the Iberians, who were not less numerous than the others and were more warlike, and had a strong desire to gratify Mithridates by repulsing Pompey. For the Iberians had not been subject either to the Medes or the Persians, and they escaped the Macedonian dominion also, since Alexander departed from Hyrcania in haste. Notwithstanding, Pompey routed this people also in a great battle, in which 9,000 of them were slain, and more than 10,000 taken prisoners. Then he invaded Colchis, where at the river Phasis Servilius met him, at the head of the fleet with which he was guarding the Euxine. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35. Now the pursuit of Mithridates, who had thrown himself among the peoples about the Bosphorus and the Maeotic Sea, was attended with great difficulties. Besides, word was brought to Pompey that the Albanians had again revolted. Turning back against these in resentment and wrath, he crossed the Cyrnus again, with great difficulty and hazard, since the barbarians had fenced off its banks with long stretches of palisades. Then, since he must make a long march through a waterless and difficult country, he ordered 10,000 skins to be filled with water, and with this provision advanced upon the enemy. He found them drawn up on the river Abas, 60,000 foot and 12,000 horse, but wretchedly armed and clad for the most part in the skins of wild beasts. They were led by a brother of the king named Cosis, who as soon as the fighting was at close quarters, rushed upon Pompey himself and smote him with a javelin on the fold of his breastplate. But Pompey ran him through the body and killed him. In this battle it is said that there were also Amazons fighting on the side of the barbarians, and that they came down from the mountains about the river Thermodon. For when the Romans were despoiling the barbarians after the battle, they came upon Amazonian shields and buskins, but no body of a woman was seen. The Amazons inhabit the parts of the Caucasus Mountains that reach down to the Hyrcanian Sea, and they do not border on the Albani, but Gelai and Leges dwell between. With these peoples, who meet them by the river Thermodon, they consort for 2 months every year, then they go away and live by themselves. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36. After the battle, Pompey set out to march to the Hyrcanian and Caspian Sea, but was turned back by a multitude of deadly reptiles when he was only 3 days' march distant, and withdrew into Lesser Armenia. Here the kings of the Elumeans and the Medes sent ambassadors to him, and he wrote them a friendly answer. But against the Parthian king, who had burst into Gorduene and was plundering the subjects of Tigranes, he sent an armed force under Afranius, which drove him out of the country and pursued him as far as the district of Arbela. Of all the concubines of Mithridates that were brought to Pompey, he used not one, but restored them all to their parents and kindred, for most of them were daughters and wives of generals and princes. But Stratonike, who was held in highest esteem by the king, and had the custody of the richest of his fortresses, was, it would seem, the daughter of a humble harpist, an old man, and poor besides. But she made such a swift conquest of Mithridates, as she once played for him at his wine, that he took her with him to his bed, but sent the old man away in great displeasure at not getting so much as a kindly greeting. In the morning, however, when the old man rose and saw in his house tables loaded with gold and silver beakers, a large retinue of servants, and eunuchs, and pages, bringing costly garments to him, and a horse standing before his door caparisoned like those of the king's friends, he thought the thing a mockery and a joke, and tried to run out of doors. But the servants laid hold of him and told him that the king had bestowed on him the large estate of a rich man who had recently died, and that these things were only small foretastes and specimens of the goods and chattels still remaining. In this way he was with difficulty persuaded, and putting on his purple robes and leaping upon his horse, he rode through the city, crying, "All this is mine!" To those who laughed at him he said that what he was doing was no wonder. The wonder was that he did not throw stones at those who met him, for he was mad with joy. Of such a stock and lineage was Stratonike. But she surrendered this stronghold to Pompey, and brought him many gifts, of which he accepted only those which were likely to adorn the temples at Rome and add splendor to his triumph. The rest he bade Stratonike keep and welcome. In like manner, too, when the king of the Iberians sent him a couch, a table, and a throne, all of gold, and begged him to accept them, he delivered these also to the quaestors for the public treasury. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37. In the fortress of Cainum, Pompey found also private documents belonging to Mithridates, and read them with no little satisfaction, since they shed much light upon the king's character. For there were memoranda among them, from which it was discovered that, besides many others, he had poisoned to death his son Ariarathes, and also Alcaeus of Sardis, because he had surpassed him in driving racehorses. Among the writings were also interpretations of dreams, some of which he himself had dreamed, and others some of his wives. There were also letters from Monime to him, of a lascivious nature, and answering letters from him to her. Moreover, Theophanes says there was found here an address of Rutilius, which incited the king to the massacre of the Romans in Asia. But most people rightly conjecture that this was a malicious invention on the part of Theophanes, perhaps because he hated Rutilius, who was wholly unlike himself, but probably also to please Pompey, whose father had been represented as an utter wretch by Rutilius in his histories. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38. From Cainum, Pompey went to Amisus, where his ambition led him into obnoxious courses. For whereas he had roundly abused Lucullus because, while his enemy was still alive, he would issue edicts and distribute gifts and honors, things which victors are wont to do only when a war has been brought to an end and finished, yet he himself, while Mithridates was supreme in Bosphorus and had collected a formidable force, just as though the whole struggle was ended, took the same course, regulating the provinces and distributing gifts. For many leaders and princes and 12 barbarian kings had come to him. Wherefore, to gratify these other kings, he would not deign in answering a letter from the king of Parthia to address him as King of Kings, which was his usual title. Moreover, a great and eager passion possessed him to recover Syria and march through Arabia to the Red Sea. Note, that is, the Persian Gulf, end note, in order that he might bring his victorious career into touch with the ocean, which surrounds the world on all sides. For in Africa he had been the first to carry his conquests as far as the outer sea, and again in Spain he had made the Atlantic Ocean the boundary of the Roman dominion. And thirdly, in his recent pursuit of the Albani, he had narrowly missed reaching the Hyrcanian Sea. In order, therefore, that he might connect the circuit of his military expeditions with the Red Sea, he put his army in motion. And besides, he saw that it was difficult to hunt Mithridates down with an armed force, and that he was harder to deal with when he fled than when he gave battle. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39. Wherefore, remarking that he would leave behind him for this fugitive a mightier enemy than himself, to wit, famine, he stationed ships to keep guard against the merchants sailing to Bosphorus, and death was the penalty for such as were caught. Then taking the great mass of his army, he set out on his march, and when he came upon the still unburied bodies of those who, led by Triarius, had fallen in an unsuccessful combat with Mithridates, note, 3 years earlier, end note, he gave them all an honorable and splendid burial. The neglect of this is thought to have been the chief reason why Lucullus was hated by his soldiers. After his legate Afranius had subdued for him the Arabians about Amanus, he himself went down into Syria, note, spring of 64 BC, end note, and since this country had no legitimate kings, he declared it to be a province and possession of the Roman people. He also subdued Judea and made a prisoner of Aristobulus, the king. Some cities he built up, others he set free, chastising their tyrants. But most of his time he spent in judicial business, settling the disputes of cities and kings, and for those to which he himself could not attend, sending his friends. Thus, when the Armenians and Parthians referred to him the decision of a territorial quarrel, he sent them 3 arbiters and judges. For great was the name of his power, and not less that of his virtue and clemency. This enabled him to hide away most of the transgressions of his friends and intimates, since he was not fitted by nature to restrain or chastise evildoers, but he was so helpful himself to those who had dealings with him, that they were content to endure the rapacity and severity of his friends. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40. The one who had most influence with him was Demetrius, a freedman, a young man of some intelligence otherwise, but who abused his good fortune. The following story is told about him. Cato the philosopher, when he was still a young man, but had already great reputation and lofty purposes, went up to Antioch, at a time when Pompey was not there, wishing to inspect the city. Cato himself, the story goes, marched on foot, as always, but the friends who journeyed with him were on horseback. When he beheld before the gate of the city a throng of men in white raiment, and drawn up along the road the youths on one side, and the boys on the other, he was vexed, supposing this to be done out of deference and honor to himself, who desired nothing of the kind. However, he ordered his friends to dismount and walk with him. But when they drew near, the master of all these ceremonies met them with a wreath on his head and a wand in his hand, and asked them where they had left Demetrius and when he would come. The friends of Cato accordingly burst out laughing, but Cato said, quote, "Oh, the wretched city," end quote, and passed on without any further answer. However, Pompey himself made this Demetrius less odious to the rest by enduring his caprices without vexation. For instance, it is said that many times at his entertainments, when Pompey was awaiting and receiving his other guests, that fellow would be already reclining at table in great state, with the hood of his toga drawn down behind his ears. Note, a mark of slovenliness, end note. Before his return to Italy, he had purchased the pleasantest suburbs of Rome and the most beautiful places of entertainment, and very costly gardens were called Demetrian after him, and yet Pompey himself, up to the time of his third triumph, had a simple and modest house. After that, it is true, when he was erecting the famous and beautiful theatre which bears his name, he built close by it, like a small boat towed behind a ship, a more splendid house than the one he had before. But even this was not large enough to excite envy, so that when he who succeeded Pompey as its owner entered it, he was amazed and inquired where Pompey the Great used to sup. At any rate, so the story runs. End of chapter 40. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus. Translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Pompey, sections 41 through 50. Section 41. The king of the Arabians about Petra had hitherto made no account of the Roman power, but now he was thoroughly alarmed, and wrote that he had determined to obey and perform all commands. Pompey, therefore, wishing to confirm him in his purpose, marched towards Petra, an expedition which was not a little censured by most of his followers, for they thought it an invasion of the pursuit of Mithridates, and demanded that he should rather turn against that inveterate enemy, who was again kindling the flames of war, and preparing, as it was reported, to march an army through Scythia and Paeonia against Italy. Pompey, however, thinking it was easier to crush the king's forces when he made war than to seize his person when he was in flight, was not willing to wear out his own strength in a vain pursuit, and therefore sought out other employment in the interval of the war, and thus protracted the time. But fortune resolved the difficulty. For when he was come within a short distance of Petra, and had already pitched his camp for that day, and was exercising himself on horseback nearby, dispatch-bearers rode up from Pontus, bringing good tidings. Such messengers are known at once by the tips of their spears, which are wreathed with laurel. As soon as the soldiers saw these couriers, they ran in throngs to Pompey. At first he was disposed to finish his exercise, but at their shouts and entreaties he dismounted from his horse, took the dispatches, and led the way into camp. There was no regular tribunal, nor had there been time to erect the military substitute, which the soldiers make with their own hands, by digging up large clods of earth, and heaping them one upon another. But in the eager haste of the moment, they piled up the pack saddles of the beasts of burden, and made an eminence of them. Pompey ascended this, and announced to his soldiers that Mithridates was dead, having made away with himself, because his son Pharnaces had revolted from him, and that Pharnaces had come into possession of all the power there, acting, as he wrote, in behalf of himself and the Romans. Footnote. This was in 63 BC. End of footnote. Section 42. Upon this, the army, filled with joy, as was natural, gave itself up to sacrifices and entertainments, feeling that in the person of Mithridates 10,000 enemies had died. Then Pompey, having brought his achievements and expeditions to such an unexpectedly easy completion, straightway withdrew from Arabia, and passing rapidly through the intervening provinces, came to Amisus. Here he found many gifts that had been brought from Pharnaces, and many dead bodies of the royal family, and the corpse of Mithridates himself, which was not easy to recognize by the face, for the embalmers had neglected to remove the brain. But those who cared to see the body recognized it by the scars. Pompey himself could not bring himself to look upon the body, but to propitiate the divine jealousy, sent it away to Sinope. He was amazed at the size and splendor of the arms and raiment which Mithridates used to wear, although the sword belt, which cost 400 talents, was stolen by Publius and sold to Arirathes, and the tiara, which was secretly given by Caius, the foster brother of Mithridates, to Faustus, the son of Sulla, at his request. It was a piece of wonderful workmanship. All this escaped the knowledge of Pompey at the time, but Pharnaces afterwards learned of it and punished the thieves. After arranging and settling affairs in those parts, Pompey proceeded on his journey, and now with greater pomp and ceremony. For instance, when he came to Mytilene, he gave the city its freedom for the sake of Theophanes, and witnessed the traditional contest of the poets there, who now took as their sole theme his own exploits. And being pleased with the theatre, he had sketches and plans of it made for him, that he might build one like it in Rome, only larger and more splendid. And when he was in Rhodes, he heard all the sophists there, and made each of them a present of a talent. Posidonius had actually described the discourse which he held before him against the Hermagoras, the rhetorician on investigation in general. At Athens, too, he not only treated the philosophers with like munificence, but also gave 50 talents to the city towards its restoration. He therefore hoped to set foot in Italy with a reputation more brilliant than that of any other man, and that his family would be as eager to see him as he was to see them. But that divine agency which always takes pains to mingle with the great and splendid gifts of fortune a certain portion of evil, had long been secretly at work, preparing to make his return a very bitter one. For Marcia, his wife, had played the wanton during his absence. While Pompey was far away, he had treated the report of it with contempt. But when he was nearer Italy, and, as it would seem, had examined the charge more at his leisure, he sent her a bill of divorce, although he neither wrote at that time nor afterwards declared the grounds on which he put her away, but the reason is stated in Cicero's letters. Section 43. All sorts of stories about Pompey kept travelling to Rome before him, and there was much commotion there, where it was thought that he would straightway lead his army against the city, and that a monarchy would securely be established. Crassus took his children and his money and secretly withdrew. Whether it was that he was really afraid, or rather, as seemed likely, because he wished to give credibility to the calumny, and make the envious hatred of Pompey more severe, Pompey, accordingly, as soon as he set foot in Italy, footnote, in 62 BC, end of footnote, held an assembly of his soldiers, and after he had said what fitted the occasion, and had expressed his gratitude and affection for them, he bade them disperse to their several cities and seek their homes, remembering to come together again for the celebration of his triumph. When the army had been thus disbanded, and all the world had learned about it, a wonderful thing happened. When the cities saw Pompey the Great journeying along unarmed and with only a few intimate friends, as though returning from an ordinary sojourn abroad, the people streamed forth to show their goodwill, and escorting him on his way with a larger force, brought him with them back to Rome, where, had he purposed any revolutionary changes at that time, he had no need of the army that he had disbanded. Section 44. Now, since the law did not permit a commander to enter the city before his triumph, Pompey sent a request to the Senate that they should put off the consular elections, asking them to grant him this favor in order that he might personally assist Piso in his candidacy. But Cato opposed the request, footnote, Cato the Younger, end of footnote, and Pompey did not get what he wished. However, Pompey admired Cato's boldness of speech and the firmness which he alone publicly displayed in defense of law and justice, and therefore set his heart on winning him over in some way or other. And since Cato had 2 nieces, Pompey wished to take one of them to wife himself, and to marry the other to his son. But Cato saw through the design, which he thought aimed at corrupting him, and in a manner bribing him by means of marital alliance. Although his sister and his wife were displeased that he should reject Pompey the Great as a family connection. In the meantime, however, wishing to have Afranius made consul, Pompey spent money lavishly on his behalf among the tribe, and the people went down to Pompey's gardens to get it. As a consequence, the matter became notorious, and Pompey was in ill repute. The office of consul was highest of all, and he himself had therefore received it as a reward for his successes. And yet, he was making this office a thing to be bought by those who were unable to win it by merit. In these reproaches, however, said Cato to the women, we must have taken our share if we had become allies to Pompey. And when they heard this, they agreed that his estimate of the fit and proper was better than theirs. Section 45. His triumph had such a magnitude that, although it was distributed over 2 days, still the time would not suffice. But much of what had been prepared could not find a place in the spectacle, enough to dignify and adorn another triumphal procession. Inscriptions, born in advance of the procession, indicated the nations over which he triumphed. These were Pontus, Armenia, Cappadocia, Paphlagonia, Media, Colchis, Iberia, Albania, Syria, Cilicia, Mesopotamia, Phoenicia and Palestine, Judea, Arabia, and all the power of the pirates by sea and land which had been overthrown. Among these peoples, no less than 1,000 strongholds had been captured, according to the inscriptions, and cities not much under 900 in number, besides 800 piratical ships, while 39 cities had been founded. In addition to all this, the inscriptions set forth that whereas the public revenues from taxes had been 50 million drachmas, they were receiving from the additions which Pompey had made to the city's power 85 million, and that he was bringing into the public treasury in coined money and vessels of gold and silver 20,000 talents. Apart from the money which had been given to his soldiers, of whom the one whose share was the smallest had received 1,500 drachmas. The captives led in triumph, besides the chief pirates, were the son of Tigranes, the Armenian, with his wife and daughter Zosime, a wife of King Tigranes himself, Aristobulus, king of the Jews, a sister and 5 children of Mithridates, Scythian women, and hostages given by the Iberians, by the Albanians, and by the king of Commagene. There were also very many trophies, equal in number to all the battles in which Pompey had been victorious, either in person or in the persons of his lieutenants. But that which most enhanced his glory, and had never been the lot of any Roman before, was that he celebrated his 3rd triumph over the 3rd continent. For others before him had celebrated 3 triumphs, but he celebrated his first over Libya, his second over Europe, and this his last over Asia, so that he seemed in a way to have included the whole world in his 3 triumphs. Section 46. His age at this time, as those insist who compare him in all points to Alexander and force the parallel, was less than 34 years, though in fact he was nearly 40. Footnote: in 61 BC, when this triumph was celebrated, Pompey was in his 46th year. End of footnote. How happy would it have been for him if he had ended his life at this point, up to which he enjoyed the good fortune of Alexander. For succeeding time brought him only success that made him odious, and failure that was irreparable. That political power which he had won by his own legitimate efforts, this he used in the interests of others illegally, thus weakening his own reputation in proportion as he strengthened them, so that before he was aware of it, he he was ruined by the very vigor and magnitude of his own power. And just as the strongest parts of a city's defenses, when they are captured by an enemy, impart to him their own inherent strengths, so it was by Pompey's power and influence that Caesar was raised up against the city, and Caesar overthrew and cast down the very man by whose aid he had waxed strong against the rest. And this was the way it came about. When Lucullus came back from Asia, where he had been outrageously treated by Pompey, the Senate at once gave him a splendid reception, and after Pompey's arrival, wishing to obstruct that leader's reputation, it urged Lucullus all the more to take part in public life. In other matters, Lucullus was already dulled and chilled past all efficiency, having given himself over to the pleasures of ease and the enjoyment of his wealth. But he sprang at once upon Pompey, and by a vigorous attack won a victory over him in the matter of those ordinances of his own which Pompey had annulled, and carried the day in the Senate with the support of Cato. Thus worsted and hard pressed, Pompey was forced to fly for refuge to popular tribunes and attach himself to young adventurers. Among these, the boldest and vilest was Clodius, who took him up and threw him down under the feet of the people, and keeping him ignobly rolled about in the dust of the forum, and dragging him to and fro, there he used him for the confirmation of what was said and proposed to gratify and flatter the people. He even went so far as to ask a reward for his services from Pompey, as if he were helping him instead of disgracing him. And this reward he subsequently got in the betrayal of Cicero, who was Pompey's friend and had done him more political favors than anyone else. For when Cicero was in danger of condemnation and begged his aid, Pompey would not even see him, but shut his front door upon those who came in Cicero's behalf, and slipped away by another. Cicero, therefore, fearing the result of his trial, withdrew secretly from Rome.
Section 47. At this time, Caesar had returned from his province, and had inaugurated a policy which brought him the greatest favor for the present and power for the future, but proved most injurious to Pompey and the city. He was a candidate for his first consulship, and seeing that, while Crassus and Pompey were at variance, if he attached himself to the one, it would make an enemy of the other, he sought to reconcile them with one another, a thing which was honorable in itself, and conducive to the public good. But he undertook it for an unworthy reason, and with all the cleverness of an intriguer. For those opposing forces, which, as in a vessel, prevented the city from rocking to and fro, were united into one, thereby giving to faction an irresistible momentum that overpowered and overthrew everything. At all events, Cato, when men said that the state had been overturned by the quarrel which afterwards arose between Caesar and Pompey, declared that they wrongly laid the blame on what had merely happened last, for it was not their discord, nor yet their enmity, but their concord and harmony, which was the first and greatest evil to befall the city. Caesar was, indeed, chosen consul, but he at once paid his court to the indigent and pauper classes, by proposing measures for the founding of cities and the distribution of lands, thereby lowering the dignity of his office, and making the consulate a kind of tribunate. And when he was opposed by his colleague Bibulus, and Cato stood ready to support Bibulus with all his might, Caesar brought Pompey on the rostra before the people, and asked him in so many words whether he approved the proposed laws. And when Pompey said he did, then, said Caesar, in case any resistance should be made to the laws, will you come to the aid of the people? Yes, indeed, said Pompey, I will come, bringing against those who threaten swords, both sword and buckler. Never up to that day had Pompey said or done anything more vulgar and arrogant, as it was thought
so that even his friends apologized for him, and said the words must have escaped him on the spur of the moment. However, by his subsequent acts, he made it clear that he had now wholly given himself up to do Caesar's bidding. For to everybody's surprise, he married Julia, the daughter of Caesar, although she was betrothed to Caepio and was going to be married to him within a few days. And to appease the wrath of Caepio, Pompey promised him his own daughter in marriage, although she was already engaged to Faustus, the son of Sulla. Caesar himself married Calpurnia, the daughter of Piso. Section 48. After this, Pompey filled the city with soldiers, and carried everything with a high hand. As Bibulus the consul was going down into the forum with Lucullus and Cato, the crowd fell upon him, and broke the fasces of his lictors. And somebody threw a basket of ordure all over the head of Bibulus himself, and 2 of the tribunes who were escorting him were wounded. When they had thus cleared the forum of their opponents, they passed a law concerning the distribution of lands, and the people, caught by this bait, became tame at once in their hands, and ready to support any project, not meddling at all, but silently voting for what was proposed to them. Accordingly, Pompey got those enactments of his ratified which Lucullus contested. Caesar received the 2 Gauls and Illyricum for 5 years, together with 4 complete legions, and it was decided that the consuls for the ensuing year, footnote 58 BC, end of footnote, should be Piso, the father-in-law of Caesar, and Gabinius, who was the most extravagant of Pompey's flatterers. While this was going on, Bibulus shut himself up in his house, and for the 8 months remaining of his consulship did not appear in public, but issued edicts which were full of accusations and slander against Pompey and Caesar. Cato, as though inspired and possessed by a spirit of prophecy, foretold in the Senate what the future would bring to the city and to Pompey, while Lucullus renounced the struggle and led a life of ease, on the plea that he was past the age for political affairs, whereat Pompey remarked that for an old man, luxurious living was more unseasonable than political activity. However, Pompey himself also soon gave way weakly to his passion for his young wife, devoted himself for the most part to her, spent his time with her in villas and gardens, and neglected what was going on in the forum, so that even Clodius, who was then a tribune of the people, despised him and engaged in most daring measures. For after he had driven Cicero into banishment, and sent Cato off to Cyprus under pretense of giving him military command, and Caesar was gone off to Gaul, and when he saw that the people were devoted to him because all his political measures were undertaken to please them, he straightway attempted to repeal some of the arrangements which Pompey had made. He took away his prisoner, Tigranes, and kept him about his own person, and he prosecuted some of his friends, making a test of the power of Pompey by his proceedings against them. And finally, when Pompey appeared at a public trial, Clodius, having at his beck and call a rabble of the lewdest and most arrogant ruffians, stationed himself in a conspicuous place, and put to them such questions as these: Who is a licentious imperator? What man seeks for a man? Who scratches his head with one finger? And they, like a chorus trained in responsive song, as he shook his toga, would answer each question by shouting out, Pompey. Section 49. Of course, this also was annoying to Pompey, who was not accustomed to vilification, and was inexperienced in this sort of warfare. But he was more distressed when he perceived that the Senate was delighted to see him insulted and paying a penalty for his betrayal of Cicero. When, however, it had come to blows, and even wounds in the forum, and a servant of Clodius, stealing along through the crowd of bystanders towards Pompey, was found to have a sword in his hand. Pompey made this his excuse, although he was also afraid of the insolent abuse of Clodius, and came no more into the forum as long as Clodius was tribune, but kept himself continually at home, where he was ever debating with his friends how he might appease the anger of the Senate and the nobility against him. To ccaudio, however, who urged him to divorce Julia and exchange the friendship of Caesar for that of the Senate, he would not listen, but he yielded to the arguments of those who thought he ought to bring Cicero back. Who was the greatest enemy of Clodius, and who most beloved in the Senate? And he escorted Cicero's brother, who was a petitioner for his return, with a large force into the forum, where, though some were wounded and some killed, he nevertheless got the better of Clodius. And when Cicero returned to the city, footnote in 57 BC, end of footnote, by virtue of the law then passed, he immediately reconciled Pompey to the Senate, and by his advocacy of the Corn Law, he, in a manner once more, made Pompey master of all the land and sea in Roman possession. For under his direction were placed harbors, trading places, distribution of crops, in a word, navigation and agriculture. Clodius alleged that the law had not been proposed on account of the scarcity of grain, but the scarcity of grain had arisen in order that the law might be proposed. A law whereby the power of Pompey, which was withering away, as it were, in consequence of his failing spirits, might be rekindled again, and recovered in a new office. But others declare that this was a device of the consul Spinther, whose aim was to confine Pompey in a higher office, in order that he himself might be sent out to aid King Ptolemy. However, Candidius, as tribune of the people, brought in a law providing that Pompey, without an army, and with 2 lictors only, should go out as a mediator between the king and the people of Alexandria. Pompey was thought to regard the law with no disfavor, but the Senate rejected it, on the plausible pretense that it feared for his safety. Besides, writings were to be found scattered about the forum, and near the Senate house, stating that it was Ptolemy's wish to have Pompey given to him as a commander instead of Spinther. And Timagenes actually says that Ptolemy left home without sufficient reason and under no necessity, and that his abandonment of Egypt was owing to the persuasions of Theophanes, who was aiming to give Pompey profitable occupation in the holding of a new command. But this was not made credible by the baseness of Theophanes, as much as it made incredible by the nature of Pompey, in which ambition was not of such a mean and base order. Section 50. Having thus been set over the administration and management of the grain trade, Pompey sent out his agents and friends in various directions, while he himself sailed to Sicily, Sardinia, and Africa, and collected grain. When he was about to set sail with it, there was a violent storm at sea, and the ship captains hesitated to put out. But he led the way on board, and ordered them to weigh anchor, crying with a loud voice, "To sail is necessary, to live is not." By this exercise of zeal and courage, attended by good fortune, he filled the sea with ships and the markets with grain, so that the excess of what he had provided sufficed also for foreign peoples, and there was an abundant overflow, as if from a spring, for all. End of section 9. Section 10 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus. Translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Pompey 51-60. Chapter 51. Meanwhile, his Gallic War raised Caesar to greatness, and though he was thought to be very far removed from Rome, and to be occupied with Belgae, Suevi, and Britanni, he secretly and clearly contrived to thwart Pompey's designs in the heart of the city, and in the most important matters. For he himself, with his military force, clothing him as the body does the soul, was carefully training it, not against the barbarians merely, nay, he used its combats with these only to give it exercise, as if in hunting and the chase, and was making it invincible and terrible. But all the while he was sending back to Rome gold and silver and the other spoils and the rest of the wealth which came to him in abundance from his numerous wars. And by tempting people with his bribes, and contributing to the expenses of aediles, praetors, and consuls and their wives, he was winning many to his side. Therefore, when he crossed the Alps and spent the winter in Lucca, a great crowd of ordinary men and women gathered there in eager haste to see him, while 200 men of senatorial rank, among whom were Pompey and Crassus, and 120 faces of proconsuls and praetors, were seen at Caesar's door. Footnote: this was in 56 BC. End of footnote. Accordingly, he filled all the rest with hopes and loaded them with money and sent them away. But between himself, Pompey, and Crassus, the following compact was made. These two were to stand for the consulship, and Caesar was to assist their candidacy by sending large numbers of his soldiers home to vote for them. As soon as they were elected, they were to secure for themselves commands of provinces and armies, and to confirm Caesar's present provinces to him for another term of 5 years. When this was all publicly known, it gave displeasure to the chief men of the state, and Marcellinius rose in the assembly and asked Pompey and Crassus to their faces whether they were going to be candidates for the consulship. As the majority of the people bade them answer, Pompey did so first, and said that perhaps he would be a candidate, and perhaps he would not. But Crassus gave a more politic answer. First he said he would take whichever course he thought would be for the advantage of the commonwealth. And when Marcellinius persisted his attack upon Pompey, and was thought to be making a strong speech, Pompey remarked that Marcellinius was of all men most unjust, since he was not grateful to him for making him eloquent instead of speechless, and full to vomiting instead of famished. Chapter 52. However, though all the rest declined to be candidates for the consulship, Cato encouraged and persuaded Lucius Domitius not to desist. For the struggle with the tyrants, he said, was not for office but for liberty. But Pompey and his partisans, seeing the firmness of Cato and fearing lest, having all the Senate with him, he should draw away and pervert the sound-minded among the people, would not suffer Domitius to go down into the forum, but sent armed men and slew the link-bearer who was leading his company, and put the rest to flight. Cato was the last to retire after being wounded in the right arm while he was fighting to defend Domitius. By such a path they made their way into the office they sought, nor even then did they behave more decently. But first of all, while the people were casting their votes for the election of Cato to the praetorship, Pompey dissolved the assembly, alleging an inauspicious omen, and after corrupting the tribes with money, they proclaimed Vatinius praetor instead of Cato. Then, by means of Trebonius, a tribune, they introduced laws, which, according to the agreement, continued his provinces to Caesar for a second term of 5 years, gave Crassus Syria and the expedition against the Parthians, and to Pompey himself the whole of Africa, both Spains, and 4 legions. Of these he lent 2 to Caesar, at his request, for the war in Gaul. But although Crassus went out to his province at the expiration of his consulship, footnote, in 54 BC, end of footnote, Pompey opened his theatre and held gymnastic and musical contests at its dedication, and furnished combats of wild beasts in which 500 lions were killed, and above all, an elephant fight, a most terrifying spectacle. And everywhere surging tumult and discordant speeches prevailed, since the marriage alliance which had hitherto veiled rather than restrained the ambition of the 2 men was now at an end. After a short time, too, tidings came that Crassus had lost his life in Parthia, and so what had been a great hindrance to the breaking out of civil war was removed. For, through fear of him, both Pompey and Caesar had somehow or other continued to treat one another fairly. But when fortune had removed the 3rd champion who waited to compete with the victor in their struggle, at once the comic poet's words were apt, and, quote, each wrestler against the other anoints himself with oil and smears his hands with dust, end quote. So slight a thing is fortune when compared with human nature, for she cannot satisfy its desires, since all that extent of empire and magnitude, of wide-stretching domain, could not suffice for 2 men. They had heard and read that the gods, quote, divided the universe into 3 parts, and each got his share of power, end quote. And yet they did not think the Roman dominion enough for themselves, who were but 2. Chapter 54. Still, Pompey once said in addressing the people that he had received every office earlier than he had expected, and had laid it down more quickly than others had expected. And in truth, his disbanding of his armies was a perpetual witness to the truth of his words. But at this time he thought that Caesar was not going to dismiss his forces, and therefore sought to make himself strong against him by means of magistracies in the city. Beyond this, however, he attempted no revolutionary changes, nor did he wish to be thought to distrust Caesar, rather to neglect and despise him. But when he saw that the magistracies were not bestowed according to his wishes, because the citizens were bribed, he suffered an anarchy to arise in the city. Footnote, that is, no consuls were elected. End of footnote. And forthwith there was prevalent much talk in favor of a dictator, which Lucilius, the popular tribune, first ventured to make public, when he advised that the people elect Pompey dictator. But Cato attacked him, and Lucilius came near losing his tribunate, and many of Pompey's friends came forward in defense of him, declaring that he neither asked nor desired that office. And when Cato applauded Pompey and urged him to devote himself to the cause of law and order, for the time being he did so, out of shame. And Domitius and Messala were installed in the consulship. Footnote, in 53 BC, 7 months after the regular time. End of footnote. But afterwards an anarchy arose again, and more people now agitated the question of a dictatorship more boldly. Therefore, Cato and his party, fearing lest they should be overborne, determined to allow Pompey a certain legalized office, and so to divert him
from the unmixed tyranny of a dictatorship. Consequently, Bibulus, who was an enemy of Pompey, was first to propose in the Senate that Pompey be chosen sole consul, for thus, he said, the city would either be set free from the prevailing disorder, or become the slave of its strongest man. The proposal seemed strange, considering the man who made it. But Cato rose, leading everybody to think that he was going to speak against it, and when silence was made, said that he himself would not have introduced the proposed measure, but that since it had been introduced by another, he urged its adoption, because he preferred any government whatever to no government at all, and thought that no one would govern better than Pompey in a time of such disorder. The Senate accepted the measure, and decreed that Pompey, if elected consul, should govern alone, but that if he himself desired a colleague, he might choose whom he thought fit after 2 months had fully expired. Having in this way been made consul, and so declared by Sulpicius, the Interrex, footnote, one who held supreme power in the absence of regularly elected consuls, end of footnote, Pompey addressed himself in a friendly manner to Cato, acknowledging that he was much indebted to him, and inviting him to give advice in a private capacity on the conduct of the government. But Cato would not admit that Pompey was indebted to him, declaring that none of his words had been spoken in the interests of Pompey, but in the interests of the city, and that he would give him advice in a private capacity if he were invited, and in case he should not be invited, would publicly make known his opinion. Such indeed was Cato in everything. Chapter 55. Pompey now entered the city and married Cornelia, a daughter of Metellus Scipio. She was not a virgin, but had lately been left a widow by Publius, the son of Crassus, whose virgin bride she had been before his death in Parthia. The young woman had many charms apart from her youthful beauty. She was well versed in literature, in playing the lyre, in geometry, and had been accustomed to listen to philosophical discourses with profit. In addition to this, she had a nature which was free from that unpleasant officiousness which such accomplishments are apt to impart in young women, and her father's lineage and reputation were above reproach. Nevertheless, the marriage was displeasing to some, on account of the disparity in years, for which Cornelia's youth made her a fitter match for a son of Pompey. Those, too, who were more critical, considered that Pompey was neglectful of the unhappy condition of the city, which had chosen him as her physician, and put herself in his sole charge, whereas he was decking himself with garlands and celebrating nuptials, though he ought to have regarded his very consulship as a calamity, since it would not have been given him in such an illegal manner had his country been prosperous. Moreover, although he presided over the suits for corruption and bribery, and introduced laws for the conduct of the trials, and in all other cases acted as arbiter with dignity and fairness, making the courtroom safe, orderly, and quiet by his presence there with an armed force, still, when Scipio, his father-in-law, was put on trial, he summoned the 360 jurors to his house and solicited their support, and the prosecutor abandoned the case when he saw Scipio conducted from the forum by the jurors. Once more, therefore, Pompey was in ill repute. This was still further increased because, although he had put a stop by law to encomiums on persons under trial, he himself came into court to pronounce an encomium on Plancus. Cato, who happened to be one of the jurors, clapped his hands to his ears and said it was not right for him, contrary to the law, to listen to encomiums. Cato was therefore set aside before he could cast his vote. But Plancus was convicted by the other votes, to the disgrace of Pompey. For a few days afterwards, Hypsaeus, a man of consular dignity who was under prosecution, lay in wait for Pompey as he was returning from his bath for supper, clasped his knees and supplicated his favour. But Pompey passed along contemptuously, telling him that except for spoiling his supper he was accomplishing nothing. In this way he got the reputation of being partial and was blamed for it. Everything else, however, he succeeded in bringing into good order, and chose his father-in-law as his colleague for the remaining 5 months of the year. It was also decreed that he should retain his provinces for another 4 years, and receiving 1,000 talents yearly, out of which he was to feed and maintain his soldiers. Chapter 56. But the friends of Caesar took occasion from this to demand that some consideration be shown for Caesar also, who was waging so many contests in behalf of the Roman supremacy. They said he deserved either another consulship or the prolongation of his command, so that no one else might succeed to his labours and rob him of the glory of them, but that the one who had performed them might himself continue in power and enjoy his honours undisturbed. A debate arose on these matters, during which Pompey, giving the impression that it was goodwill towards Caesar that led him to deprecate the odium in which Caesar stood, said he had letters from Caesar, wherein he expressed a wish to have a successor, and to be relieved of his command. He thought it right, however, that he should be permitted to stand for the consulship even in his absence. Opposition to this was made by Cato and his party, who urged that Caesar must lay down his arms and become a private citizen before he could obtain any favour from his fellow citizens. And since Pompey made no contention, but as it were accepted defeat, there was more suspicion about his sentiments towards Caesar. He also sent and asked back the troops which he had lent him, making the Parthian War his pretext for doing so, and although Caesar knew the real reasons for asking back the soldiers, he sent them home with generous gifts. Chapter 57. After this, Pompey had a dangerous illness at Naples. Footnote, in 50 BC, end of footnote. But he recovered from it, and on the advice of Praxagoras, the Neapolitans offered sacrifices of thanksgiving for his preservation. Their example was followed by the neighbouring peoples, and so the thing made its way throughout all Italy, and every city, small and great, held festival for many days. No place could contain those who came to greet him from all quarters, but roads and villages and ports were filled with sacrificing and feasting throngs. Many also, with garlands on their heads and lighted torches in their hands, were welcomed and escorted him on his way, pelting him with flowers so that his progress and return to Rome was a most beautiful and splendid sight. And yet, this is said to have done more than anything else to bring about the war. For while the public rejoicing was so great, a spirit of arrogance came upon Pompey, which went beyond the calculations based upon facts, and, throwing to the winds that caution which had thus far always given security to his successful achievements, he indulged himself in unlimited confidence and contempt for Caesar's power, feeling that he would need neither an armed force to oppose him, nor any irksome labour of preparation, but that he would pull him down much more easily than he had raised him up. Besides this, Appius came, bringing from Gaul the troops which Pompey had lent Caesar. He said much to belittle Caesar's achievements there, and gave out scandalous stories about Caesar. He also said that Pompey knew not his own power and reputation if he surrounded himself with other troops against Caesar, for he could put down Caesar with Caesar's own soldiers as soon as he appeared on the scene. So great was their hatred of Caesar and their warm affection for Pompey. In this way, then, Pompey was elated, and his confidence filled him with so great a contempt for his adversary that he mocked at those who were afraid of the war. And when some said that if Caesar should march upon the city, they did not see any forces with which to defend it from him, with a smiling countenance and calm mien, he bade them be in no concern. For, said he, in whatever part of Italy I stamp upon, the ground there will spring up armies of foot and horse. Chapter 58. And now, too, Caesar devoted himself to public affairs with greater vigor. He no longer kept himself far away from Italy, was always sending his soldiers back to the city to take part in the elections, and by means of his money was secretly working upon many of the magistrates and corrupting them. Among these was Paulus the consul, who was won over by a bribe of 1,500 talents, and Curio the popular tribune, whom Caesar set free from innumerable debts, and Mark Antony, whose friendship for Curio had involved him in Curio's obligations. It was said, indeed, that one of Caesar's centurions who had come back to Rome and was standing near the Senate house when he heard that the Senate would not give Caesar a prolongation of his term of office, struck his hand upon his sword and said, "But this will give it." And Caesar's intrigues and preparations had this purpose. And yet, the requests and demands which Curio made in behalf of Caesar seemed to be very popular in their character, for he demanded one of two things: either that Pompey also should be required to give up his soldiery, or else that Caesar's should not be taken away from him. For whether they became private persons on just and equal terms, or remained a match for each other with their present forces, they would make no disturbance. But he who weakened one of them doubled the power of which he stood in fear. To this Marcellus the consul replied by calling Caesar a robber, and urging that he be voted a public enemy, unless he should lay down his arms. Nevertheless, Curio, aided by Antony and Piso, prevailed so far as to have the opinion of the Senate taken. He therefore moved that those should withdraw to one side who wished that Caesar only should lay down his arms, and that Pompey should remain in command, and the majority withdrew. But when he moved again that all those should withdraw who wished both to lay down their arms and neither to remain in command, only 22 favored Pompey, while all the rest sided with Curio. Curio, therefore, felt that he had won the day, and with a joyful countenance rushed before the people, who clapped their hands in welcome and pelted him with garlands and flowers. Pompey was not present in the Senate, since commanders of armies cannot enter the city. Marcellus, however, rose and declared that he would not sit there listening to speeches, but since he saw 10 legions already looming up in their march over the Alps, he himself also would send forth a man who would oppose them in defense of his country. Chapter 59. Upon this the city went into mourning, as in the presence of a public calamity, and Marcellus, followed by the Senate, marched through the forum to meet Pompey, and standing before him said, "I bid thee, Pompey, to defend thy country, to employ the forces now in readiness and to levy others. Lentulus also said the same, being one of the consuls elected for the coming year. But when Pompey began to levy recruits, some refused to obey the summons, and a few came together reluctantly and without zest. But the greater part cried out for a settlement of the controversy. For Antony, in defiance of the Senate, had read before the people a letter of Caesar containing propositions which were attractive to the multitude. He asked, namely, that both Pompey and he should give up their provinces, disband their armies, put themselves in the hands of the people, and render an account of what they had done. But Lentulus, who was by this time consul, would not call the Senate together. Cicero, however, who had just returned from Cilicia, tried to effect a settlement of the dispute on these terms, namely, that Caesar should renounce Gaul and dismiss the rest of his forces, but should retain 2 legions and Illyricum, and wait for his second consulship. And when Pompey was dissatisfied with this, the friends of Caesar conceded that he should dismiss one of the 2 legions. But since Lentulus still opposed, and Cato cried out that Pompey was blundering again in allowing himself to be deceived, the settlement came to naught. Chapter 60. And now word was brought that Caesar had seized Ariminum, footnote, in January 49 BC, end of footnote, a large city of Italy, and was marching directly upon Rome with all his forces. But this was false, for he was marching with no more than 300 horsemen and 5,000 men-at-arms. The rest of his forces were beyond the Alps, and he did not wait for them, since he wished to fall upon his enemies suddenly when they were in confusion and did not expect him, rather than to give them time and fight them after they were prepared. And so, when he come to the river Rubicon, which was the boundary of the province allotted to him, he stood in silence and delayed to cross, reasoning with himself, of course, upon the magnitude of his adventure. Then, like one who casts himself from a precipice into a yawning abyss, he closed the eyes of reason and put a veil between them and his peril, and calling out in Greek to the bystanders these words only, "Let the die be cast," he set his army across. As soon as the report of this came flying to Rome, and the city was filled with tumult, consternation, and a fear that was beyond compare, the Senate at once went in a body and in all haste to Pompey, and the magistrates came too. And when Tullus asked Pompey about an army and a military force, Pompey, after some delay, said timidly that he had in readiness the soldiers who had come from Caesar, and thought that he could speedily assemble also those who had been previously levied, 30,000 in number. Tullus cried aloud, "Thou hast deceived us, Pompey," and advised sending envoys to Caesar, and a certain Favonius, a man otherwise of no bad character, but who often thought that his insolent presumption was an imitation of Cato's boldness of speech, ordered Pompey to stamp upon the ground and call up the forces which he had used to promise. But Pompey bore this ill-timed raillery with meekness, and when Cato reminded him of what he had said to him at the outset about Caesar, he replied that what Cato had said was more prophetic, but what he himself had done was more friendly. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus. Translated by Bernadette Perrin. Pompey 61-70. Cato now advised that Pompey should be elected general with unlimited powers, adding that the very men who caused great mischief must also put an end to it. Then he set out at once for Sicily, the province which had fallen to his lot, and the other senators likewise departed for the provinces which had severally been allotted to them. But since nearly all Italy was in commotion, the course of things was perplexing. For those who dwelt outside the city came rushing in hurried flight from all quarters into Rome, and those who dwelt in Rome were rushing out of it and abandoning the city, where, in such tempestuous confusion, the better element was weak, and the subordinate element strong, and hard for the magistrates to manage. For it was impossible to check the reigning fear, nor would anyone suffer Pompey to follow the dictates of his own judgment. But whatever feeling each one had, whether fear or distress or perplexity, he promptly infected Pompey's mind with this. Therefore opposite counsels prevailed in the same day, and it was impossible for Pompey to get any true information about the enemy, since many reported to him whatever they had happened to hear, and then were vexed if he did not believe them. Under these circumstances he issued an edict in which he recognized a state of civil war, ordered all the senators to follow him, declared that he would regard as a partisan of Caesar anyone who remained behind, and late in the evening left the city. The consuls also fled, without even making the sacrifices customary before a war. But even amid the actual terrors of the hour, Pompey was a man to be envied for the universal goodwill felt towards him, because, though many blamed his generalship, there was no one who hated the general. Indeed, one would have found that those who fled the city for the sake of liberty were not so numerous as those who did so because they were unable to forsake Pompey. A few days after this, Caesar entered and took possession of Rome. He treated everybody with kindness and calmed their fears, except that when Metellus, one of the tribunes, attempted to prevent him from taking money out of the public treasury, he threatened to kill him, and added to the threat a still harsher speech, namely, that it was easier for him to execute it than to utter it. Having thus driven away Metellus, he took what he wanted and then set out in pursuit of Pompey, being anxious to drive him out of Italy before his forces came back from Spain. But Pompey, having taken possession of Brundisium, where he found plenty of transports, immediately embarked the consuls, and with them 30 cohorts of soldiers, and sent them before him to Dyrrachium. Scipio, his father-in-law, however, and Gnaeus, his son, he sent to Syria to raise a fleet. He himself, after barricading the gates and manning the walls with his lightest armed soldiers, ordered the Brundisians to remain quietly in their houses, and then dug up all the ground inside the city into trenches, and filled the streets with sunken stakes, all except 2, by which he himself finally went down to the sea. Then, on the 3rd day, when he had already embarked the rest of his host at his leisure, he suddenly raised a signal for those who were still guarding the walls to run swiftly down to the sea, took them on board, and set them across to Dyrrachium. Caesar, however, when he saw the walls deserted, perceived that Pompey had fled, and in his pursuit of him came near getting entangled in the ditches and stakes, but, since the Brundisians told him about them, he avoided the city, and making a circuit round it, found that all the transports had put out to sea except 2, which had only a few soldiers aboard. End of section 11. Section 12 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andrew Oettle. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus. Translated by Bernadette Perrin. Pompey 71-80. So then, when the Pharsalian plain was filled with men and horses and arms, and the signals for battle had been lifted on both sides, the first to rush out from Caesar's lines was Caius Crassianus, a centurion in command of 120 men, who was thus redeeming a great promise made to Caesar, for he had been the first man whom Caesar saw as he issued from the camp, and, addressing him, he had asked him what he thought about the battle. The centurion stretched forth his right hand and cried with a loud voice, "Thou wilt win a splendid victory, O Caesar, and I shall have thy praise today, whether I live or die." Mindful now of these words of his, he rushed forward, carrying many along with him, and threw himself into the midst of the enemy. The combatants at once took to their swords, and many were slain. And, as the centurion was forcing his way along and cutting down the men in the front ranks, one of them confronted him and drove his sword in at his mouth with such force that its point went through to the nape of his neck. After Crassianus had fallen, the battle was evenly contested at this point. Pompey, however, did not lead up his right wing swiftly, but kept looking anxiously towards the other parts of the field, and awaited the action of his cavalry on the left, thus losing time. These at last deployed their squadrons with a view to envelop Caesar, and to hurl back upon their supporting lines the horsemen whom he had stationed in front, only a few in number. But Caesar gave a signal, his cavalry retired, and the cohorts, drawn up to oppose the enveloping movement, ran out, 3,000 men, and confronted their enemies, and, standing close by the horses, as they had been directed, they thrust their javelins upwards, aiming at the faces of the riders. These, since they were without experience in every kind of fighting, and did not expect or even know anything about such a kind as this, had neither courage nor endurance to meet the blows which were aimed at their mouths and eyes, but wheeling about, and putting their hands before their faces, they ingloriously took to flight. Then Caesar's soldiers, suffering these to make their escape, advanced upon the enemy's infantry, attacking at just that point where the wing, left unprotected by the flight of the cavalry, could be surrounded and enclosed. And since this body attacked them on the flank, while at the same time the 10th Legion fell upon their front, the enemy did not stand their ground, nor even hold together, for they saw that while they were expecting to surround the enemy, they were themselves being surrounded. After his infantry was thus routed, and when, from the cloud of dust which he saw, Pompey conjectured the fate of his cavalry, what thoughts passed through his mind were difficult to say, but he was most like a man bereft of sense and crazed, who had utterly forgotten that he was Pompey the Great, and without a word to anyone, he walked slowly off to his camp, exemplifying those verses of Homer. But Zeus the Father, throned on high, in Ajax stirred up fear. He stood confounded, and behind him cast his shield of 7 ox hides, and trembled as he peered around upon the throng. In such a state of mind, he went to his tent and sat down, speechless, until many pursuers burst into the camp with the fugitives. Then he merely ejaculated, "What? Even to my quarters?" and without another word, rose up, took clothing suitable to his present fortune, and made his escape. The rest of his legions also fled, and there was a great slaughter in the camp of tent guards and servants. But only 6,000 soldiers fell, according to Asinius Pollio, who fought in that battle on the side of Caesar. When Caesar's troops captured the camp, they beheld the vanity and folly of the enemy. For every tent was wreathed with myrtle boughs, and decked out with flowered couches and tables loaded with beakers. Bowls of wine were also laid out, and preparation and adornment were those of men who had sacrificed and were holding festival, rather than men who were arming themselves for battle. With such infatuated hopes, and such a store of foolish confidence, did they go forth to war. But Pompey, when he had gone a little distance from the camp, gave his horse the rein, and with only a few followers, since no one pursued him, went quietly away, indulging in such reflections as a man would naturally make who for 34 years had been accustomed to conquer and get the mastery in everything, and who now for the first time, in his old age, got experience of defeat and flight. He thought how in a single hour he had lost the power and glory gained in so many wars and conflicts. He, who a little while ago was guarded by such an array of infantry and horse, but was now going away so insignificant and humbled as to escape the notice of the enemies who were in search of him. After passing by Larissa, he came to the vale of Tempe, and there, being thirsty, he threw himself down on his face and drank of the river. Then, rising up again, he went on his way through Tempe, and at last came down to the sea. There he rested for the remainder of the night in a fisherman's hut. At early dawn he went aboard a river boat, taking with him such of his followers as were free men, but bidding his servants to go back to Caesar and to have no fear. Then he coasted along until he saw a merchant ship of goodly size about to put to sea, the master of which was a Roman who, though not intimately acquainted with Pompey, nevertheless knew him by sight. His name was Petitius. This man, as it happened, had dreamed the night before that Pompey, not as he had often seen him, but humble and downcast, was addressing him. He was just telling his dream to his shipmates, as men who are at leisure are wont to make much of such matters, when suddenly one of the sailors told him that he saw a river-boat rowing out from the shore, and some men in it waving their garments, and stretching out their hands towards them. Petitius, accordingly, turned his attention in that direction, and at once recognized Pompey as he had seen him in his dream. Then, smiting his head, he ordered the sailors to bring the little boat alongside, and stretching out his hand, hailed Pompey, already comprehending from his garb the change of fortune which the man had suffered. Wherefore, without waiting for argument or entreaty, he took Pompey on board, and also all whom Pompey wished to have with him. These were the two Lentuli and Favonius, and set sail, and shortly after, seeing Deiotarus the king hurrying down from shore, they took him on board also. Now, when it was time for supper, and the master of the ship had made such provision for them as he could, Favonius, seeing that Pompey, for lack of servants, was beginning to take off his own shoes, ran to him, and took off his shoes for him, and helped him to anoint himself. And from that time he continued to give Pompey such ministry and service as slaves give their masters, even down to the washing of his feet and the preparation of his meals, so that any one who beheld the courtesy and the unfeigned simplicity of that service might have exclaimed, "Ah, yes, to generous souls how noble every task." And so, after coasting along towards Amphipolis, he crossed over to Mytilene, desiring to take on board Cornelia and his son. And when he had reached the shore of the island, he sent a messenger to the city, not such a one as Cornelia was expecting, in view of the joyful messages and letters she had received, for she was hoping that the war had ended at Dyrrachium, and that the only task left for Pompey was the pursuit of Caesar. The messenger, finding her in this mood, could not bring himself to salute her, but indicated to her the most and greatest of her misfortune by his tears rather than by his speech. and merely bade her hasten if she had any wish to see Pompey with one ship only, and that not his own. When she heard this, she cast herself upon the ground, and lay there a long time bereft of sense and speech. At last, however, and with difficulty, she regained her senses, and perceiving that the occasion was not one for tears and lamentations, she ran out through the city to the sea. Pompey met her, and caught her in his arms as she tottered and was falling. "I see thee," she cried, "husband, not by thy fortune, but by mine, reduced to one small vessel, thou who before thy marriage with Cornelia didst sail this sea with 500 ships. Why hast thou come to see me? And why didst thou not leave to her cruel destiny one who has infected thee also with an evil fortune so great? What a happy woman I had been if I had died before hearing that Publius, whose virgin bride I was slain among the Parthians, and how wise if, even after his death, as I essayed to do, I had put an end to my own life. But I was spared, it seems, to bring ruin also upon Pompey the Great." So spake Cornelia, as we are told, and Pompey answered, saying, "It is true, Cornelia, thou hast known but one fortune to be mine, the better one, and this has perhaps deceived thee too, as well as me, in that it remained with me longer than is customary. But this reverse also we must bear, since we are mortals, and we must still put fortune to the test, for I can have some hope of rising again from this low estate to my former high estate, since I fell from that to this." His wife, accordingly, sent for her goods and servants from the city, and though the Mytileneans gave Pompey a welcome and invited him to enter their city, he would not consent to do so, but bade them also to submit to the conqueror, and to be of good heart, for Caesar was humane and merciful. He himself, however, turning to Cratipus, the philosopher, who had come down from the city to see him, complained and argued briefly with him about providence, Cratipus yielding somewhat to his reasoning, and trying to lead him on to better hopes, that he might not give him pain by arguing against him at such a time. For when Pompey raised questions about providence, Cratipus might have answered that the state now required a monarchy, because it was so badly administered, and he might have asked Pompey, "How, O Pompey, and by what evidence, can we be persuaded that thou wouldst have made a better use of fortune than Caesar, hadst thou got the mastery?" But this matter of the divine ordering of events must be left without further discussion. After taking on board his wife and his friends, Pompey went on his way, putting in at harbours only when he was compelled to get food or water there. The first city that he entered was Attaleia in Pamphylia. There some triremes from Sicilia met him. Soldiers were assembled for him, and he was surrounded again by senators, 60 of them. On hearing, too, that his fleet still held together, and that Cato had taken many soldiers aboard, and was crossing the sea to Africa, he lamented to his friends, blaming himself for having been forced to do battle with his land forces, while he made no use of his navy, which was indisputably superior, and he had not even stationed it at a point where, if defeated on land, he might have had this powerful force close at hand by sea to make him a match for his enemy. And in truth, Pompey made no greater mistake, and Caesar showed no abler generalship than in removing the battle so far from naval assistance. However, since he was compelled to decide and act as best he could under the circumstances, he sent messengers round to the cities. To some also he sailed about in person, asking for money and manning ships. but fearing the quickness and speed of his enemy, who might come upon him and seize him before he was prepared, he began to look about for a temporary refuge and retreat. Accordingly, as he deliberated with his followers, there appeared to be no province to which they could safely fly, and as for the kingdoms, he himself expressed the opinion that the Parthian was best able for the present to receive and protect them in their weak condition, and later on to strengthen them and send them forth with a large force. Of the rest, some turned their thoughts to Africa and Juba, but Theophanes the Lesbian thought it a crazy thing for Pompey to decide against Egypt, which was only 3 days' sail away, and Ptolemy, who was a mere youth and indebted to Pompey for friendship and kindness shown his father, and put himself in the power of Parthians, a most treacherous race, to refuse to take the second place under a Roman, who had been connected with him by marriage, and to be second to none other, nay, to refuse even to make trial of that Roman's moderation, but instead to make Arsaces his lord and master, a thing which even Crassus could not be made to do while he lived, and to carry a young wife of the family of Scipio among barbarians, who measure their power by their insolence and licentiousness, where, even if she suffer no harm, but is only thought to have suffered harm, her fate is a terrible one, since she has come into the power of those who are able to do her harm. This consideration alone, as we are told, diverted Pompey from journeying to the Euphrates, if indeed it was longer any calculation of Pompey's, and not rather an evil genius, that was guiding him on this last journey. So, when it was decided that he should fly to Egypt, he set sail from Cyprus on a Seleucian trireme with his wife. Of the rest, some sailed along with him in ships of war like his own, and others in merchant vessels, and crossed the sea in safety. But, on learning that Ptolemy was posted at Pelusium with an army, making war upon his sister, he put in there, and sent on a messenger to announce his arrival to the king and ask his aid. Now, Ptolemy was quite young, but Pothinus, who managed all his affairs, assembled a council of the most influential men, and those were most influential whom he wished to be so, and bade each one give his opinion. It was certainly a dreadful thing that the fate of Pompey the Great was to be decided by Pothinus the eunuch, and Theodotus of Chios, who was a hired teacher of rhetoric, and Achillas the Egyptian, for these were the chief counsellors of the king, among the chamberlains and tutors also gathered there. And it was such a tribunal's verdict which Pompey, tossing an anchor some distance off the shore, was waiting for, a man who would not deign to be under obligations to Caesar for his life. The opinions of the other counsellors were so far divergent that some advised to drive Pompey away, and others to invite him in and receive him. But Theodotus, making a display of his powerful speech and rhetorical art, set forth that neither course was safe for them, but if they received Pompey, they would have Caesar for an enemy, and Pompey for a master. But if they rejected him, Pompey would blame them for casting him off, and Caesar for making him continue his pursuit. The best course, therefore, was to send for the man and put him to death, for by doing so they would gratify Caesar, and have nothing to fear from Pompey. So this he smilingly added, we are told, a dead man does not bite. Having determined upon this plan, they entrusted the execution of it to Achillas. So he took with him a certain Septimius, who had once been a tribune of Pompey's, and Salvius besides, a centurion with 3 or 4 servants, and put out towards the ship of Pompey. Now all the most distinguished of Pompey's fellow voyagers had come aboard of her to see what was going on, Accordingly, when they saw a reception that was not royal, nor splendid, nor in accordance with the hopes of Theophanes, but a few men sailing up in a single fishing boat, they viewed this lack of respect with suspicion, and advised Pompey to have his ship rowed back into the open sea, while they were beyond reach of missiles. But meanwhile the boat drew near, and first Septimius rose up, and addressed Pompey in the Roman tongue as Imperator. Then Agesilaus saluted him in Greek, and invited him to come aboard the boat, telling him that the shadows were extensive, and that the sea, which had a sandy bottom, was not deep enough to float a trireme. At the same time, some of the royal ships were seen to be taking their crews aboard, and men-at-arms were occupying the shore, so that there seemed to be no escape, even if they changed their minds. And besides, this very lack of confidence might give the murderers an excuse for their crime. Accordingly, after embracing Cornelia, who was bewailing his approaching death, he ordered 2 centurions to go into the boat before him, besides Philip, one of his freedmen, and a servant named Scythes. And while Agesilaus was already stretching out his hand to him from the boat, turned towards his wife and son, and repeated the verses of Sophocles: "Whatever man unto a tyrant takes his way, his slave he is, even though a free man when he goes." After these last words to his friends, he went into the boat, and since it was a long distance from the trireme to the land, and none of his companions in the boat had any friendly word for him, turning his eyes upon Septimius, he said, "Surely I am not mistaken. You are an old comrade of mine." Septimius nodded, merely, without saying anything to him or showing him any friendliness. So then, as there was profound silence again, Pompey took a little roll containing a speech written by him in Greek, which he had prepared for his use in addressing Ptolemy, and began to read it. Then, as they drew near the shore, Cornelia, together with his friends, stood on the trireme, watching with great anxiety for the outcome, and began to take heart when she saw many of the king's people assembling at the landing, as if to give him an honourable welcome. But at this point, while Pompey was clasping the hand of Philip, that he might rise to his feet more easily, Septimius, from behind, ran him through the body with his sword. Then Salvius next, and then Agesilaus, drew their daggers and stabbed him. And Pompey, drawing his toga down over his face with both hands, without an act or a word that was unworthy of himself, but with a groan merely, submitted to their blows, being 60 years of age, less 1, and ending his life only 1 day after his birthday. When the people on the ships beheld the murder, they uttered a wailing cry that could be heard as far as the shore, and weighing anchor quickly, took to flight. And a strong wind came to their aid as they ran out to sea, so that the Egyptians, though desirous of pursuing, turned back. But they cut off Pompey's head, and threw the rest of his body unclothed out of the boat, and left it for those who craved so pitiful a sight. Philip, however, stayed by the body, until such had taken their fill of gazing. Then he washed it in sea water, wrapped it in a tunic of his own, and since he had no other supply, sought along the coast until he found the remnants of a small fishing boat, old stuff indeed, but sufficient to furnish a funeral pyre that would answer for an unclothed corpse, and that too not entire. As he was gathering the wood and building the pyre, there came up a Roman, who was now an old man, but who in his youth had served his first campaigns with Pompey, and said, "Who art thou, my man, that thinkest to give burial rites to Pompey the Great?" And when Philip said that he was his freedman, the man said, But thou shalt not have this honour all to thyself. Let me too share in a pious privilege, thus offered, that I may not altogether regret my sojourn in a foreign land. If in requital for many hardships I find this happiness at least, to touch with my hands and array for burial the greatest of Roman imperators. Such were the obsequies of Pompey, and on the following day Lucius Lentulus, as he came sailing from Cyprus and coasted along the shore, not knowing what had happened, saw a funeral pyre, and Philip standing beside it, and before he had been seen himself, exclaimed, Who, pray, rests here at the end of his allotted days? Then, after a slight pause and a groan, he said, But perhaps it is thou, Pompey the Great. And after a little he went ashore, was seized, and put to death. This was the end of Pompey. But not long afterwards, Caesar came to Egypt, and found it filled with this great deed of abomination. From the man who brought Pompey's head, he turned away with loathing, as from an assassin, and on receiving Pompey's seal ring, he burst into tears. The device was a lion, holding a sword in his paws. But Achillas and Pothinus he put to death. The king himself, moreover, was defeated in battle along the river, and disappeared. Theodotus the sophist, however, escaped the vengeance of Caesar, for he fled out of Egypt, and wandered about in wretchedness and hated of all men. But Marcus Brutus, after he had slain Caesar and came into power, discovered him in Asia, and put him to death with every possible torture. The remains of Pompey were taken to Cornelia, who gave them burial at his Alban villa. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus. Illustrated by Bernadette Perrin. Comparison of Agesilaus and Pompey. Now that their lives lie spread before us, let us briefly run over the points in which the two men differed, and bring these together side by side. They are as follows. In the first place, it was in the justest manner that Pompey came to fame and power, setting out on his career independently, and rendering many great services to Sulla when Sulla was freeing Italy from her tyrants. Agesilaus, on the contrary, appeared to get his kingdom by sinning against both gods and men, since he brought Leochides under condemnation for bastardy, although his brother had recognized him as his legitimate son, and made light of the oracle concerning his lameness. In the second place, Pompey not only continued to hold Sulla in honor while he lived, but also after his death gave his body funeral obsequies, in despite of Lepidus, and bestowed upon his son Faustus his own daughter in marriage, whereas Agesilaus cast out Lysander on the merest pretext, and heaped insult upon him. And yet Sulla got no less from Pompey than he gave him, while in the case of Agesilaus, it was Lysander who made him king of Sparta and general of all Greece. And, thirdly, Pompey's transgressions of right and justice in his political life were due to his family connections, for he joined in most of the wrongdoings of Caesar and Scipio because they were his relations by marriage. But Agesilaus snatched Spodrius from the death which hung over him for wronging the Athenians, merely to gratify the love of his son. And when Phoebus treacherously broke the peace with Thebes, he evidently made the crime itself a reason for zealously supporting him. In a word, whatever harm Pompey was accused of bringing upon the Romans out of deference to his friends or through ignorance, Agesilaus brought as much upon the Lacedaemonians out of obstinacy and resentment when he kindled the Boeotian War. Moreover, if we must assign to any ill fortune of the two men the disasters which overtook them, that of Pompey could not have been anticipated by the Romans. But Agesilaus would not permit the Lacedaemonians to guard against the, quote, lame sovereignty, unquote, although they had heard and knew beforehand about it. For even if Leotychides had been 10,000 times convicted of being bastard and alien, the family of the Eurypontidae could easily have furnished Sparta with a king who was of legitimate birth and sound of limb, had not Lysander darkened the meaning of the oracle in the interests of Agesilaus. On the other hand, when we consider the remedy which Agesilaus applied to the perplexity of the state in dealing with those who had played the coward after the disaster at Leuctra, when he urged that the laws should slumber for that day, there was never another political device like it. Nor can we find anything in Pompey's career to compare with it. On the contrary, he did not even think it incumbent upon him to abide by the laws which he himself had made, if he might only display the greatness of his power to his friends. But Agesilaus, when he confronted the necessity of abrogating the laws in order to save his fellow citizens, devised a way by which the citizens should not be harmed by the laws, nor the laws be abrogated to avoid such harm. Further, I attribute also to political virtue in Agesilaus that inimitable act of his in abandoning his career in Asia on receipt of the dispatch roll. For he did not, like Pompey, help the commonwealth only as he made himself great, but with an eye to the welfare of his country he renounced such great fame and power as no man won before or since his day, except Alexander. And now, from another point of view, that of their campaigns and achievement in war. The trophies of Pompey were so many, the forces led by him so vast, and the pitched battles in which he was victorious so innumerable, that not even Xenophon, I think, would compare the victories of Agesilaus, although that historian, by reason of his other excellent qualities, is specially privileged, as it were, to say and write whatever he pleases about the man. I think also that in merciful behavior towards their enemies, the two men were different. For Agesilaus was so bent on enslaving Thebes and depopulating Messenia, Thebes the mother city of his royal line, and Messenia a sister colony to his country, that he nearly lost Sparta, and did lose her supremacy in Greece. Whereas Pompey gave cities to such of the pirates as changed their mode of life, and when it was in his power to lead Tigranes, the king of Armenia, in his triumphal procession, made him an ally instead, saying that he thought more of future time than of a single day. If, however, it is the greatest and most far-reaching decisions and acts in war that are to determine preeminence in the virtues of leadership, then the Lacedaemonian leaves the Roman far behind. For, in the first place, he did not desert nor abandon his city, though the enemy attacked it with an army of 70,000 men, while he had only a few men at arms, and these had recently been vanquished at Leuctra. But Pompey, after Caesar had occupied a single city of Italy with only 5,300 men, hurried away from Rome in a panic, either yielding ignobly to so few, or conjecturing falsely that there were more, and after conveying away with him his own wife and children, he left those of the other citizens defenseless and took flight, when he ought either to have conquered in a battle for his country, or to have accepted terms from his conqueror, who was a fellow citizen and a relation by marriage. But as it was, to the man for whom he thought it a terrible thing to prolong a term of military command, or vote a consulship, to this man he gave the power of capturing the city, and saying to Metellus that he considered him and all the rest of the citizens as his prisoners of war. Furthermore, the chief task of a good general is to force his enemies to give battle when he is superior to them, but not to be forced himself to do this when his forces are inferior, and by doing so, Agesilaus always kept himself unconquered. Whereas, in Pompey's case, Caesar escaped injury at his hands when he was inferior to him, and forced him to stake the whole issue on a battle with his land forces, wherein Caesar was superior, thus defeating him and becoming at once master of treasures, provisions, and the sea, advantages which would have brought his ruin without a battle had they remained in his enemy's control. And that which is urged as an excuse for this failure is really a very severe accusation against a general like him. For that a youthful commander should be frightened by tumults and outcries into cowardly weakness and abandon his safest plans is natural and pardonable. But that Pompey the Great, whose camp the Romans called their country, and his tent their senate, while they gave the name of traitors and rebels to the consuls and praetors and other magistrates at Rome, that he who was known to be under no one's command, but to have served all his campaigns most successfully as imperator, should be almost forced by the scoffs of Favonius and Domitius, and by the fear of being called Agamemnon, to put to the hazard the supremacy and freedom of Rome? Who could tolerate this? If he had regard only for the immediate infamy involved, then he ought to have made a stand at the first, and to have fought to its finish the fight for Rome, instead of calling the flight which he then made a Themistoclean stratagem, and afterwards counting it a disgraceful thing to delay before fighting in Thessaly. For surely heaven had not appointed that Pharsalian plain to be the stadium and theatre of their struggle for the supremacy, nor was he summoned by voice of herald to go down thither and do battle, or leave to another the victor's wreath. Nay, there were many plains, 10,000 cities, and a whole earth which his great resources by sea afforded him had he wished to imitate Maximus, or Marius, or Lucullus, or Agesilaus himself, who withstood no less tumults in Sparta when its citizens wished to fight with the Thebans in defense of their land, and in Egypt endured many calumnies and accusations and suspicions on the part of the king when he urged him to keep quiet. But he followed his own best counsels as he wished, and not only saved the Egyptians against their wills, and by his sole efforts ever kept Sparta upright in the midst of so great a convulsion, but actually set up a trophy in the city for a victory over the Thebans, which victory he put his countrymen in the way of winning later, by keeping them then from the destruction into which they would have forced their way. Wherefore Agesilaus was afterwards commended by those whom he had forced to take the path of safety, while Pompey, whom others had led into error, found accusers in the very ones to whom he had yielded. And yet some say he was deceived by his father-in-law Scipio, who wished to appropriate to his own uses the greater part of the treasure which he had brought from Asia, and therefore hid it away, and then hastened on the battle, on the plea that there was no longer any money. But even if this were true, a general ought not to suffer himself to be so easily deceived, nor afterwards to put his greatest interests at hazard. In these matters, then, such is the way in which we are to regard each of the men. And as to their voyages to Egypt, one went thither of necessity and in flight, the other for no honorable reason, nor of necessity, but for money, that what he got for serving the barbarians as commander might enable him to make war upon the Greeks. Then again, as to the charges which we bring against the Egyptians for their treatment of Pompey, these the Egyptians lay at the door of Agesilaus for his treatment of them. For Pompey trusted them and was wronged by them, while Agesilaus was trusted by them and yet forsook them, and went over to the enemies of those whom he had sailed to assist. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by calatravabooks. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus. Translated by Bernadette Perrin. Pelopidas. Cato the Elder, when certain persons praised a man who was inconsiderately rash and daring in war, told them there was a difference between a man's setting a high value on valor and his setting a low value on life. And his remark was just. At any rate, there was a soldier of Antigonus who was venturesome, but had miserable health and an impaired body. When the king asked him the reason for his pallor, The man admitted that it was a secret disease, whereupon the king took compassion on him and ordered his physicians, if there was any help for him, to employ their utmost skill and care. Thus the man was cured. But then the good fellow ceased to court danger, and was no longer a furious fighter, so that even Antigonus rebuked him, and expressed his wonder at the change. The man, however, made no secret of the reason, but said, O king, it is thou who hast made me less daring, by freeing me from those ills which made me set little value on life. On these grounds, too, as it would seem, a man of Sybaris said, it was no great thing for the Spartans to seek death in the wars in order to escape so many hardships and such a wretched life as theirs. But to the Sybarites, who were dissolved in effeminate luxury, men whom ambition and an eager quest of honor led to have no fear of death, naturally seemed to hate life, whereas the virtues of the Lacedaemonians gave them happiness alike in living or dying, as the following elegy testifies. These, it says, died, not deeming either life or death honorable in themselves, but only the accomplishment of them both with honor. For neither is a man to be blamed for shunning death, if he does not cling to life disgracefully, nor to be praised for boldly meeting death, if he does this with contempt of life. For this reason Homer always brings his boldest and most valiant heroes into battle well armed and equipped, and the Greek lawgivers punish him who casts away his shield, not him who throws away his sword or spear, thus teaching that his own defense from harm, rather than the infliction of harm upon the enemy, should be every man's first care, and particularly if he governs a city or commands an army. For if, as Iphicrates analyzed the matter, the light-armed troops are like the hands, the cavalry like the feet, the line of men-at-arms itself like chest and breastplate, and the general like the head, then he, in taking undue risks and being overbold, would seem to neglect not himself, but all, inasmuch as their safety depends on him, and their destruction too. Therefore Calatravabooks, although otherwise he was a great man, did not make a good answer to the seer who begged him to be careful, since the sacrificial omens foretold his death. Sparta, said he, does not depend upon one man. For when fighting or sailing or marching under orders, Calatravabooks was one man. But as general he comprised in himself the strength and power of all, so that he was not one man when such numbers perished with him. Better was the speech of old Antigonus, as he was about to fight a sea fight off Andros, and someone told him that the enemy's ships were far more numerous than his. But what of myself, said he, how many ships wilt thou count me? Implying that the worth of the commander is a great thing, as it is in fact, when allied with experience and valor, and his first duty is to save the one who saves everything else. Therefore Timotheus was right when Chares was once showing the Athenians some wounds he had received, and his shield pierced by a spear, in saying, But I, how greatly ashamed I was at the siege of Samos, because a bolt fell near me. I thought I was behaving more like an impetuous youth than like a general in command of so large a force. For where the whole issue is greatly furthered by the general's exposing himself to danger, there he must employ hand and body unsparingly, ignoring those who say that a good general should die, if not of old age, at least in old age. But where the advantage to be derived from his success is small, and the whole cause perishes with him if he fails, no one demands that a general should risk his life in fighting like a common soldier. Such is the preface I have thought fit to make for the lives of Pelopidas and Marcellus, great men who rashly fell in battle. For both were most valiant fighters, did honor to their countries in most illustrious campaigns, and what is more, had the most formidable adversaries, one being the first, as we are told, to rout Hannibal, who was before invincible, the other conquering in a pitched battle the Lacedaemonians, who were supreme on land and sea, and yet they were careless of their own lives and recklessly threw them away at times when it was most important that such men should live and hold command. These are the resemblances between them which have led me to write their lives in parallel. Pelopidas, the son of Hippocles, was of a highly honorable family in Thebes, as was Epaminondas, and having been reared in affluence, and having inherited in youth a splendid estate, he devoted himself to the assistance of worthy men who needed it, that he might be seen to be really master of his wealth and not its slave. For most wealthy men, as Aristotle says, either make no use of their wealth through avarice, or abuse it through prodigality, and so they are forever slaves, these to their pleasures, those to their business. The rest accordingly thankfully profited by the kindness and liberality of Pelopidas toward them. But Epaminondas was the only one of his friends whom he could not persuade to share his wealth. Pelopidas, however, shared the poverty of this friend, and gloried in modest attire, meager diet, readiness to undergo hardships, and straightforward service as a soldier. Like the Capaneus of Euripides, he had abundant wealth, but riches did not make him arrogant at all, and he was ashamed to let men think that he spent more upon his person than the poorest Theban. Now Epaminondas, whose poverty was hereditary and familiar, made it still more light and easy by philosophy, and by electing at the outset to lead a single life. Pelopidas, on the contrary, made a brilliant marriage, and had children too, but nevertheless he neglected his private interests to devote his whole time to the state, and so lessened his substance. And when his friends admonished him and told him that the possession of money, which he scorned, was a necessary thing, "Yes, indeed," he said, "necessary for this Nicodemus here," pointing to a man who was lame and blind. They were also fitted by nature for the pursuit of every excellence, and in like measure, except that Pelopidas delighted more in exercising the body, Epaminondas in storing the mind, so that the one devoted his leisure hours to bodily exercise and hunting, the other to lectures and philosophy. Both had many claims upon the world's esteem, but wise men consider none of these so great as the unquestioned good will and friendship which subsisted between them from first to last through all their struggles and campaigns and civil services. For if one regards the political careers of Themistocles and Aristides, or of Cimon and Pericles, or of Nicias and Alcibiades, which were so full of mutual dissensions, envyings, and jealousies, and then turns his eyes upon the honor and kindly favor which Pelopidas showed Epaminondas, he will rightly and justly call these men colleagues in government and command, rather than those, who ever strove to get the better of one another rather than of the enemy. And the true reason for the superiority of the Thebans was their virtue, which led them not to aim in their actions at glory or wealth, which are naturally attended by bitter envying and strife. On the contrary, they were both filled from the beginning with a divine desire to see their country become most powerful and glorious in their day and by their efforts, and to this end they treated one another's successes as their own. However, most people think that their ardent friendship dated from the campaign at Mantinea, where they fought on the side of the Lacedaemonians, who were still their friends and allies, and who received assistance from Thebes. Footnote. This was in 418 BC, when Athens gave assistance to Argos, Elis, and Mantinea against Sparta. End of footnote. For they stood side by side among the men-at-arms, and fought against the Arcadians, and when the Lacedaemonian wing to which they belonged gave way, and was routed for the most part, they locked their shields together and repelled their assailants. Pelopidas, after receiving 7 wounds in front, sank down upon a great heap of friends and enemies who lay dead together. But Epaminondas, although he thought him lifeless, stood forth to defend his body and his arms, and fought desperately, single-handed against many, determined to die rather than leave Pelopidas lying there. And now he too was in a sorry plight, having been wounded in the breast with a spear and in the arm with a sword, when Agesilaus, the Spartan king, came to his aid from the other wing, and when all hope was lost, saved them both. After this, the Spartans ostensibly treated the Thebans as friends and allies, but they really looked with suspicion on the ambitious spirit and the power of the city, and above all they hated the party of Ismenias and Androcleides, to which Pelopidas belonged, and which was thought to be friendly to freedom and a popular form of government. Therefore, Archias, Leontidas, and Philip, men of the oligarchical faction, who were rich and immoderately ambitious, sought to persuade Phoebidas the Spartan, as he was marching past with an army, to take the Cadmea by surprise, expel from the city the party opposed to them, and bring the government into subserviency to the Lacedaemonians by putting it in the hands of a few men. Phoebidas yielded to their persuasions, made his attack upon the Thebans when they did not expect it, since it was the festival of the Thesmophoria, and got possession of the citadel. Then Ismenias was arrested, carried to Sparta, and after a little while put to death, while Pelopidas, Pherenicus, Androcleides, and many others took to flight and were proclaimed outlaws. Epaminondas, however, was suffered to remain in the city because his philosophy made him to be looked down upon as a recluse, and his poverty as impotent. But when the Lacedaemonians deprived Phoebidas of his command, and fined him 100,000 drachmas, and yet held the Cadmea with a garrison notwithstanding, all the rest of the Greeks were amazed at their inconsistency, since they punished the wrongdoer but approved his deed. And as for the Thebans, they had lost their ancestral form of government and were enslaved by Archias and Leontidas, nor had they hopes of any deliverance from this tyranny, which they saw was guarded by the dominant military power of the Spartans and could not be pulled down unless those Spartans should somehow be deposed from their command of land and sea. Nevertheless, Leontidas and his associates, learning that the fugitive Thebans were living at Athens, where they were not only in favor with the common people, but also honored by the nobility, secretly plotted against their lives, and sending men who were unknown, they treacherously killed Androcleides, but failed in their designs upon the rest. There came also letters from the Lacedaemonians, charging the Athenians not to harbor or encourage the exiles, but to expel them as men declared common enemies by the allied cities. The Athenians, however, not only yielding to their traditional and natural instincts of humanity, but also making a grateful return for the kindness of the Thebans, who had been most ready to aid them in restoring their democracy, and had passed a decree that if any Athenians marched through Boeotia against the tyrants in Athens, no Boeotian should see or hear them, did no harm to the Thebans in their city. But Pelopidas, although he was one of the youngest of the exiles, kept inciting each man of them privately, and when they met together pleaded before them that it was neither right nor honorable for them to suffer their native city to be garrisoned and enslaved, and content with mere life and safety, to hang upon the decrees of the Athenians, and to be always cringing and paying court to such orators as could persuade the people. Nay, they must risk their lives for the highest good, and take Thrasybulus and his bold valor for their example, in order that, as he once sallied forth from Thebes and overthrew the tyrants in Athens, so they in their turn might go forth from Athens and liberate Thebes. When therefore they had been persuaded by his appeals, they sent secretly to the friends they had left in Thebes, and told them what they purposed. These approved their plan, and Charon, a man of the highest distinction, agreed to put his house at their disposal, while Philidas contrived to have himself appointed secretary to Archias and Philip, the Polemarchs. Epaminondas, too, had long since filled the minds of the Theban youth with high thoughts, for he kept urging them in the gymnastic schools to try the Lacedaemonians in wrestling, and when he saw them elated with victory and mastery, he would chide them, telling them they ought rather to be ashamed, since their cowardice made them the slaves of the men whom they so far surpassed in bodily powers. A day for the enterprise having been fixed, the exiles decided that Phrynichus, with the rest of the party under his command, should remain in the Thracian plain, while a few of the youngest took the risk of going forward into the city. And if anything happened to these at the hands of their enemies, the rest should all see to it that neither their children nor their parents came to any want. Pelopidas was first to undertake the enterprise, then Melon, Democleides, and Theopompus, men of foremost families, and of mutual fidelity and friendship, although in the race for heroic achievement and glory they were constant rivals. When their number had reached 12, they bade farewell to those who stayed behind, sent a messenger before them to Charon, and set out in short cloaks, taking hunting dogs and nets with them, that anyone who met them on the road might not suspect their purpose, but take them for hunters beating about the country. When their messenger came to Charon, and told him they were on the way, Charon himself did not change his mind at all, even though the hour of peril drew nigh, but was a man of his word, and prepared his house to receive them. A certain Hipposthenidas, however, not a bad man, nay, both patriotic and well disposed toward the exiles, but lacking in that degree of boldness which the sharp crisis and the projected enterprise demanded, was made dizzy, so to speak, by the magnitude of the struggle now so close at hand, and at last comprehended that, in undertaking to overthrow the armed force in the city, they were in a manner trying to shake the empire of the Lacedaemonians, and had placed their reliance on the hopes of men in exile and without resources. He therefore went quietly home, and sent one of his friends to Melon and Pelopidas, urging them to postpone the enterprise for the present, go back to Athens, and await a more favorable opportunity. Clydon was the name of this messenger, and going to his own home in haste, he brought out his horse and asked for the bridle. His wife, however, was embarrassed because she could not give it to him, and said she had lent it to a neighbor. Words of abuse were followed by imprecations, and his wife prayed that the journey might prove fatal both to him and to those that sent him. Clydon, therefore, after spending a great part of the day in this angry squabble, and after making up his mind too that what had happened was ominous, gave up his journey entirely and turned his thoughts to something else. So near can the greatest and fairest enterprises come at the very outset to missing their opportunity. But Pelopidas and his companions, after putting on the dress of peasants and separating, entered the city at different points while it was yet day. There was some wind and snow as the weather began to change, and they were the more unobserved because most people had already taken refuge from the storm in their houses. Those, however, whose business it was to know what was going on, received the visitors as they came, and brought them at once to the house of Charon, and there were, counting the exiles, 48 of them. With the tyrants, matters stood as follows. Philedas, their secretary, as I have said, was privy to the plans of the exiles, and was co-operating fully with them, and some time before had proposed for that day that Archias and his friends should have a drinking bout, at which a few married women should join them, his scheme being that when they were full of wine and completely relaxed in their pleasures, he would deliver them into the hands of their assailants. But before the party were very deep in their cups, some information was suddenly brought them, not false indeed, but uncertain and very vague, that the exiles were concealed in the city. Although Philedas tried to change the subject, Archias nevertheless sent one of his attendants to Charon, commanding him to come to him at once. It was evening, and Pelopidas and his companions in Charon's house were getting themselves ready for action, having already put on their breastplates and taken up their swords. Then there was a sudden knocking at the door. Someone ran to it, learned from the attendant that he was come from the Polemarchs with a summons for Charon, and brought the news inside, much perturbed. All were at once convinced that their enterprise had been revealed, and that they themselves were all lost, before they had even done anything worthy of their valor. However, they decided that Charon must obey the summons and present himself boldly before the magistrates. Charon was generally an intrepid man and of a stern courage in the face of danger, but in this case he was much concerned and frightened on account of his friends, and feared that some suspicion of treachery would fall upon him if so many and such excellent citizens now lost their lives. Accordingly, as he was about to depart, he brought his son from the women's apartments, a mere boy as yet, but in beauty and bodily strength surpassing those of his years, and put him in the hands of Pelopidas, telling him that if he found any guile or treachery in the father, he must treat the son as an enemy and show him no mercy. Many were moved to tears by the noble concern which Charon showed, and all were indignant that he should think any one of them so demoralized by the present peril, and so mean-spirited, as to suspect him or blame him in the least. They also begged him not to involve his son with them, but to put him out of harm's way, that he might escape the tyrants and live to become an avenger of his city and his friends. Charon, however, refused to take his son away, asking if any kind of life or any safety could be more honorable for him than a decorous death with his father and all these friends. Then he addressed the gods in prayer, and after embracing and encouraging them all, went his way, striving so to compose his countenance and modulate his voice as not to betray what he was really doing. When he reached the door of the house, Archias came out to him with Philedas, and said, Charon, I have heard that certain men have come and hid themselves in the city, and that some of the citizens are in collusion with them. Charon was disturbed at first, but on asking who the men were that had come, and who were concealing them, he saw that Archias could give no clear account of the matter, and conjectured that his information had not come from any of those who were privy to the plot. He said, therefore, Do not, then, suffer any empty rumor to disturb you. However, I will look into the matter, for perhaps no story should be ignored. Philedas, too, who stood by, approved of this, and after leading Archias back, got him to drink hard, and tried to protract the revel with hopes of a visit from the women. But Charon, when he got back home and found the men there disposed, not to expect safety or victory at all, but to die gloriously after a great slaughter of their enemies, told the truth only to Pelopidas himself, while for the rest he concocted a false tale that Archias had talked with him about other matters. Before this first storm had yet blown over, fortune brought a second down upon the men, For there came a messenger from Athens, from Archias the Hierophant, to his namesake Archias, who was his guest friend, bearing a letter which contained no empty nor false suspicion, but stated clearly all the details of the scheme that was on foot, as was subsequently learned. At the time, however, Archias was drunk, and the bearer of the letter was brought to him and put it into his hands, saying, "The sender of this bade thee read it at once, for it is on serious business." Then Archias answered with a smile, "Serious business for the morrow." And when he had received the letter, he put it under his pillow and resumed his casual conversation with Philedas. Wherefore these words of his are a current proverb to this day among the Greeks. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Randy Boyum. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Section 15, Pelopidas 11-20. 11. Now that the fitting time for their undertaking seemed to have come, they sallied forth in 2 bands, one under the lead of Pelopidas and Damocleidas against Leontidas and Hypades, who lived near together, the other against Archias and Philip under Charon and Malone, who had put on women's apparel over their breastplates and wore thick garlands of pine and fir which shaded their faces. For this reason, when they stood at the door of the banquet room, at first the company shouted and clapped their hands, supposing that the women, whom they had long been expecting, were come. But then, after surveying the banquet and carefully marking each of the reclining guests, the visitors drew their swords, and rushing through the midst of the tables at Archias and Philip, revealed who they were. A few of the guests were persuaded by Philedas to remain quiet, but the rest, who, with the pole marches, offered resistance and tried to defend themselves, were dispatched without any trouble, since they were drunk. Pelopidas and his party, however, were confronted with a harder task, for Leontidas, against whom they were going, was a sober and formidable man, and they found his house closed, since he had already gone to bed. For a long time no one answered their knocking, but at last the attendant heard them, and came out and drew back the bolt. As soon as the door yielded and gave way, they rushed in together, overturned the servant, and hastened towards the bedchamber. But Leontidas, conjecturing what was happening by the very noise and trampling, rose from bed and drew his dagger. But he forgot to overthrow the lamps and make the men fall foul of one another in the darkness. On the contrary, exposed to view by an abundance of light, he went to meet them at the door of his chamber, and struck down the first one that entered, Cephisodorus. When this assailant had fallen, he engaged Pelopidas next, and their conflict was rendered troublesome and difficult by the narrowness of the door and by Cephisodorus, whose body, now dead, lay in the way. But at last Pelopidas prevailed, and after dispatching Leontidas, he and his followers went at once to attack Hypades. They broke into his house as they had done into the other, but he promptly perceived their design and fled for refuge to his neighbors. Thither they closely followed him and caught him and slew him. 12. These things accomplished, they joined Malone's party and sent into Attica for the exiles they had left there. They also summoned the citizens to fight for their freedom, and armed those who came, taking from the porticos the spoils suspended there, and breaking open the neighboring workshops of spearmakers and swordmakers. Epaminondas and Gorgidas also came to their aid with an armed following, composed of many young men and the best of the older men. And now the city was all in a flutter of excitement. There was much noise, the houses had lights in them, and there was running to and fro. The people, however, did not yet assemble. They were terrified at what was going on, and had no clear knowledge of it, and were waiting for the day. Wherefore the Spartan commanders were thought to have made a mistake in not attacking and engaging at once, since their garrison numbered about 1,500 men, and many ran to join them out of the city. But the shouting, the fires, and the great thongs in motion everywhere terrified them, and they kept quiet, holding the citadel itself in their possession. At break of day the exiles came in from Attica under arms, and a general assembly of the people was convened. Then Epaminondas and Gorgidas brought before it Pelopidas and his companions, surrounded by the priests, holding forth garlands, and calling upon the citizens to come to the aid of their country and their gods. And the assembly, at the sight, rose to its feet with shouts and clapping of hands, and welcomed the men as deliverers and benefactors. 13. After this, having been elected Boeotarch, or governor of Boeotia, together with Milan and Charon, Pelopidas at once blockaded the Acropolis and assaulted it on every side, being anxious to drive out the Lacedaemonians and free the Cadmea before an army came up from Sparta. And he succeeded by so narrow a margin that, when the men had surrendered conditionally and had been allowed to depart, they got no further than Megara before they were met by Cleombrotus marching against Thebes with a great force. Of the 3 men who had been harmosts or governors in Thebes, the Spartans condemned and executed Eurypidas and Narcissus, and the third, Lysinoridas, was heavily fined and forsook the Peloponnesus. This exploit, so like that of Thrasybulus in the valor, the perils, and the struggles of its heroes, and, like that, crowned with success by fortune, the Greeks were wont to call a sister to it. For it is not easy to mention other cases where men so few in number and so destitute have overcome enemies so much more numerous and powerful by the exercise of courage and sagacity, and have thereby become the authors of so great blessings for their countries. And yet the subsequent change in the political situation made this exploit the more glorious. For the war which broke down the pretensions of Sparta and put an end to her supremacy by land and sea began from that night, in which Pelopidas, not by surprising any fort or castle or citadel, but by coming back into a private house with 11 others, loosed and broke in pieces, if the truth may be expressed in a metaphor, the fetters of the Lacedaemonian supremacy, which were thought indissoluble and not to be broken. 14. The Lacedaemonians now invaded Boeotia with a large army, and the Athenians, having become fearful, renounced their alliance with the Thebans, and, prosecuting those in their city who favored the Boeotian cause, put some of them to death, banished others, and others still they fined, so that the Thebans seemed to be in a desperate case with none to aid them. But Pelopidas and Gorgias, who were Boeotarchs, plotted to embroil the Athenians again with the Lacedaemonians, and devised the following scheme. Sphodrius, a Spartan, who had a splendid reputation as a soldier, but was rather weak in judgment and full of vain hopes and senseless ambition, had been left at Thespiae with an armed force to receive and succor the renegade Thebans. To this man Pelopidas and Gorgidas privately sent one of their friends who was a merchant, with money, and, what proved more persuasive than money with Sphodrius, this advice. He ought to put his hand to a large enterprise and seize the Piraeus, attacking it unexpectedly when the Athenians were off their guard. For nothing would gratify the Lacedaemonians so much as the capture of Athens, and the Thebans, who were now angry with the Athenians and held them to be traitors, would give them no aid. Sphodrius was finally persuaded, and, taking his soldiers, invaded Attica by night. He advanced as far as Eleusis, but there the hearts of his soldiers failed them, and his design was exposed, and after having thus stirred up a serious and difficult war against the Spartans, he withdrew to Thespiae. 15. After this, the Athenians, with the greatest eagerness, renewed their alliance with the Thebans, and began hostile operations against Sparta by sea, sailing about and inviting and receiving the allegiance of those Greeks who were inclined to revolt. The Thebans, too, by always engaging singly in Boeotia with the Lacedaemonians, and by fighting battles which, though not important in themselves, nevertheless afforded them much practice and training, had their spirits roused and their bodies thoroughly inured to hardships, and gained experience and courage from their constant struggles. For this reason, Antalcidas the Spartan, we are told, when Agesilaus came back from Boeotia with a wound, said to him, Indeed, this is a fine tuition fee which thou art getting from the Thebans, for teaching them how to war and fight, when they did not wish to do it. But, to tell the truth, it was not Agesilaus who was their teacher, but those leaders of theirs who, at the right time and place, gave the Thebans, like young dogs in training, experience in attacking their enemies, and then, when they had got a taste of victory and its ardors, brought them safely off. And of these leaders Pelopidas was in greatest esteem. For after his countrymen had once chosen him their leader in arms, there was not a single year when they did not elect him to office, but either as leader of the sacred band, or, for the most part, as boetarch, he continued active until his death. Well, then, at Plataea the Lacedaemonians were defeated and put to flight, and at Thespiae, whereto Phoebidas, who had seized the Cadmea, was slain, and at Tanagra a large body of them was routed, and Pantoidas the Harmost was killed. But these combats, though they gave ardor and boldness to the victors, did not altogether break the spirits of the vanquished, for they were not pitched battles, nor was the fighting in open and regular array, but it was by making well-timed sallies, and by either retreating before the enemy, or by pursuing and coming to close quarters with them, that the Thebans won their successes. 16. But the conflict at Tegeira, which was sort of a prelude to that at Leuctra, raised high the reputation of Pelopidas, for it afforded his fellow commanders no rival claim in its success, and his enemies no excuse for their defeat. Against the city of Orchomenus, which had chosen the side of the Spartans, and received 2 divisions of them for its protection, he was ever laying plans and watching his opportunity. And when he heard that its garrison had made an expedition to Locris, he hoped to find the city without defenders, and marched against it, having with him the sacred band and a few horsemen. But when, on approaching the city, he found that its garrison had been replaced with other troops from Sparta, he led his army back again through the district of Tegeira, that being the only way by which he could make a circuit along the foot of the mountains. For all the intervening plain was made impassable by the river Melas, which no sooner begins its flow than it spreads itself out into navigable marshes and lakes. A little below the marshes stands the temple of Apollo Tagorreus, with an oracle which has not been long abandoned, but was flourishing down to the Persian wars, when Echecrates was prophet-priest. Here, according to the story, the god was born, and the neighboring mountain is called Delos, and at its base the river Melas ceases to be spread out. And behind the temple 2 springs burst forth with a wonderful flow of sweet, copious, and cool water. One of these we call Palm, the other Olive, to the present day, for it was not between 2 trees, but between 2 fountains, that the goddess Leto was delivered of her children. Moreover, the Toum is near, from which, it is said, a boar suddenly came forth and frightened the goddess, and in like manner the stories of the Python and of Titius are associated with the birth of Apollo in this locality. Most of the proofs, however, I shall pass over, for my native tradition removes this god from among those deities who were changed from mortals into immortals, like Heracles and Dionysus, whose virtues enabled them to cast off mortality and suffering. But he is one of those deities who are unbegotten and eternal, if we may judge by what the most ancient and wisest men have said on such matters. 17. So then, as the Thebans entered the district of Tegeira on their way back from Orchomenus, the Lacedaemonians also entered it at the same time, returning in the opposite direction from Locris, and met them. As soon as they were seen marching through the narrow pass, someone ran up to Pelopidas and said, "We have fallen into our enemies' hands." "Why any more," said he, "than they into ours?" Then he at once ordered all his horsemen to ride up from the rear in order to charge, while he himself put his men-at-arms, 300 in number, into close array, expecting that wherever they charged, he would be most likely to cut his way through the enemy, who outnumbered him. Now there were 2 divisions of the Lacedaemonians, the division consisting of 500 men, according to Ephorus, of 700, according to Callisthenes, of 900, according to certain other writers, among whom is Polybius. Confident of victory, the pole marches of the Spartans, Gorgolian and Theopompus, advanced against the Thebans. the onset being made on both sides, particularly where the commanders themselves stood in the first place. The Lacedaemonian pole marches clashed with Pelopidas and fell. Then, when those about them were being wounded and slain, their whole army was seized with fear, and opened up a lane for the Thebans, imagining that they wished to force their way through to the opposite side and get away. But Pelopidas used the path thus opened to lead his men against those of the enemy who still held together, and slew them as he went along, so that finally all turned and fled. The pursuit, however, was carried but a little way, for the Thebans feared the Orchomenians, who were near, and the relief force from Sparta. They had succeeded, however, in conquering their enemy outright and forcing their way victoriously through his whole army. So they erected a trophy, spoiled the dead, and retired homewards in high spirits. For in all their wars with Greeks and barbarians, as it would seem, never before had Lacedaemonians in superior numbers been overpowered by an inferior force, nor, indeed, in a pitched battle where the forces were evenly matched. Hence they were of an irresistible courage, and when they came to close quarters, their very reputation sufficed to terrify their opponents, who also, on their part, thought themselves no match for Spartans with an equal force. But this battle first taught the other Greeks also that it was not the Eurotas, nor the region between Babus and Canasion, which alone produced warlike fighting men, but that wherever young men are prone to be ashamed of baseness and courageous in a noble cause, shunning disgrace more than danger, these are most formidable to their foes. 18. The sacred band, we are told, was first formed by Gorgidas, of 300 chosen men, to whom the city furnished exercise and maintenance, and who encamped in the Cadmea, for which reason too they were called the city band. For citadels in those days were properly called cities. But some say that this band was composed of lovers and beloved, and a pleasantry of Pamenes is cited, in which he said that Homer's Nestor was no tactician when he urged the Greeks to form in companies by clans and tribes, that clan might give assistance unto clan, and tribes to tribes, since he should have stationed lover by beloved. For tribesmen and clansmen make little account of tribesmen and clansmen in times of danger, whereas a band that is held together by the friendship between lovers is indissoluble and not to be broken, since the lovers are ashamed to play the coward before their beloved, and the beloved before their lovers, and both stand firm in danger to protect each other. Nor is this a wonder, since men have more regard for their lovers, even when absent, than for others who are present, as was true of him who, when his enemy was about to slay him where he lay, earnestly besought him to run his sword through his breast, in order, as he said, that my beloved may not have to blush at sight of my body with a wound in the back. It is related, too, that Iolaus, who shared the labors of Heracles and fought by his side, was beloved of him. And Aristotle says that even down to this day, the tomb of Iolaus was a place where lovers and beloved plighted mutual faith. It was natural, then, that the band should also be called sacred, because even Plato calls the lover a friend inspired of God. It is said, moreover, that the band was never beaten until the battle of Chaeronea, and when, after the battle, Philip was surveying the dead, and stopped at the place where the 300 were lying, all where they had faced the long spears of his phalanx with their armor and mingled one with another, he was amazed, and on learning that this was the band of lovers and beloved, burst into tears and said, "Perish miserably they who think that these men did or suffered aught disgraceful." 19. Speaking generally, however, it was not the passion of Laius that, as the poets say, first made this form of love customary among the Thebans, but their lawgivers, wishing to relax and mollify their strong and impetuous natures in earliest boyhood, gave the flute great prominence both in their work and in their play, bringing this instrument into preeminence and honor, and reared them to give love a conspicuous place in the life of the palaestra, thus tempering the dispositions of the young men. And with this in view, they did well to give the goddess, who is said to have been born of Ares and Aphrodite, a home in their city. For they felt that where the force and courage of the warrior are most closely associated and united with the age which possesses grace and persuasiveness, there all the activities of civil life are brought by harmony into the most perfect consonance and order. Gorgidas, then, by distributing this sacred band among the front ranks of the whole phalanx of men-at-arms, made the high excellence of the men inconspicuous, and did not direct their strength upon a common object, since it was dissipated and blended with that of a large body of inferior troops. But Pelopidas, after their valor had shone out at Tegeira, where they fought by themselves and about his own person, never afterwards divided or scattered them, but, treating them as a unit, put them into the forefront of the greatest conflicts. For just as horses run faster when yoked to a chariot than when men ride them singly, not because they cleave the air with more impetus owing to their united weight, but because their mutual rivalry and ambition inflame their spirits, so he thought that brave men were most ardent and serviceable in a common cause when they inspired one another with a zeal for high achievement. 20. But now the Lacedaemonians made peace with all the other Greeks and directed the war against the Thebans alone. Cleombrotus, their king, invaded Boeotia with a force of 2,000 men-at-arms and 1,000 horse. A new peril confronted the Thebans, since they were openly threatened with downright dispersion, and an unprecedented fear reigned in Boeotia. It was at this time that Pelopidas, on leaving his house, when his wife followed him on his way in tears, and begging him not to lose his life, said, "This advice, my wife, should be given to private men, but men in authority should be told not to lose the lives of others." And when he reached the camp and found that the Boeotarchs were not in accord, he was first to side with Epaminondas in voting to give the enemy battle. Now Pelopidas, although he had not been appointed Boeotarch, was captain of the sacred band and highly trusted, as it was right that a man should be, who had given his country such tokens of his devotion to freedom. Accordingly, it was decided to risk a battle, and at Leuctra they encamped over against the Lacedaemonians. Here Pelopidas had a dream which greatly disturbed him. Now, in the plain of Leuctra are the tombs of the daughters of Cydacus, who are called from the place Leuctridae, for they had been buried there, after having been ravished by Spartan strangers. At the commission of such a grievous and lawless act, their father, since he could get no justice at Sparta, heaped curses upon the Spartans, and then slew himself upon the tombs of the maidens. And ever after, prophecies and oracles kept warning the Spartans to be on watchful guard against the Leuctrian wrath. Most of them, however, did not fully understand the matter, but were in doubt about the place, since in Laconia there is a little town near the sea which is called Leuctra, and near Megalopolis in Arcadia there is a place of the same name. This calamity, of course, occurred long before the Battle of Leuctra. End of section 15. Read by Randy Boyum, Denver, Colorado, May 8th, 2025.
Section number 16 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J. Rose. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus. Translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Pelopidas, sections 21 through 30. After Pelopidas had lain down to sleep in the camp, he thought he saw these maidens weeping at their tombs, as they invoked curses upon the Spartans, and Scidasus bidding him sacrifice to his daughters a virgin with auburn hair, if he wished to win the victory over his enemies. The injunction seemed a lawless and dreadful one to him, but he rose up and made it known to the seers and the commanders. Some of these would not hear of the injunction being neglected or disobeyed, adducing as examples of such sacrifice among the ancients Menecius, son of Creon, Macaria, daughter of Heracles, and, in later times, Pherecydes, the wise man, who was put to death by the Lacedaemonians, and whose skin was preserved by their kings in accordance with some oracle, and Leonidas, who, in obedience to the oracle, sacrificed himself, as it were, to save Greece. And, still further, the youths who were sacrificed by Themistocles to Dionysus Carnivorous before the sea fight at Salamis. For the successes which followed these sacrifices proved them acceptable to the gods. Moreover, when Agesilaus, who was setting out on an expedition from the same place as Agamemnon did, and against the same enemies, was asked by the goddess for his daughter in sacrifice, and had this vision as he lay asleep at Aulis, he was too tender-hearted to give her, and thereby brought his expedition to an unsuccessful and inglorious ending. Others, on the contrary, argued against it, declaring that such a lawless and barbarous sacrifice was not acceptable to any one of the superior beings above us, for it was not the fabled Typhons and giants who governed the world, but the Father of all gods and men. Even to believe in the existence of divine beings who take delight in the slaughter and blood of men was perhaps a folly, but if such beings existed, they must be disregarded as having no power. For only weakness and depravity of soul could produce or harbor such unnatural and cruel desires. While, then, the chief men were thus disputing, and while Pelopidas in particular was in perplexity, a filly broke away from the herd of horses and sped through the camp, and when she came to the very place of their conference, stood still. The rest only admired the color of her glossy mane, which was fiery red, her high mettle, and the vehemence and boldness of her neighing. But Theocritus, the seer, after taking thought, cried out to Pelopidas, "Thy sacrificial victim is come, good man. So let us not wait for any other virgin, but do thou accept and use the one which heaven offers thee." So they took the mare and led her to the tombs of the maidens, upon which, after decking her with garlands and consecrating her with prayers, they sacrificed her, rejoicing themselves, and publishing through the camp an account of the vision of Pelopidas and of the sacrifice. In the battle, while Epaminondas was drawing his phalanx obliquely towards the left, in order that the right wing of the Spartans might be separated as far as possible from the rest of the Greeks, and that he might thrust back Cleombrotus by a fierce charge in column with all his men-at-arms, the enemy understood what he was doing and began to change their formation. They were opening up their right wing and making an encircling movement in order to surround Epaminondas and envelop him with their numbers. But at this point, Pelopidas darted forth from his position, and with his band of 300 on the run, came up before Cleombrotus had either extended his wing or brought it back again into its old position, and closed up his line of battle, so that the Lacedaemonians were not standing in array, but moving confusedly about among each other when his onset reached them. And yet the Spartans, who were of all men past masters in the art of war, trained and accustomed themselves to nothing so much as not to straggle or get into confusion upon a change of formation, but to take anyone without exception as neighbor in rank or in file, and wheresoever danger actually threatened, to seize that point and form in close array and fight as well as ever. At this time, however, since the phalanx of Epaminondas bore down upon them alone and neglected the rest of their force, and since Pelopidas engaged them with incredible speed and boldness, their courage and skill were so confounded that there was a flight and slaughter of the Spartans such as had never before been seen. Therefore, although Epaminondas was Betarch, Pelopidas, who was not Betarch, and commanded only a small portion of the whole force, won as much glory for the success of that victory as he did. Both were Betarchs, however, when they invaded Peloponnesus and won over most of its peoples, detaching from the Lacedaemonian confederacy Elis, Argos, all Arcadia, and most of Laconia itself. Still, the winter solstice was at hand, and only a few days of the latter part of the last month of the year remained, and as soon as the first month of the new year began, other officials must succeed them, or those who would not surrender their office must die. The other Betarchs, both because they feared this law, and because they wished to avoid the hardships of winter, were anxious to lead the army back home. But Pelopidas was first to add his vote to that of Epaminondas, and after inciting his countrymen to join them, led the army against Sparta and across the Eurotas. He took many of the enemy's cities and ravaged all their territory as far as the sea, leading an army of 70,000 Greeks, of which the Thebans themselves were less than a 12th part. But the reputation of the two men, without a general vote or decree, induced all the allies to follow their leadership without a murmur. For the first and paramount law, as it would seem, namely, that of nature, subjects him who desires to be saved to the command of the man who can save him, just as sailors, when the weather is fair or they are lying offshore at anchor, treat their captains with bold insolence, but as soon as a storm arises and danger threatens, look to them for guidance and place their hopes in them. And so Argives, Eleans, and Arcadians, who in their joint assemblies contended and strove with the Thebans for the supremacy, when battles were actually to be fought and perils to be faced, of their own will obeyed the Theban generals and followed them. On this expedition they united all Arcadia into one power, rescued the country of Messenia from the hands of its Spartan masters, and called back and restored the ancient Messenian inhabitants, with whom they settled Aethome, and on their way back homewards through Cenchreae, conquered the Athenians when they tried to hinder their passage by skirmishing with them in the passes. In view of these achievements, all the rest of the Greeks were delighted with their valor and marveled at their good fortune. But the envy of their own fellow citizens, which was increasing with the men's fame, prepared them a reception that was not honorable or fitting. For both were tried for their lives when they came back, because they had not handed over to others their office of Plutarch, as the law commanded, in the first month of the new year, which they call Bucatios, but had added 4 whole months to it, during which they conducted their campaign in Messenia, Arcadia, and Laconia. Well, then, Pelopidas was first brought to trial, and therefore ran the greater risk, but both were acquitted. Epaminondas bore patiently with this attempt to calumniate him, considering that forbearance under political injury was a large part of fortitude and magnanimity. But Pelopidas, who was naturally of a more fiery temper, and who was egged on by his friends to avenge himself upon his enemies, seized the following occasion. Menecletus, the orator, was one of those who had gathered with Pelopidas and Melon at Chiron's house, and since he did not receive as much honor among the Thebans as the others, being a most able speaker, but intemperate and malicious in his disposition, he gave his natural gifts employment in calumniating and slandering his superiors, and kept on doing so even after the trial. Accordingly, he succeeded in excluding Epaminondas from the office of Plutarch, and kept him out of political leadership for some time. But he had not weight enough to bring Pelopidas into disfavor with the people, and therefore tried to bring him into collision with Chiron. And since it is quite generally a consolation to the envious, in the case of those whom they themselves cannot surpass in men's estimation, to show these forth as somehow or other inferior to others, he was constantly magnifying the achievements of Chiron, in his speeches to the people, and extolling his campaigns and victories. Moreover, for the victory which the Theban cavalry won at Plataea, before the battle of Leuctra, under the command of Chiron, he attempted to make the following public dedication. Andronicus of Cyzicus had received a commission from the city to make a picture of another battle, and was finishing the work at Thebes. But the city revolted from Sparta, and the war came on before the picture was quite completed, and the Thebans now had it on their hands. This picture, then, Menecletus persuaded them to dedicate with Chiron's name inscribed thereon, hoping in this way to obscure the fame of Pelopidas and Epaminondas. But the ambitious scheme was a foolish one, when there were so many and such great conflicts, to bestow approval on one action and one victory, in which, we are told, a certain Gerondus, an obscure Spartan, and 40 others were killed, but nothing else of importance was accomplished. This decree was attacked as unconstitutional by Pelopidas, who insisted that it was not a custom with the Thebans to honor any one man individually, but for the whole country to have the glory of a victory. And through the whole trial of the case he continued to heap generous praise upon Chiron, while he showed Menecletus to be a slanderous and worthless fellow, and asked the Thebans if they had done nothing noble themselves. The result was that Menecletus was fined, and being unable to pay the fine because it was so heavy, he afterwards tried to effect a revolution in the government. This episode, then, has some bearing on the life which I am writing. Now, since Alexander, the tyrant of Pherae, made open war on many of the Thessalians, and was plotting against them all, their cities sent ambassadors to Thebes asking for an armed force and a general. Pelopidas, therefore, seeing that Epaminondas was busy with his work in Peloponnesus, offered and assigned himself to the Thessalians, both because he could not suffer his own skill and ability to lie idle, and because he thought that wherever Epaminondas was, there was no need of a second general. Accordingly, after marching into Thessaly with an armed force, he straightway took Larissa, and when Alexander came to him and begged for terms, he tried to make him, instead of a tyrant, one who would govern the Thessalians mildly and according to law. But since the man was incurably brutish and full of savageness, and since there was much denunciation of his licentiousness and greed, Pelopidas became harsh and severe with him, whereupon he ran away with his guards. Then Pelopidas, leaving the Thessalians in great security from the tyrant and in concord with one another, set out himself for Macedonia, where Ptolemy was at war with Alexander, the king of the Macedonians. For both parties had invited him to come and be arbiter and judge between them, and ally and helper of the one that appeared to be wronged. After he had come, then, and had settled their differences and brought home the exiles, he received as hostages Philip, the king's brother, and 30 other sons of the most illustrious men, and brought them to live at Thebes, thus showing the Greeks what an advance the Theban state had made in the respect paid to its power and the trust placed in its justice. This was the Philips who afterwards waged war to enslave the Greeks, but at this time he was a boy and lived in Thebes with Pamenes. Hence he was believed to have become a zealous follower of Epaminondas, perhaps because he comprehended his efficiency in wars and campaigns, which was only a small part of the man's high excellence, but in restraint, justice, magnanimity, and gentleness, wherein Epaminondas was truly great, Philip had no share, either naturally or as a result of imitation. After this, when the Thessalians again brought complaint against Alexander of Pherae as a disturber of their cities, Pelopidas was sent thither on an embassy with Ismenias. And since he brought no force from home with him, and did not expect war, he was compelled to employ the Thessalians themselves for the emergency. At this time, too, Macedonian affairs were in confusion again, for Ptolemy had killed the king and now held the reins of government, and the friends of the dead king were calling upon Pelopidas. Wishing, therefore, to appear upon the scene, but having no soldiers of his own, he enlisted some mercenaries on the spot, and with these marched at once against Ptolemy. When, however, they were near each other, Ptolemy corrupted the mercenaries and bribed them to come over to his side. But since he feared the very name and reputation of Pelopidas, he met him as his superior, and after welcoming him and supplicating, agreed to be regent for the brothers of the dead king, and to make an alliance with the Thebans. Moreover, to confirm this, he gave him his son Philoxenus and 50 of his companions as hostages. These, then, Pelopidas sent off to Thebes. But he himself, being indignant at the treachery of his mercenaries, and learning that most of their goods, together with their wives and children, had been placed for safety at Pharsalus, so that by getting these into his power he would sufficiently punish them for their affront to him, he got together some of the Thessalians and came to Pharsalus. But just as he got there, Alexander the tyrant appeared before the city with his forces. Then Pelopidas and Ismenias, thinking that he was come to excuse himself for his conduct, went of their own accord to him, knowing, indeed, that he was an abandoned and blood-stained wretch, but expecting that because of Thebes and their own dignity and reputation they would suffer no harm. But the tyrant, when he saw them coming up unarmed and unattended, straightway seized them and took possession of Pharsalus. By this step he awoke in all his subjects a shuddering fear. They thought that after an act of such boldness and iniquity he would spare nobody, and in all his dealings with men and affairs would act as one who now utterly despaired of his own life. The Thebans, then, on hearing of this, were indignant, and sent out an army at once, although, since Epaminondas had somehow incurred their displeasure, they appointed other commanders for it. As for Pelopidas, after the tyrant had brought him back to Pherae, at first he suffered all who desired it to converse with him, thinking that his calamity had made him a pitiful and contemptible object. But when Pelopidas exhorted the lamenting Pheraeans to be of good cheer, since now certainly the tyrant would meet with punishment, and when he sent a message to the tyrant himself, saying that it was absurd to torture and slay the wretched and innocent citizens day by day, while he spared him, a man most certain, as he knew, to take vengeance on him if he made his escape. Then the tyrant, amazed at his high spirit and his fearlessness, said, "And why is Pelopidas in haste to die?" To which Pelopidas replied, "That thou mayest the sooner perish, by becoming more hateful to the gods than now." From that time the tyrant forbade those outside of his following to see the prisoner. But Thebe, who was a daughter of Jason, and Alexander's wife, learned from the keepers of Pelopidas how courageous and noble the man was, and conceived a desire to see him and talk with him. But when she came to him, woman that she was, she could not at once recognize the greatness of his nature in such dire misfortune. But judging from his hair and garb and maintenance that he was suffering indignities which ill befitted a man of his reputation, she burst into tears. Pelopidas, not knowing at first what manner of woman she was amazed. But when he understood, he addressed her as daughter of Jason, for her father was a familiar friend of his. And when she said, "I pity thy wife," he replied, "And I thee, and that thou wearest no chains, and yet endurest Alexander." "And I thee, and that thou wearest no chains, and yet endurest Alexander." This speech deeply moved the woman, for she was oppressed by the savage insolence of the tyrant, who, in addition to his other debaucheries, had made her youngest brother his paramour. Therefore her continued visits to Pelopidas, in which she spoke freely of her sufferings, gradually filled her with wrath and fierce hatred towards Alexander. When the Theban generals had accomplished nothing by their invasion of Thessaly, but owing to inexperience or ill fortune had retired disgracefully, the city fined each of them 10,000 drachmas, and sent out Epaminondas with an armed force. At once, then, there was a great stir among the Thessalians, who were filled with high hopes in view of the reputation of this general, and the cause of the tyrant was on the very verge of destruction. So great was the fear that fell upon his commanders and friends, and so great the inclination of his subjects to revolt, and their joy at what the future had in store, for they felt that now they should behold the tyrant under punishment. Epaminondas, however, less solicitous for his own glory than for the safety of Pelopidas, and fearing that if confusion reigned, Alexander would get desperate and turn like a wild beast upon his prisoner, dallied with the war, and taking a roundabout course, kept the tyrant in suspense by his preparations and threatened movements, thus neither encouraging his audacity and boldness, nor arousing his malignity and passion. For he had learned how savage he was, and how little regard he had for right and justice, and that sometimes he buried men alive, and sometimes dressed them in the skins of wild boars or bears, and then set his hunting dogs upon them, and either tore them in pieces or shot them down, making this his diversion. And at Meliboea and Scotussa, allied and friendly cities, when the people were in full assembly, he surrounded them with his bodyguards and slaughtered them from the youth up. He also consecrated the spear with which he had slain his uncle Ariphron, decked it with garlands, and sacrificed it as to a god, giving it the name of Tycho. Once when he was seeing a tragedian act The Trojan Women of Euripides, he left the theater abruptly, and sent a message to the actor bidding him be of good courage, and not put forth any less effort because of his departure, for it was not one out of contempt for his acting that he had gone away, but because he was ashamed to have the citizens see him, who had never taken pity on any man that he had murdered, weeping over the sorrows of Hecuba and Andromache. It was this tyrant, however, who, terrified at the name and fame and distinction of the generalship of Epaminondas, crouched down, the warrior bird, like slave with drooping wings, and speedily sent a deputation to him which should explain his conduct. But Epaminondas could not consent that the Thebans should make peace and friendship with such a man. He did, however, make a 30 days' truce with him, and after receiving Pelopidas and Ismenias, returned home. Now, when the Thebans learned that ambassadors from Sparta and Athens were on their way to the great king to secure an alliance, they also sent Pelopidas thither. And this was a most excellent plan in view of his reputation. For, in the first place, he went up through the provinces of the king as a man of name and note. For the glory of his conflicts with the Lacedaemonians had not made its way slowly or to any slight extent through Asia, but when once the report of the battle at Leuctra had sped abroad, it was ever increased by the addition of some new success, and prevailed to the farthest recesses of the interior. And, in the second place, when the satraps and generals and commanders at the king's court beheld him, they spoke of him with wonder, saying that this was the man who had expelled the Lacedaemonians from land and sea, and shut up between Taygetus and the Eurotas that Sparta, which, a little while before, through Agesilaus, had undertaken a war with the great king and the Persians for the possession of Susa and Ecbatana. This pleased Artaxerxes, of course, and he admired Pelopidas for his high reputation, and loaded him with honors, being desirous to appear lauded and courted by the greatest men. But when he saw him face to face, and understood his proposals, which were more trustworthy than those of the Athenians, and simpler than those of the Lacedaemonians, he was yet more delighted with him, and, with all the assurance of a king, openly showed the esteem in which he held him, and allowed the other ambassadors to see that he made most account of him. And yet he is thought to have shown Antiquity, the Lacedaemonian, more honor than any other Greek, and that he took the chaplet which he wore at a banquet, dipped it in perfume, and sent it to him. To Pelopidas, indeed, he paid no such delicate compliment, but he sent him the greatest and most splendid of the customary gifts, and granted him his demands, namely, that the Greeks should be independent, Messene inhabited, and the Thebans regarded as the king's hereditary friends. With these answers, but without accepting any gifts except such as were mere tokens of kindness and goodwill, he set out for home. And this conduct of his, more than anything else, was the undoing of the other ambassadors. Timagoras, at any rate, was condemned and executed by the Athenians, and if this was because of the multitude of gifts which he took, it was right and just. For he took not only gold and silver, but also an expensive couch and slaves to spread it, since, as he said, the Greeks did not know how. And besides, 80 cows with their cowherds, since, as he said, he wanted cow's milk for some ailment. And, finally, he was carried down to the sea in a litter, and had a present of 4 talents from the king with which to pay his carriers. But it was not his taking of gifts, as it would seem, that most exasperated the Athenians. At any rate, Epicrates, his shield-bearer, once confessed that he had received gifts from the king, and talked of proposing a decree that instead of 9 archons, 9 ambassadors to the king should be elected annually from the poor and needy citizens, in order that they might take his gifts and be wealthy men, whereat the people only laughed. But they were incensed because the Thebans had things all their own way, not stopping to consider that the fame of Pelopidas was more potent than any number of rhetorical discourses with a man who ever paid deference to those who were mighty in arms. End of section number 16. Read by J. Rose, Los Angeles, June 18th, 2025.
Section 17 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Pelopidas, 31 to 35. 31. This embassy, then, added not a little to the goodwill felt towards Pelopidas on his return home because of the peopling of Messene and the independence of the other Greeks, But Alexander of Pherae had now resumed his old nature, and was destroying not a few Thessalian cities. He had also put garrisons over the Archaeans of Thyatis and the people of Magnesia. When therefore the cities learned that Pelopidas was returned, they at once sent ambassadors to Thebes requesting an armed force and him for its commander. The Thebans readily decreed what they desired, and soon everything was in readiness, and the commander about to set out, when the sun was eclipsed, and the city was covered with darkness in the daytime. So Pelopidas, seeing that all were confounded at this manifestation, did not think it meet to use compulsion with men who were apprehensive and fearful, nor to run extreme hazard with 7,000 citizens, but devoting himself alone to the Thessalians, and taking with him 300 of the cavalry, who were foreigners and who volunteered for the service, set out, although the seers forbade it, and the rest of the citizens disapproved, for the eclipse was thought to be a great sign from heaven, and to regard a conspicuous man. But his wrath at insults received made him very hot against Alexander, and, besides, his previous conversations with Thebe led him to hope that he should find the tyrant's family already embroiled and disrupted. More than anything else, however, the glory of the achievement invited him on, for he was ardently desirous, at a time when the Lacedaemonians were sending generals and governors to aid Dionysius, the tyrant of Sicily, and the Athenians were taking Alexander's pay and erecting a bronze statue of him as their benefactor, to show the Greeks that the Thebans alone were making expeditions for the relief of those whom tyrants oppressed, and were overthrowing in Greece those ruling houses which rested on violence and were contrary to the laws. 32. Accordingly, when he was come to Pharsalus, he assembled his forces and marched at once against Alexander. Alexander also, seeing that there were only a few Thebans with Pelopidas, while his own men-at-arms were more than twice as many as the Thessalians, advanced as far as the temple of Thetis to meet him. When Pelopidas was told that the tyrant was coming up against him with a large force, "All the better," he said, "for there will be more for us to conquer." At the place called Cynoscephalae, steep and lofty hills jut out into the midst of the plain, and both leaders set out to occupy these with her infantry. His horsemen, however, who were numerous and brave, Pelopidas sent against the horsemen of the enemy, and they prevailed over them and chased them out into the plain. But Alexander got possession of the hills first, and when the Thessalian men-at-arms came up later and tried to storm difficult and lofty places, he attacked and killed the foremost of them, and the rest were so harassed with missiles that they could accomplish nothing. Accordingly, when Pelopidas saw this, he called back his horsemen and ordered them to charge upon the enemy's infantry, where it still held together, while he himself seized his shield at once and ran to join those who were fighting on the hills. Through the rear ranks he forced his way to the front, and filled all his men with such vigor and ardor that the enemy also thought them changed men, advancing to the attack with other bodies and spirits. 2 or 3 of their onsets the enemy repulsed, but, seeing that these too were now attacking with vigor, and that the cavalry was coming back from its pursuit, they gave way and retreated step by step. Then Pelopidas, looking down from the heights and seeing that the whole army of the enemy, though not yet put to flight, was already becoming full of tumult and confusion, stood and looked about him in search of Alexander. And when he saw him on the right wing, marshalling and encouraging his mercenaries, he could not subject his anger to his judgment, but, inflamed at the sight, and surrendering himself and his conduct of the enterprise to his passion, he sprang out far in front of the rest, and rushed with challenging cries upon the tyrant. He, however, did not receive nor await the onset, but fled back to his guards and hid himself among them. The foremost of the mercenaries, coming to close quarters with Pelopidas, were beaten back by him. Some also were smitten and slain, but most of them fought at longer range, thrusting their spears through his armor and covering him with wounds, until the Thessalians, in distress for his safety, ran down from the hills when he had already fallen, and the cavalry, charging up, routed the entire phalanx of the enemy, and, following on a great distance in pursuit, filled the country with their dead bodies, slaying more than 3,000 of them. 33. Now that the Thebans who were present at the death of Pelopidas should be disconsolate, calling him their father and savior and teacher of the greatest and fairest blessings, was not so much to be wondered at. But the Thessalians and allies also, after exceeding in their decrees every honor that can fitly be paid to human excellence, showed still more by their grief how grateful they were to him. For it is said that those who were in the action neither took off their breastplates, nor unbridled their horses, nor bound up their wounds when they learned of his death, but, still heated and in full armor, came first to the body, and, as if it still had life and sense, heaped round it the spoils of the enemy, sheared their horses' manes, and cut off their own hair. And when they had gone to their tents, many neither kindled a fire nor took supper, but silence and dejection reigned through all the camp, as if they had not won a great and most brilliant victory, but had been defeated by the tyrant and made his slaves. From the cities, too, when tidings of these things reached them, came the magistrates, accompanied by youths and boys and priests, to take up the body, and they brought trophies and wreaths and suits of golden armor. And when the body was to be carried forth for burial, the most reverend of the Thessalians came and begged the Thebans for the privilege of giving it burial themselves. And one of them said, "Friends and allies, we ask of you a favor which will be an honor to us in our great misfortune, and will give us consolation. We, men of Thessaly, can never again escort a living Pelopidas on his way, nor pay him worthy honors of which he can be sensible. But if we may be permitted to compose and adorn his body with our own hands and give it burial, you will believe, we are persuaded, that this calamity is a greater one for Thessaly than for Thebes. For you have lost only a good commander, but we, both that and freedom. For how shall we have the courage to ask another general from you, when we have not returned Pelopidas?" This request the Thebans granted. 34. Those funeral rites were never surpassed in splendor, in the opinions of those who did not think splendor to consist in ivory, gold, and purple. Like Philistus, who tells us in wondering strains about the funeral of Dionysius, which formed the pompous conclusion of the great tragedy of his tyranny, Alexander the Great, too, when Hephaestion died, not only sheared the manes of his horses and mules, but actually took away the battlements of the city walls in order that the cities might seem to be in mourning, assuming a shorn and dishevelled appearance instead of their former beauty. These honors, however, were dictated by despots, were performed under strong compulsion, and were attended with envy of those who received them, and hatred of those who enforced them. They were a manifestation of no gratitude or esteem whatever, but of barbaric pomp and luxury and vainglory on the part of men who lavished their superfluous wealth on vain and sorry practices. But that a man who was a commoner, dying in a strange country, in the absence of wife, children, and kinsmen, none asking and none compelling it, should be escorted and carried forth and crowned by so many peoples and cities eager to show him honor, rightly seemed to argue him supremely fortunate. For the death of men in the hour of their triumph is not, as Aesop used to say, most grievous, but most blessed, since it puts in safe keeping their enjoyment of their blessings, and leaves no room for change of fortune. Therefore the Spartan's advice was better, who, when he greeted Diagoras, the Olympian victor, who had lived to see his sons crowned at Olympia, yes, and the sons of his sons and daughters, said, "Die now, Diagoras, thou canst not ascend to Olympus." But one would not deign, I think, to compare all the Olympian and Pythian victories put together with one of the struggles of Pelopidas. These were many, and he made them successfully, and after living most of his life in fame and honor, at last, while Boeotarch, for the 13th time, performing a deed of high valor which aimed at a tyrant's life, he died in defense of the freedom of Thessaly. 35. The death of Pelopidas brought great grief to his allies, but even greater gain. For the Thebans, when they learned of it, delayed not their vengeance, but speedily made an expedition with 7,000 men-at-arms and 700 horsemen under the command of Malcetus and Diogetian. They found Alexander weakened and robbed of his forces, and compelled him to restore to the Thessalians the cities he had taken from them, to withdraw his garrisons and set free the Magnesians and the Achaeans of Theotis, and to take oath that he would follow the lead of the Thebans against any enemies according to their bidding. The Thebans then were satisfied with this, but the gods soon afterwards revenged Pelopidas, as I shall now relate. To begin with, Thebe, the tyrant's wife, as I have said, had been taught by Pelopidas not to fear the outward splendor and array of Alexander, since these depended wholly on his armed guards. And now, in her dread of his faithlessness and her hatred of his cruelty, she conspired with her 3 brothers, Tisiphonus, Pytholaus, and Lysophron, and made an attempt upon his life as follows. The rest of the tyrant's house was guarded by sentries at night, but the bedchamber, where he and his wife were wont to sleep, was an upper room, and in front of it a chained dog kept guard, and would attack every one except his master and mistress, and the one servant who fed him. When, therefore, Thebe was about to make her attempt, she kept her brothers hidden all day in a room hard by, and at night, as she was wont, went in alone to Alexander. She found him already asleep, and, after a little, coming out again, ordered the servant to take the dog outdoors, for his master wanted to sleep undisturbed, and to keep the stairs from creaking as the young men came up, she covered them with wool. Then, after bringing her brothers safely up, with their swords, and stationing them in front of the door, she went in herself, and taking down the sword that hung over her husband's head, showed it to them as a sign that he was fast asleep. Finding the young men terrified and reluctant, she upbraided them, and swore in a rage that she would wake Alexander herself and tell him of the plot, and so led them, ashamed and fearful too, inside, and placed them round the bed, to which she brought the lamp. Then one of them clutched the tyrant's feet and held them down, another dragged his head back by the hair, and the third ran him through with his sword. The swiftness of it made his death a milder one, perhaps, than was his due, but since he was the only, or the first tyrant, to die at the hands of his own wife, and since his body was outraged after death, being cast out and trodden under foot by the Pheraeans, he may be thought to have suffered what his lawless deeds deserved. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ARodrigo. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus. Translated by Bernadette Perrin. Section 18. Marcellus, chapters 1 through 10. Marcellus, chapter 1. Marcus Claudius, who was 5 times consul of the Romans, was a son of Marcus, as we are told, and, according to Posidonius, was the first of his family to be called Marcellus, which means martial. For he was by experience a man of war, of a sturdy body and a vigorous arm. He was naturally fond of war, and in its conflicts displayed great impetuosity and high temper, but otherwise he was modest, humane, and so far a lover of Greek learning and discipline, as to honor and admire those who excelled therein, although he himself was prevented by his occupations from achieving a knowledge and proficiency here which corresponded to his desires. For if ever there were men to whom heaven, as Homer says, the Iliad, Book 14, line 86, quote, from youth and to old age appointed the accomplishment of laborious wars, end quote, they were the chief Romans of that time, who, in their youth, waged war with the Carthaginians for Sicily, in their prime with the Gauls to save Italy itself, and when they were now grown old, contended again with Hannibal and the Carthaginians, and did not have, like most men, that respite from service in the field which old age brings, but were called by their high birth and valor to undertake leaderships and commands in war. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. Marcellus was efficient and practiced in every kind of fighting, but in single combat he surpassed himself, never declining a challenge and always killing his challengers. In Sicily he saved his brother Oettle from peril of his life, covering him with his shield and killing those who were setting upon him. Wherefore, although he was still a youth, he received garlands and prizes from his commanders, and since he grew in repute, the people appointed him curule aedile and the priests augur. This is a species of priesthood to which the law particularly assigns the observation and study of prophetic signs from the flight of birds. Curule aedile is literally aedile of the more illustrious class, that is, patrician, in distinction from plebeian aedile. During his aedileship, he was compelled to bring a disagreeable impeachment into the Senate. He had a son named Marcus like himself, who was in the flower of his boyish beauty, and not less admired by his countrymen for his modesty and good training. To this boy, Capitolinus, the colleague of Marcellus, a bold and licentious man, made overtures of love. The boy at first repelled the attempt by himself, but when it was made again, told his father. Marcellus, highly indignant, denounced the man in the Senate. The culprit devised many exceptions and ways of escape, appealing to the tribunes of the people, and when these rejected his appeal, he sought to escape the charge by denying it. There had been no witness of his proposals, and therefore the Senate decided to summon the boy before them. When he appeared, and they beheld his blushes, tears, and shame, mingled with quenchless indignation, they wanted no further proof, but condemned Capitolinus, and set a fine upon him. With this money Marcellus had silver libation bowls made, and dedicated them to the gods. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. After the First Punic War had come to an end in its 22nd year, 241 BC, Rome was called upon to renew her struggles with the Gauls. The Insubrians, a people of Celtic stock, inhabiting that part of Italy which lies at the foot of the Alps, and strong even by themselves, called out their forces and summoned to their aid the mercenary Gauls called Gaesatai. The Insubrians invaded Italy in 225 BC. It seemed a marvelous piece of good fortune that the Gallic War did not break out while the Punic War was raging, but that the Gauls, like a third champion sitting by and awaiting his turn with the victor, remained strictly quiet while the other two nations were fighting, and then only stripped for combat when the victors were at liberty to receive their challenge. Nevertheless, the Romans were greatly alarmed by the proximity of their country to the enemy, with whom they would wage war so near their own boundaries and homes, as well as by the ancient renown of the Gauls, whom the Romans seemed to have feared more than any other people. For Rome had once been taken by them, in 390 BC, and from that time on, a Roman priest was legally exempt from military service only in case no Gallic war occurred again. Their alarm was also shown by their preparations for the war. Neither before nor since that time, we are told, were there so many thousands of Romans in arms at once, and by the extraordinary sacrifices which they made to the gods. For though they have no barbarous or unnatural practices, but cherish towards their deities those mild and reverent sentiments which especially characterize Greek thought, at the time when this war burst upon them, they were constrained to obey certain oracular commands from the Sibylline books, and to bury alive 2 Greeks, a man and a woman, and likewise 2 Gauls, in the place called the Forum Boarium, or cattle market, and in memory of these victims, they still to this day, in the month of November, perform mysterious and secret ceremonies. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. The first conflicts of this war brought great victories and also great disasters to the Romans, and led to no sure and final conclusion. But at last Flaminius and Furius, the consuls, led forth large forces against the Insubrians. At the time of their departure, however, the river that flows through Picenum was seen to be running with blood, and it was reported that at Ariminum 3 moons had appeared in the heavens, and the priests who watched the flight of birds at the time of the consular elections insisted that when the consuls were proclaimed, the omens were inauspicious and baleful for them. At once, therefore, the Senate sent letters to the camp, summoning the consuls to return to the city with all speed and lay down their office, and forbidding them, while they were still consuls, to take any steps against the enemy. On receiving these letters, Flaminius would not open them before he had joined battle with the barbarians, routed them, and overrun their country. Therefore, when he returned with much spoil, the people would not go out to meet him, but because he had not at once listened to his summons, and had disobeyed the letters, treating them with insolent contempt, they came near refusing him his triumph, and after his triumph, they compelled him to renounce the consulship with his colleague, and made him a private citizen. To such a degree did the Romans make everything depend upon the will of the gods, and so intolerant were they of any neglect of omens and ancestral rites, even when attended by the greatest successes, considering it of more importance for the safety of the city that their magistrates should reverence religion than that they should overcome their enemies. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. For example, Tiberius Sempronius. Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus, father of the two famous tribunes, a man most highly esteemed by the Romans for his valor and probity, proclaimed Scipio Nasica and Caius Marcius his successors in the consulship. But when they had already taken command in their provinces, he came upon a book of religious observances wherein he found a certain ancient prescript of which he had been ignorant. It was this: whenever a magistrate, sitting in a hired house or tent outside the city to take auspices from the flight of birds, is compelled for any reason to return to the city before sure signs have appeared, he must give up the house first hired and take another, and from this he must take his observations anew. Of this, it would seem, Tiberius was not aware, and had twice used the same house before proclaiming the men I have mentioned as consuls. But afterwards, discovering his error, he referred the matter to the Senate. This body did not make light of so trifling an omission, but wrote to the consuls about it, and they, leaving their provinces, came back to Rome with speed and laid down their offices. This, however, took place at a later time. But at about the time of which I am speaking, two most illustrious priests were deposed from their priesthoods, Cornelius Catagus, because he presented the entrails of his victim improperly, and Quintus Sulpicius, because while he was sacrificing, the peaked cap which the priests call flamens wear had fallen from his head. Moreover, because the squeak of a shrew mouse, they call it sorax, was heard just as Minucius the dictator appointed Caius Flaminius his master of horse, the people deposed these officials and put others in their places. And although they were punctilious in such trifling matters, they did not fall into any superstition, because they made no change or deviation in their ancient rites. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. But to resume the story, after Flaminius and his colleague had renounced their offices, Marcellus was appointed consul by the so-called interreges. In 222 BC, in Republican times, an interrex was elected when there was a vacancy in the supreme power, held office for 5 days, and, if necessary, nominated his successor. Any number of interreges might be successively appointed until the highest office was filled. He took the office and appointed Gnaeus Cornelius his colleague. Now it has been said that, although the Gauls made many conciliatory proposals, and although the Senate was peaceably inclined, Marcellus tried to provoke the people to continue the war. However, it would seem that even after peace was made, the Gaesatae renewed the war. They crossed the Alps and stirred up the Insubrians. According to Polybius, Book 2, Chapter 34, no peace was made, although the Gauls offered to submit, and the consuls marched into the territory of the Insubrians, and laid siege to Acarae. They numbered 30,000 themselves, and the Insubrians whom they joined were much more numerous. With high confidence, therefore, they marched at once to Acarae, a city situated to the north of the river Po. From thence, Britomartus the king, taking with him 10,000 of the Gaesatae, ravaged the country about the Po. When Marcellus learned of this, he left his colleague at Acarae with all the heavy armed infantry and a third part of the cavalry, while he himself, taking with him the rest of the cavalry and the most lightly equipped men-at-arms to the number of 600, marched, without halting in his course day or night, until he came upon the 10,000 Gaesatae, near the place called Clastidium, a Gallic village which not long before had become subject to the Romans. There was no time for him to give his army rest and refreshment, for the barbarians quickly learned of his arrival, and held in contempt the infantry with him, which were few in number all told, and, being Gauls, made no account of his cavalry. For they were most excellent fighters on horseback, and were thought to be specially superior as such, and besides, at this time they far outnumbered Marcellus. Immediately, therefore, they charged upon him with great violence and dreadful threats, thinking to overwhelm him, their king riding in front of them. But Marcellus, that they might not succeed in enclosing and surrounding him and his few followers, led his troops of cavalry forward and tried to outflank them, extending his wing into a thin line until he was not far from the enemy. And now, just as he was turning to make a charge, his horse, frightened by the ferocious aspect of the enemy, wheeled about and bore Marcellus forcibly back. But he, fearing lest this should be taken as a bad omen by the Romans, and lead to confusion among them, quickly reined his horse round to the left, and made him face the enemy, while he himself made adoration to the sun, implying that it was not by chance, but for this purpose, that he had wheeled about, for it is the custom with the Romans to turn round in this way when they make adoration to the gods. And in the moment of closing with the enemy, he is said to have vowed that he would consecrate to Jupiter Feretrius the most beautiful suit of armor among them. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. Meanwhile, the king of the Gauls espied him, and judging from his insignia that he was the commander, rode far out in front of the rest and confronted him, shouting challenges and brandishing his spear. His stature exceeded that of the other Gauls, and he was conspicuous for a suit of armor, which was set off with gold and silver and bright colors, and all sorts of broideries. It gleamed like lightning. Accordingly, as Marcellus surveyed the ranks of the enemy, this seemed to him to be the most beautiful armor, and he concluded that it was this which he had vowed to the god. He therefore rushed upon the man, and by a thrust of his spear, which pierced his adversary's breastplate, and by the impact of his horse in full career, threw him, still living, upon the ground, where, with a second and third blow, he promptly killed him. Then leaping from his horse and laying his hands upon the armor of the dead, he looked towards heaven and said, quote, O Jupiter Feretrius, who beholdest the great deeds and exploits of generals and commanders in wars and fightings, I call thee to witness that I have overpowered and slain this man with my own hand, being the third Roman ruler and general, so, to slay a ruler and king, and that I dedicate to thee the first and most beautiful of the spoils. Do thou therefore grant us a like fortune, as we prosecute the rest of the war. End quote. His prayer ended, the cavalry joined battle, fighting not with the enemy's horsemen alone, but also with their footmen, who attacked them at the same time, and won a victory which, in its sort and kind, was remarkable and strange. For never before or since, as we are told, have so few horsemen conquered so many horsemen and footmen together. After slaying the greater part of the enemy and getting possession of their arms and baggage, Marcellus returned to his colleague, who was hard put to it in his war with the Gauls near their largest and most populous city. Acera had in the meantime been taken by the Romans, who had then advanced and laid siege to Mediolanum, now called Milan. Mediolanum was the city's name, and the Gauls considered it their metropolis, wherefore they fought eagerly in its defense, so that Cornelius was less besieger than besieged. But when Marcellus came up, and when the Gaesatai, on learning of the defeat and death of their king, withdrew, Mediolanum was taken, the Gauls themselves surrendered the rest of their cities, and put themselves entirely at the disposition of the Romans. They obtained peace on equitable terms. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. The Senate decreed a triumph to Marcellus alone, and his triumphal procession was seldom equaled in its splendor and wealth and spoils and captives of gigantic size. But besides this, the most agreeable and the rarest spectacle of all was afforded when Marcellus himself carried to the god the armor of the barbarian king. He had cut the trunk of a slender oak, straight and tall, and fashioned it into the shape of a trophy. On this he bound and fastened the spoils, arranging and adjusting each piece in due order. When the procession began to move, he took the trophy himself and mounted the chariot, and thus a trophy-bearing figure more conspicuous and beautiful than any in his day passed in triumph through the city. The army followed, arrayed in most beautiful armor, singing odes composed for the occasion, together with paeans of victory in praise of the god and their general. Thus advancing and entering the temple of Jupiter Feretrius, he set up and consecrated his offering, being the third and last to do so down to our time. The first was Romulus, who despoiled Acron, the Canaanensian. The second was Cornelius Cossus, who despoiled Tolumnius the Tuscan. And after them Marcellus, who despoiled Britomartus, king of the Gauls. But after Marcellus, no man. The god to whom the spoils were dedicated was called Jupiter Feretrius, as some say, because the trophy was carried on a feretron or car. This is a Greek word, and many such were still mingled at that time with the Latin. According to others, the epithet is given to Jupiter as wielder of the thunderbolt, the Latin ferire, meaning to smite. But others say the name is derived from the blow one gives an enemy, since even now in battles, when they are pursuing their enemies, they exhort one another with the word feri, which means smite. Spoils in general they call spolia, and these in particular opima. And yet they say that Numa Pompilius in his commentaries makes mention of 3 kinds of opima, prescribing that when the first kind are taken, they shall be consecrated to Jupiter Feretrius, the second to Mars, and the third to Quirinus, and also that the reward for the first shall be 300 asses, the Roman as corresponded nearly to the English penny, for the second 200, and for the third 100. However, the general and prevailing account is that only these spoils are opima which are taken first, in a pitched battle where general slays general. So much then on the subject. The Romans were so overjoyed at this victory and the ending of the war that they sent to the Pythian Apollo at Delphi a golden bowl, as a thank offering, gave a splendid share of the spoils to their allied cities, and sent many to Hero, the king of Syracuse, who was their friend and ally. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. After Hannibal had invaded Italy, 218 BC, Marcellus was sent to Sicily with a fleet, and when the disaster at Cannae came, 216 BC, and many thousands of Romans had been slain in the battle, and only a few had saved themselves by flying to Canusium, and it was expected that Hannibal would march at once against Rome, now that he had destroyed the flower of her forces. In the first place, Marcellus sent 1,500 men from his ships to protect the city. Then, under orders from the Senate, he went to Canusium, and taking the troops that had gathered there, led them out of the fortifications to show that he would not abandon the country. Most of the leaders and influential men among the Romans had fallen in battle, and as for Fabius Maximus, who was held in the greatest esteem for his sagacity and trustworthiness, his excessive care in planning to avoid losses was censured as cowardly inactivity. The people thought they had in him a general who sufficed for the defensive, but was inadequate for the offensive, and therefore turned their eyes upon Marcellus, and mingling and uniting his boldness and activity with the caution and forethought of Fabius, they sometimes elected both to be consuls together, and sometimes made them by turns consul and proconsul, and sent them into the field. Posidonius says that Fabius was called a shield and Marcellus a sword, and Hannibal himself used to say that he feared Fabius as a tutor, but Marcellus as an adversary, for by the one he was prevented from doing any harm, while by the other he was actually harmed. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. To begin with, then, since Hannibal's victory had made his soldiers very bold and careless, Marcellus set upon them as they straggled from their camp and overran the country, cut them down, and thus slowly diminished their forces. Secondly, he brought aid to Neapolis and Nola. In Neapolis he merely confirmed the minds of the citizens, who were of their own choice steadfast friends of Rome. But on entering Nola he found a state of discord, the Senate being unable to regulate and manage the people, which favored Hannibal. For there was a man in the city of the highest birth and of illustrious valor, whose name was Bantius. This man had fought with conspicuous bravery at Cannae, and had slain many of the Carthaginians, and when he was at last found among the dead with his body full of missiles, Hannibal was struck with admiration of him, and not only let him go without a ransom, but actually added gifts, and made him his friend and guest. In return for this favor, then, Bantius was one of those who eagerly favored the cause of Hannibal, and was using his great influence to bring the people to a revolt. Marcellus thought it wrong to put to death a man so illustrious in his good fortune, who had taken part with the Romans in their greatest conflicts, and, besides his natural kindliness, he had an address that was likely to win over a character whose ambition was for honor. One day, therefore, when Bantius saluted him, he asked him who he was, not that he had known him for some time, but seeking occasion and excuse for conversation with him. For when he said, "I am Lucius Bantius," Marcellus said, as if delighted and astonished, quote, "What? Are you that Bontius who is more talked of in Rome than any of those who fought at Cannae, as the only man who did not abandon Paulus Aemilius the consul, but encountered and received in his own body most of the missiles aimed at him?" End quote. And when Bontius assented and showed him some of his scars, Marcellus said, quote, "Why then, when you bear such marks of your friendship towards us, did you not come to us at once? Can it be that you think us loath to requite valor in friends who are honored even among our enemies?" End quote. These kindly greetings he followed up by making him presents of a war horse and 500 drachmas in silver. The story of Lucius Bantius is also told by Livy, Book 23, Chapter 15. End of Chapter 10. End of Section 18. Section 19 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ARodrigo. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus. Translated by Bernadette Perrin. Section 19. Chapter 11. After this, Bantius was a most steadfast partisan and ally of Marcellus, and a most formidable denouncer and accuser of those who belonged to the opposite party. These were many, and they proposed, when the Romans went out against the enemy, to plunder their baggage. Marcellus therefore drew up his forces inside the city, stationed his baggage trains near the gates, and issued an edict forbidding the men of Nola to come near the city walls. Consequently, there were no armed men to be seen, and Hannibal was thus induced to lead up his forces in some disorder, supposing the city to be in a tumult. But at this juncture, Marcellus ordered the gate where he stood to be thrown open, and marched out, having with him the flower of his horsemen, and charging directly down upon the enemy, joined battle with them. After a little his footmen also, by another gate, advanced to the attack on the run and with shouts. And still again, while Hannibal was dividing his forces to meet these, the third gate was thrown open, and through it the rest rushed forth and fell upon their enemies on every side. These were dismayed by the unexpected onset, and made a poor defense against those with whom they were already engaged because of those who charged upon them later. Here for the first time the soldiers of Hannibal gave way before the Romans, being beaten back to their camp with much slaughter and many wounds. For it is said that more than 5,000 of them were slain, while they killed not more than 500 of the Romans. Livy, however, will not affirm that the victory was so great, nor that so many of the enemy were slain, but says that this battle brought great renown to Marcellus, and to the Romans a wonderful courage after their disasters. They felt that they were contending not against a resistless and unconquerable foe, but against one who was liable, like themselves, to defeat. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12. For this reason, on the death of one of the consuls, Lucius Postumius, slain by the Gauls in 215 BC, the people called Marcellus home to succeed him, and in spite of the magistrates, postponed the election until his return from the army. He was made consul by a unanimous vote, but there was a peal of thunder at the time, and since the augurs considered the omen unpropitious, but hesitated to make open opposition for fear of the people, he renounced the office of himself. He did not, however, lay aside his military command, but having been declared proconsul, he returned to his army at Nola, and proceeded to punish those who had espoused the cause of the Carthaginian. And when Hannibal came swiftly to their aid against him, and challenged him to a pitched battle, Marcellus declined an engagement, but as soon as his adversary had set the greater part of his army to plundering, and was no longer expecting a battle, he led his forces out against him. He had distributed long spears used in naval combats among his infantry, and taught them to watch their opportunity and smite the Carthaginians at long range. These were not javelineers, but used short spears in hand-to-hand fighting. This seems to have been the reason why at that time all the Carthaginians who were engaged turned their backs upon the Romans and took to unhesitating flight, losing 5,000 of their number slain and 600 prisoners. 4 of their elephants also were killed, and 2 taken alive. But what was most important, on the third day after the battle, more than 300 horsemen, composed of Spaniards and Numidians, deserted from them. Such a disaster had not happened before this to Hannibal, but a barbarian army made up of varied and dissimilar peoples had for a very long time been kept by him in perfect harmony. These deserters, then, remained entirely faithful both to Marcellus himself and to the generals who succeeded him. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. And now, Marcellus, having been appointed consul for the third time, 214 BC, sailed to Sicily. For Hannibal's successes in the war had encouraged the Carthaginians to attempt anew the conquest of the island, especially now that Syracuse was in confusion after the death of the tyrant Hieronymus. For this reason, the Romans also had previously sent a force thither under the command of Appius. As Marcellus took over this force, he was beset by many Romans who were involved in a calamity now to be described. Of those who had been drawn up against Hannibal at Cannae, some had fled and others had been taken alive, and in such numbers that it was thought the Romans had not even men enough left to defend the walls of their city. And yet so much of their high spirit and haughtiness remained that although Hannibal offered to restore his prisoners of war for a slight ransom, they voted not to receive them, but suffered some of them to be put to death and others to be sold out of Italy. And as for the multitude who had saved themselves by flight, they sent them to Sicily, ordering them not to set foot in Italy as long as the war against Hannibal lasted. These were the men who, now that Marcellus was come, beset him in throngs, and, throwing themselves on the ground before him, begged with many cries and tears for an assignment to honorable military service, promising to show by their actions that their former defeat had been due to some great misfortune rather than to cowardice. Marcellus, therefore, taking pity on them, wrote to the Senate asking permission to fill up the deficiencies in his army from time to time with these men. But after much discussion, the Senate declared its opinion that the Roman Commonwealth had no need of men who were cowards. If, however, as it appeared, Marcellus wished to use them, they were to receive from their commander none of the customary crowns or prizes for valor. This decree vexed Marcellus, and when he came back to Rome after the war in Sicily, he upbraided the Senate for not permitting him, in return for his many great services, to redeem so many citizens from misfortune. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. But in Sicily, at the time of which I speak, his first proceeding, after wrong had been done him by Hippocrates, the commander of the Syracusans, who, to gratify the Carthaginians and acquire the tyranny for himself, had killed many Romans at Leontini, was to take the city of Leontini by storm. He did no harm, however, to its citizens, but all the deserters whom he took he ordered to be beaten with rods and put to death. Hippocrates first sent a report to Syracuse that Marcellus was putting all the men of Leontini to the sword, and then, when the city was in a tumult at the news, fell suddenly upon it and made himself master of it. Upon this, Marcellus set out with his whole army and came to Syracuse. He encamped nearby and sent ambassadors into the city to tell the people what had really happened at Leontini. But when this was of no avail, and the Syracusans would not listen to him, the power being now in the hands of Hippocrates, he proceeded to attack the city by land and sea, Appius leading up the land forces, and he himself having a fleet of 60 quinqueremes filled with all sorts of arms and missiles. Moreover, he had erected an engine of artillery on a huge platform, supported by 8 galleys fastened together, and with this sailed up to the city wall, confidently relying on the extent and splendor of his equipment and his own great fame. Note: according to Polybius, Book 8, Chapter 6, Marcellus had 8 quinqueremes in pairs, and on each pair, lashed together, a zambuca or harp had been constructed. This was a penthouse for raising armed men onto the battlements of the besieged city. End note. But all this proved to be of no account in the eyes of Archimedes, and in comparison with the engines of Archimedes. To these he had by no means devoted himself as work worthy of his serious effort, but most of them were mere accessories of a geometry practiced for amusement, since in bygone days Hero the king had eagerly desired and at last persuaded him to turn his art somewhat from abstract notions to material things, and by applying his philosophy somehow to the needs which make themselves felt, to render it more evident to the common mind. For the art of mechanics, now so celebrated and admired, was first originated by Eudoxus and Archytas, who embellished geometry with its subtleties and gave to problems incapable of proof by word and diagram a support derived from mechanical illustrations that were patent to the senses. For instance, in solving the problem of finding two mean proportional lines, a necessary requisite for many geometrical figures, both mathematicians had recourse to mechanical arrangements, adapting to their purposes certain intermediate portions of curved lines and sections. But Plato was incensed at this, and inveighed against them as corrupters and destroyers of the pure excellence of geometry, which thus turned her back upon the incorporeal things of abstract thought, and descended to the things of sense, making use, moreover, of objects which required much mean and manual labor. For this reason, mechanics was made entirely distinct from geometry, and being for a long time ignored by philosophers, came to be regarded as one of the military arts. And yet, even Archimedes, who was a kinsman and friend of King Hero, wrote to him that with any given force it was possible to move any given weight, and emboldened, as we are told, by the strength of his demonstration, he declared that, if there were another world, and he could go to it, he could move this. Hero was astonished, and begged him to put this proposition into execution, and show him some great weight moved by a slight force. Archimedes therefore fixed upon a three-masted merchantman of the royal fleet, which had been dragged ashore by the great labors of many men, and, after putting on board many passengers and the customary freight, he seated himself at a distance from her, and without any great effort, but quietly setting in motion with his hand a system of compound pulleys, drew her towards him smoothly and evenly, as though she were gliding through the water. Amazed at this, then, and comprehending the power of his art, the king persuaded Archimedes to prepare for him offensive and defensive engines to be used in every kind of siege warfare. These he had never used himself, because he had spent the greater part of his life in freedom from war and amid the festal rites of peace. But at the present time his apparatus stood the Syracusans in good stead, and with the apparatus its fabricator. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. When, therefore, the Romans assaulted them by sea and land, the Syracusans were stricken dumb with terror. They thought that nothing could withstand so furious an onset by such forces. But Archimedes began to ply his engines, and shot against the land forces of the assailants all sorts of missiles and immense masses of stones, which came down with incredible din and speed. Nothing whatever could ward off their weight, but they knocked down in heaps those who stood in their way, and threw their ranks into confusion. At the same time, huge beams were suddenly projected over the ships from the walls, which sank some of them with great weights, plunging down from on high. Others were seized at the prow by iron claws, or beaks like the beaks of cranes, drawn straight up into the air, and then plunged stern foremost into the depths, or were turned round and round by means of enginery within the city, and dashed upon the steep cliffs that jutted out beneath the wall of the city, with great destruction of the fighting men on board, who perished in the wrecks. Frequently, too, a ship would be lifted out of the water into mid-air, whirled hither and thither as it hung there, a dreadful spectacle, until its crew had been thrown out and hurled in all directions, when it would fall empty upon the walls, or slip away from the clutch that had held it. As for the engine which Marcellus was bringing up on the bridge of ships, and which was called sambuca, from some resemblance it had to the musical instrument of that name, while it was still some distance off in its approach to the wall, a stone of 10 talents weight was discharged at it, then a second and a third. Some of these, falling upon it with great din and surge of wave, crushed the foundation of the engine, shattered its framework, and dislodged it from the platform, so that Marcellus, in perplexity, ordered his ships to sail back as fast as they could, and his land forces to retire. Then, in a council of war, it was decided to come up under the walls while it was still night, if they could, for the ropes which Archimedes used in his engines, since they imparted great impetus to the missiles cast, would, they thought, send them flying over their heads, but would be ineffective at close quarters, where there was no space for the cast. Archimedes, however, as it seemed, had long before prepared for such an emergency engines with a range adapted to any interval, and missiles of short flight, and through many small and contiguous openings in the wall, short-range engines called scorpions could be brought to bear on objects close at hand without being seen by the enemy. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. When, therefore, the Romans came up under the walls, thinking themselves unnoticed, once more they encountered a great storm of missiles. Huge stones came tumbling down upon them almost perpendicularly, and the wall shot out arrows at them from every point. They therefore retired. And here again, when they were some distance off, missiles darted forth and fell upon them as they were going away, and there was a great slaughter among them. Many of their ships, too, were dashed together, and they could not retaliate in any way upon their foes. For Archimedes had built most of his engines close behind the wall, and the Romans seemed to be fighting against the gods, now that countless mischiefs were poured out upon them from an invisible source. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. However, Marcellus made his escape, and jesting with his own artificers and engineers, quote, "Let us stop," said he, "fighting against this geometrical Briareus, who uses our ships like cups to ladle water from the sea, and has whipped and driven off in disgrace our Sambuca, and with the many missiles which he shoots against us all at once, outdoes the 100-handed monsters of mythology." End quote. For in reality, all the rest of the Syracusans were but a body for the designs of Archimedes, and his the one soul, moving and managing everything. For all other weapons lay idle, and his alone were then employed by the city, both in offense and defense. At last the Romans became so fearful that whenever they saw a bit of rope or a stick of timber projecting a little over the wall, quote, "There it is," they cried, "Archimedes is training some engine upon us," end quote, and turned their backs and fled. Seeing this, Marcellus desisted from all fighting and assault, and thenceforth depended on a long siege. And yet Archimedes possessed such a lofty spirit, so profound a soul, and such a wealth of scientific theory, that although his inventions had won for him a name and fame for superhuman sagacity, he would not consent to leave behind him any treatise on this subject, but regarding the work of an engineer and every art that ministers to the needs of life as ignoble and vulgar, he devoted his earnest efforts only to those studies, the subtlety and charm of which are not affected by the claims of necessity. These studies, he thought, are not to be compared with any others. In them the subject matter vies with the demonstration, the former supplying grandeur and beauty, the latter precision and surpassing power. For it is not possible to find in geometry more profound and difficult questions treated in simpler and purer forms. Some attribute this success to his natural endowments, others think it due to excessive labor, that everything he did seemed to have been performed without labor and with ease. For no one could by his own efforts discover the proof, and yet as soon as he learns it from him, he thinks he might have discovered it himself, so smooth and rapid is the path by which he leads one to the desired conclusion. And therefore we may not disbelieve the stories told about him, how, under the lasting charm of some familiar and domestic siren, he forgot even his food, and neglected the care of his person, and how, when he was dragged by main force, as he often was, to the place for bathing and anointing his body, he would trace geometrical figures in the ashes, and draw lines with his finger in the oil with which his body was anointed, being possessed by a great delight, and in very truth a captive of the Muses. And although he made many excellent discoveries, he is said to have asked his kinsmen and friends to place over the grave where he should be buried a cylinder enclosing a sphere, with an inscription giving the proportion by which the containing solid exceeds the contained. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. Such then was Archimedes, and so far as he himself was concerned, he maintained himself and his city unconquered. But during the progress of the siege, Marcellus captured Megara, one of the most ancient cities of Sicily. He also captured the camp of Hippocrates at Acroli, and killed more than 8,000 men, having attacked them as they were throwing up entrenchments. Furthermore, he overran a great part of Sicily, brought cities over from the Carthaginians, and was everywhere victorious over those who ventured to oppose him. Some time afterwards he made a prisoner of a certain Damopus, a Spartan who tried to sail away from Syracuse. The Syracusans sought to ransom this man back, and during the frequent meetings and conferences which he held with them about the matter, Marcellus noticed a certain tower that was carelessly guarded, into which men could be secretly introduced, since the wall near it was easy to surmount. When, therefore, in his frequent approaches to it for holding these conferences, the height of the tower had been carefully estimated, and ladders had been prepared, he seized his opportunity when the Syracusans were celebrating a festival in honor of Artemis, and were given over to wine and sport, and before they knew of his attempt, not only got possession of the tower, but also filled the wall round about with armed men, before the break of day, and cut his way through the Hexapola. When the Syracusans perceived this and began to run about confusedly, he ordered the trumpets to sound on all sides at once, and thus put them to flight in great terror, believing as they did that no part of the city remained uncaptured. There remained, however, the strongest, most beautiful, and largest part, called Acradina, because it had been fortified on the side towards the outer city, one part of which they called Neapolis, and another Tyche. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. When these parts also were in his possession, at break of day Marcellus went down into the city through the Hexapola, congratulated by the officers under him. He himself, however, as he looked down from the heights, and surveyed the great and beautiful city, is said to have wept much in commiseration of its impending fate, bearing in mind how greatly its form and appearance would change in a little while, after his army had sacked it. For among his officers there was not a man who had the courage to oppose the soldiers' demand for a harvest of plunder. Nay, many of them actually urged that the city should be burned and razed to the ground. This proposal, however, Marcellus would not tolerate at all, but much against his will, and under compulsion, he permitted booty to be made of property and slaves, although he forbade his men to lay hands on the free citizens, and strictly ordered them neither to kill, nor outrage, nor enslave any Syracusan. However, although he seems to have acted with such moderation, he thought that the city suffered a lamentable fate, and amidst the great rejoicing of his followers, his spirit nevertheless evinced its sympathy and commiseration, when he saw a great and glorious prosperity vanishing in a brief time. For it is said that no less wealth was carried away from Syracuse now than at a later time from Carthage, for not long afterwards the rest of the city was betrayed and taken and subjected to pillage, excepting the royal treasure. This was converted into the public treasury. Note: 212 BC. The siege lasted nearly 3 years. End note. But what most of all afflicted Marcellus was the death of Archimedes, for it chanced that he was by himself, working out some problem with the aid of a diagram, and having fixed his thoughts and his eyes as well upon the matter of his study, he was not aware of the incursion of the Romans or of the capture of the city. Suddenly a soldier came upon him and ordered him to go with him to Marcellus. This Archimedes refused to do until he had worked out his problem and established his demonstration, whereupon the soldier flew into a passion, drew his sword, and dispatched him. Others, however, say that the Roman came upon him with drawn sword, threatening to kill him at once, and that Archimedes, when he saw him, earnestly besought him to wait a little while, that he might not leave the result that he was seeking incomplete and without demonstration. But the soldier paid no heed to him, and made an end of him. There is also a third story, that as Archimedes was carrying to Marcellus some of his mathematical instruments, such as sundials and spheres and quadrants, by means of which he made the magnitude of the sun appreciable to the eye, some soldiers fell in with him, and thinking that he was carrying gold in the box, slew him. However, it is generally agreed that Marcellus was afflicted at his death, and turned away from his slayer as from a polluted person, and sought out the kindred of Archimedes, and paid them honor. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20. The Romans were considered by foreign peoples to be skillful in carrying on war and formidable fighters, but of gentleness and humility, and in a word of civil virtues, they had given no proofs, and at this time Marcellus seems to have been the first to show the Greeks that the Romans were the more observant of justice. For such was his treatment of those who had to do with him, and so many were the benefits which he conferred both upon cities and private persons, that, if the people of Enna or Megara or Syracuse met with any indignities, the blame for these was thought to belong to the sufferers rather than to the perpetrators. And I will mention one instance out of many. There is a city of Sicily called Enguium, not large, but very ancient, and famous for the appearance there of goddesses, who are called mothers. The temple is said to have been built by Cretans, and certain spears were shown there, and bronze helmets. Some of these bore the name of Meriones, and others that of Ulysses, that is, Odysseus, who had consecrated them to the goddesses. This city, which most ardently favored the Carthaginian cause, Nicias, its leading citizen, tried to induce to go over to the Romans, speaking openly and boldly in the assemblies and arguing the unwisdom of his opponents. But they, fearing his influence and authority, planned to arrest him and deliver him up to the Carthaginians. Nicias, accordingly, becoming aware at once of their design and of their secret watch upon him, gave utterance in public to unbecoming speeches about the mothers, and did much to show that he rejected and despised the prevalent belief in their manifestations, his enemies meanwhile rejoicing that he was making himself most to blame for his coming fate. But just as they were ready to arrest him, an assembly of the citizens was held, and here Nicias, right in the midst of some advice that he was giving to the people, suddenly threw himself upon the ground, and after a little while, amid the silence and consternation which naturally prevailed, lifted his head, turned it about, and spoke in a low and trembling voice, little by little raising and sharpening its tones. And when he saw the whole audience struck dumb with horror, he tore off his mantle, rent his tunic, and leaping up half naked, ran towards the exit from the theatre, crying out that he was pursued by the mothers. No man venturing to lay hands upon him, or even to come in his way, out of superstitious fear, but all avoiding him. He ran out to the gate of the city, freely using all the cries and gestures that would become a man possessed and crazed. His wife also, who was privy to his scheme, taking her children with her, first prostrated herself in supplication before the temples of the gods, and then pretending to seek her wandering husband, no man hindering her, went safely forth out of the city. Thus they all escaped to Marcellus at Syracuse. But when Marcellus, after many transgressions and insults on the part of the men of Inguium, came and put them all in chains in order to punish them, then Nicias, standing by, burst into tears, and finally, clasping the hands and knees of Marcellus, begged the lives of his fellow citizens, beginning with his enemies. Marcellus relented, set them all free, and did their city no harm. He also bestowed upon Nicias ample lands and many gifts. At any rate, this story is told by Posidonius, the philosopher. End of chapter 20. End of section 19. Section 20 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus. Translated by Pernodot Perrin. Section 20. Chapter 21. When Marcellus was recalled by the Romans to the war in their home territories, he carried back with him the greater part and the most beautiful of the dedicatory offerings in Syracuse, that they might grace his triumph and adorn his city. For before this time Rome neither had nor knew about such elegant and exquisite productions, nor was there any love there for such graceful and subtle art, but filled full of barbaric arms and bloody spoils, and crowned round about with memorials and trophies of triumphs. She was not a gladdening or a reassuring sight, nor one for unwarlike and luxurious spectators. Indeed, as Epaminondas called the Boeotian plain a dancing floor of Ares, and as Xenophon speaks of Ephesus as a workshop of war, so it seems to me one might at that time have called Rome, in the language of Pindar, a precinct of much warring Ares. Therefore, with the common people, Marcellus won more favor because he adorned the city with objects that had Hellenic grace and charm and fidelity. But with the elder citizens, Fabius Maximus was more popular. For he neither disturbed nor brought away anything of this sort from Tarentum, when that city was taken, but while he carried off the money and the other valuables, he suffered the statues to remain in their places, adding the well-known saying, quote, "Let us leave these gods in their anger for the Tarentines," end quote. And they blamed Marcellus first,
because he made the city odious, in that not only men but even gods were led about in her triumphal processions like captives, and again because, when the people was accustomed only to war or agriculture, and was inexperienced in luxury and ease, but like the Heracles of Euripides was, quote, plain, unadorned, in a great crisis brave and true, end quote. He made them idle and full of glib talk about arts and artists, so that they spent a great part of the day in such clever disputation. Notwithstanding such censure, Marcellus spoke of this with pride even to the Greeks, declaring that he had taught the ignorant Romans to admire and honor the wonderful and beautiful productions of Greece. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22. But when the enemies of Marcellus opposed his triumph, because something still remained to be done in Sicily, and a third triumph would awaken jealousy, he consented of his own accord not to conduct the complete and major triumph to the Alban Mount, but to enter the city in the minor triumph. This is called Eua by the Greeks, and Oa by the Romans. In conducting it, the general does not mount upon a 4-horse chariot, nor wear a wreath of laurel, nor have trumpets sounding about him, but he goes afoot with shoes on, accompanied by the sound of exceeding many flutes, and wearing a wreath of myrtle, so that his appearance is unwarlike and friendly rather than terrifying. And this is the strongest proof to my mind that in ancient times the two triumphs were distinguished not by the magnitude but by the manner of the achievements which they celebrated. For those who won the mastery by fighting and slaying their enemies celebrated, as it would seem, that martial and terrible triumph after wreathing their arms and their men with abundant laurel, just as they were wont to do when they purified their armies with lustral rites. While to those generals who had had no need of war, but had brought everything to a good issue by means of conference, persuasion, and argument, the law awarded the privilege of conducting, like a paean of thanksgiving, this unwarlike and festal procession. For the flute is an instrument of peace, and the myrtle is a plant of Aphrodite, who more than all the other gods abhors violence and wars. And this minor triumph is called Owa, not from the Greek euosmos, as most think, since they conduct the major triumph also with songs and cries of Eua, but the name has been wrested by the Greeks into conformity with their speech, since they are persuaded that something of the honor has to do with Dionysus also, whom they called Euius and Thriambus. This, however, is not the true explanation, but it was the custom for commanders in celebrating the major triumph to sacrifice an ox, whereas in the minor triumph they sacrificed a sheep. Now the Roman name for sheep is Owa, and from this circumstance the lesser triumph is called Owa. And it is worth our while to notice that the Spartan lawgiver appointed his sacrifices in a manner opposite to that of the Romans. For in Sparta, a returning general who had accomplished his plans by cunning deception or persuasion sacrificed an ox, he who had won by fighting a cock. For although they were most warlike, they thought an exploit accomplished by means of argument and sagacity greater and more becoming to a man than one achieved by violence and valor. How the case really stands, I leave an open question. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23. While Marcellus was serving as consul for the 4th time, 210 BC, his enemies induced the Syracusans to come to Rome and accuse and denounce him before the Senate for terrible wrongs, which they had suffered contrary to the terms of surrender. It chanced, then, that Marcellus was performing a sacrifice on the Capitol, but the Senate being still in session, the Syracusans hurried before it and begged that they might have a hearing and justice. The colleague of Marcellus tried to have them expelled, angrily explaining that Marcellus was not present, but Marcellus, when he heard of it, came at once. And first, sitting as consul in his curule chair, he transacted the routine business. Then, when this was all ended, coming down from his curule chair and taking his stand as a private citizen, in the place where men under accusation usually plead their cause, he gave the Syracusans opportunity to press their charge. But they were terribly confounded by his dignity and confidence, and thought him yet more formidable and hard to confront in his robe of purple than he had been irresistible in arms. However, being encouraged by the rivals of Marcellus, they began their denunciation and rehearsed their demands for justice, which were mingled with much lamentation. The gist of their plea was that, although they were allies and friends of the Romans, they had suffered at the hands of Marcellus what other generals allowed many of their enemies to escape. To this, Marcellus made answer that in return for many injuries which they had done to the Romans, they had suffered nothing except what men whose city has been taken by storm in war cannot possibly be prevented from suffering, and that their city had been so taken was their own fault, because they had refused to listen to his many exhortations and persuasions. For it was not by their tyrants that they had been forced into war, nay, they had elected those very tyrants for the purpose of going to war. When the speeches were ended and the Syracusans, as the custom was, withdrew from the Senate, Marcellus went forth with them after giving to his colleague the presidency of the Senate, and lingered before the doors of the Senate house, allowing no change in his accustomed demeanor, either because he feared the sentence or was angry with the Syracusans, but with complete gentleness and decorum awaiting the issue of the case. And when the votes had been cast, and he was proclaimed not guilty, the Syracusans fell at his feet, begging him with tears to remit his wrath against the embassy there present, and to take pity on the rest of the city, which always was mindful of favors conferred upon it and grateful for them. Marcellus accordingly relented, and was reconciled with the embassy, and to the rest of the Syracusans was ever afterwards constant in doing good. The freedom also which he had restored to them, as well as their laws and what was left of their possessions, the Senate confirmed to them. Wherefore Marcellus received many surpassing honors from them, and particularly they made a law that whenever he or any one of his descendants should set foot in Sicily, the Syracusans should wear garlands and sacrifice to the gods. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24. After this, he moved at once against Hannibal, and although almost all the other consuls and commanders, after the disaster at Cannae, made the avoidance of all fighting their sole plan of campaign against this antagonist, and no one had the courage to engage in a pitched battle with him, Marcellus himself took the opposite course, thinking that before the time thought necessary for destroying Hannibal had elapsed, Italy would insensibly be worn out by him. He thought, too, that Fabius, by making safety his constant aim, was not taking the right course to heal the malady of the country, since the extinction of the war for which he waited would be coincident with the exhaustion of Rome, just as physicians who are timid and afraid to apply remedies consider the consumption of the patient's powers to be the abatement of the disease. First, then, he took the large cities of the Samnites which had revolted, and got possession of great quantities of grain which had been stored in them, besides money, and the 3,000 soldiers of Hannibal who were guarding them. Next, after Hannibal had slain the proconsul Gnaeus Fulvius himself in Apulia, together with 11 military tribunes, and had cut to pieces the greater part of his army, Marcellus sent letters to Rome bidding the citizens be of good courage, for that he himself was already on the march to rob Hannibal of his joy. Livy says that when these letters were read, they did not take away the grief of the Romans, but added to their fear, for they thought their present danger as much greater than the past, as Marcellus was superior to Fulvius. But Marcellus, as he had written, at once pursued Hannibal into Lucania, and came up with him, and as he found him occupying a secure position on heights about the city of Numistro, he himself encamped in the plain. On the following day he was first to array his forces, when Hannibal came down into the plain and fought a battle with him which, though indecisive, was desperate and long, for their engagement began at the 3rd hour, and was with difficulty ended when it was already dark. But at daybreak Marcellus led his army forth again, put them in array among the dead bodies of the slain, and challenged Hannibal to fight it out with him for the victory. And when Hannibal withdrew his forces, Marcellus stripped the dead bodies of the enemy, buried those of his own men, and pursued him again. And though his adversary had many ambushes for him, he escaped them all, and by getting the advantage of him in all the skirmishes, won admiration for himself. For this reason, too, when the consular elections drew near, the Senate decided that it was better to recall the other consul from Sicily than to disturb Marcellus in his grappling with Hannibal, and when he was come, it bade him declare Quintus Fulvius dictator. For a dictator cannot be chosen either by the people or by the Senate, but one of the consuls or praetors comes before the assembled people and names as dictator the one whom he himself decides upon. And for this reason the one so named is called dictator, from the Latin dicere, to name or declare. Some, however, say that the dictator is so named because he puts no question to vote or show of hands,
but ordains and declares of his own authority that which seems good to him. For the orders of magistrates, which the Greeks call diatagmata, the Romans call edicta. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. But the colleague of Marcellus, who had come back from Sicily, wished to appoint another man as dictator, and being unwilling to have his opinion overborne by force, sailed off by night to Sicily. Under these circumstances, the people named Quintus Fulvius as dictator, and the Senate wrote to Marcellus bidding him confirm the nomination. He consented, proclaiming Quintus Fulvius dictator, and so confirmed the will of the people. He himself was appointed proconsul again for the ensuing year, 209 BC. He then made an agreement with Fabius Maximus that, while Fabius should make an attempt upon Tarentum, he himself, by diverting Hannibal and engaging with him, should prevent him from coming to the relief of that place. He came up with Hannibal at Canusium, and as his adversary often shifted his camp and declined battle, he threatened him continually, and at last, by harassing him with his skirmishers, drew him out of his entrenchments. But though battle was offered and accepted, night parted the combatants, and next day Marcellus appeared again with his army drawn up in battle array, so that Hannibal, in distress, called his Carthaginians together and besought them to make their fighting that day surpass all their previous struggles. Quote, "For you see," he said, "that we cannot even take breath after all our victories, nor have respite, though we are in the mastery, unless we drive this man away." End quote. After this they joined battle and fought, and it would seem that Marcellus made an unseasonable movement during the action, and so met with disaster. For when his right wing was hard pressed, he ordered one of his legions to move up to the front. This change of position threw his army into confusion, and gave the victory to the enemy, who slew 2,700 of the Romans. Marcellus then withdrew to his camp, called his army together, and told them that he saw before him many Roman arms and Roman bodies, but not a single Roman. And when they asked for his pardon, he refused to give it while they were vanquished, but promised to do so if they should win a victory, assuring them that on the morrow they should fight again, in order that their countrymen might hear of their victory sooner than of their flight. At the close of his speech, moreover, he gave orders that rations of barley instead of wheat should be given to the cohorts that had been worsted. Therefore, though many were in a wretched and dangerous plight after the battle, there was not a man of them, they say, to whom the words of Marcellus did not give more pain than his wounds. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26. At daybreak, the scarlet tunic, the usual signal of impending battle, was displayed. The cohorts under disgrace begged and obtained for themselves the foremost position in the line, and the tribunes led forth the rest of the army and put them in array. On hearing of this, Hannibal said, quote, "O Hercules, what can be done with a man who knows not how to bear either his worse or his better fortune? For he is the only man who neither gives a respite when he is victorious, nor takes it when he is vanquished. But we shall always be fighting with him, as it seems, since both his courage in success and his shame in defeat are made reasons for bold undertaking." End quote. Then the forces engaged, and since the men fought with equal success, Hannibal ordered his elephants to be stationed in the van, and to be driven against the ranks of the Romans. A great press and much confusion at once arose among their foremost lines, but one of the tribunes, Flavius by name, snatched up a standard, confronted the elephants, smote the leader with the iron spike of the standard, and made him wheel about. The beast dashed into the one behind him and threw the whole onset into confusion. Observing this, Marcellus ordered his cavalry to charge at full speed upon the disordered mass and throw the enemy still more into confusion. The horsemen made a brilliant charge and cut the Carthaginians down as far as to their camp, and the greatest slaughter among them was caused by their killed and wounded elephants. For more than 8,000 are said to have been slain, and on the Roman side 3,000 were killed, and almost all were wounded. This gave Hannibal opportunity to break camp quietly in the night, and move to a great distance from Marcellus. For Marcellus was unable to pursue him owing to the multitude of his wounded, but withdrew by easy marches into Campania, and spent the summer at Sinuessa, recuperating his soldiers. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27. But Hannibal, now that he had torn himself away from Marcellus, made free use of his army, and going fearlessly round about, wasted all Italy with fire. Meantime, at Rome, Marcellus was in ill repute, and his enemies incited Publicius Bibulus, one of the tribunes of the people, a powerful speaker and a man of violence, to bring a denunciation against him. This man held frequent assemblies of the people, and tried to persuade them to put the forces of Marcellus in charge of another general. Quote, "Since Marcellus, as he said, after giving himself a little exercise in the war, has withdrawn from it as from a palaestra, and betaken himself to warm baths for refreshment." End quote. On learning of this, Marcellus left his legates in charge of his army, while he himself went up to Rome to make answer to the accusations against him. There he found an impeachment prepared against him, which was drawn from these accusations. Accordingly, on a day set for the trial, when the people had come together in the Flaminian Circus, Bibulus rose up and denounced him. Then Marcellus spoke briefly and simply in his own defense, and the leading and most reputable citizens, with great boldness of speech and in glowing terms, exhorted the people not to show themselves worse judges than the enemy by convicting Marcellus of cowardice, whom alone of their leaders Hannibal avoided, and continually contrived not to fight with him that he might fight with the rest. When these speeches were ended, the accuser was so far disappointed in his hope of obtaining the verdict that Marcellus was not only acquitted of the charges against him, but actually appointed consul for the 5th time, 208 BC. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28. After assuming his office, he first quelled a great agitation for revolt in Etruria, and visited and pacified the cities there. Next, he desired to dedicate to honor and virtue a temple that he had built out of his Sicilian spoils, but was prevented by the priests, who would not consent that 2 deities should occupy 1 temple. He therefore began to build another temple adjoining the first, although he resented the priests' opposition and regarded it as ominous. And indeed, many other portents disturbed him. Sundry temples were struck by lightning, and in that of Jupiter, mice had gnawed the gold. It was reported also that an ox had uttered human speech, and that a boy had been born with an elephant's head. Moreover, in their expiatory rites and sacrifices, the seers received bad omens, and therefore detained him at Rome, though he was all on fire and impatient to be gone. For no man ever had such a passion for anything as he had for fighting a decisive battle with Hannibal. This was his dream at night, his one subject for deliberation with friends and colleagues, his one appeal to the gods, namely, that he might find Hannibal drawn up to meet him. And I think he would have been most pleased to have the struggle decided with both armies enclosed by a single wall or rampart, and if he had not been full already of abundant honor, and if he had not given abundant proof that he could be compared with any general whomsoever in solidity of judgment, I should have said that he had fallen a victim to a youthful ambition that ill became such a great age as his, for he had passed his 60th year when he entered upon his 5th consulship, 208 BC. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29. However, after the ceremonies of sacrifice and purification which the seers prescribed had been performed, he set out with his colleague for the war, and gave much annoyance to Hannibal in his encampment between Bantia and Venusia. Hannibal would not give battle, but having been made aware that the Romans had sent some troops against Locri Episipherii, he set an ambush for them at the hill of Petalia, and slew 2,500 of them. This filled Marcellus with mad desire for the battle, and breaking camp, he brought his forces nearer to the enemy. Between the camps was a hill which could be made tolerably secure, and was full of all sorts of woody growth. It had also lookout places that sloped in either direction, and streams of water showed themselves running down its sides. The Romans therefore wondered that Hannibal, who had come first to a place of natural advantages, had not occupied it, but left it in this way for his enemies. Now, to Hannibal the place did seem good for an encampment, but far better for an ambuscade, and to this use he preferred to put it. He therefore filled its woods and hollows with a large force of javelineers and spearmen, convinced that the place of itself would attract the Romans by reason of its natural advantages. Nor was he deceived in his expectations, for straightway there was much talk in the Roman camp about the necessity of occupying the place, and they enumerated all the strategic advantages which they would gain over their enemies, particularly by encamping there, but if not that, by fortifying the hill. Marcellus accordingly decided to ride up to it, with a few horsemen and inspect it. So he summoned his diviner and offered sacrifice, and when the first victim had been slain, the diviner showed him that the liver had no head, but on his sacrificing for the second time, the head of the liver was of extraordinary size, and the other tokens appeared to be wonderfully propitious, and the fear which the first had inspired seemed to be dissipated. But the diviners declared that they were all the more afraid of these and troubled by them. For when very propitious omens succeeded those which were most inauspicious and threatening, the strangeness of the change was ground for suspicion. But since, as Pindar says, quote, allotted fate, not fire, not wall of iron, will check, end quote, Marcellus set out, taking with him his colleague Crispinus, his son, who was a military tribune, and 220 horsemen all told. Of these, not one was a Roman, but they were all Etruscans, except 40 men of Fregellae, who had given Marcellus constant proof of their valor and fidelity. Now the crest of the hill was covered with woods, and on its summit a man had been stationed by the enemy to keep a lookout. He could not be seen himself, but kept the Roman camp in full view. This man then told those who lay in ambush what was going on, and they, after permitting Marcellus to ride close up to them, rose up on a sudden, and encompassing him on all sides, hurled their javelins, smote with their spears, pursued the fugitives, and grappled with those who made resistance. These were the 40 men of Fregellae, who, though the Etruscans at the very outset took to flight, banded themselves together and fought in defense of the consuls, until Crispinus, smitten with 2 javelins, turned his horse and fled, and Marcellus was run through the side with a broad spear, the Latin name for which is Lancaea. Then the surviving men of Fregellae, few all told, left him where he lay dead, snatched up his son who was wounded, and fled to their camp. Hardly more than 40 were slain, but 5 lictors were taken prisoners, and 18 horsemen. Crispinus also died of his wounds not many days after. Such a disaster as this had never happened to the Romans before. Both their consuls were killed in a single action. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30. Hannibal made very little account of the rest, but when he learned that Marcellus had fallen, he ran out to the place himself, and after standing by the dead body and surveying for a long time its strength and mien, he uttered no boastful speech, nor did he manifest his joy at the sight, as one might have done who had slain a bitter and troublesome foe. But after wondering at the unexpectedness of his end, he took off his signet ring, indeed, but ordered the body to be honorably robed, suitably adorned and burned. Then he collected the remains in a silver urn, placed a golden wreath upon it, and sent it back to his son. But some of the Numidians fell in with those who were carrying the urn, and attempted to take it away from them, and when they resisted, fought with them, and in the fierce struggle scattered the bones far and wide. When Hannibal learned of this, he said to the bystanders, quote, "You see that nothing can be done against the will of God." End quote. Then he punished the Numidians, but took no further care to collect and send back the remains, feeling that it was at some divine behest that Marcellus had died and been deprived of burial in this strange manner. Such, then, is the account given by Cornelius Nepos and Valerius Maximus, but Livy and Augustus Caesar state that the urn was brought to his son and buried with splendid rites. Note: according to Livy, Book 27, chapters 27 and 28, Hannibal made fraudulent use of Marcellus's signet ring, and buried Marcellus on the hill where he was killed. Livy found many discordant accounts of the death of Marcellus. End note. Besides the dedications which Marcellus made in Rome, there was a gymnasium at Catana in Sicily, and statues and paintings from the treasures of Syracuse both at Samothrace, in the temple of the gods called Caberi, and at Lindus, in the temple of Athena. There, too, there was a statue of him, according to Posidonius, bearing this inscription, quote, "This, O stranger, was the great star of his country, Rome, Claudius Marcellus of illustrious line, who 7 times held the consular power in time of war, and poured much slaughter on his foes." End quote. For the author of the inscription has added his 2 proconsulates to his 5 consulates, and his line maintained its splendor down to Marcellus, the nephew of Augustus Caesar, who was a son of Caesar's sister Octavia by Caius Marcellus, and who died during his aedileship at Rome, having recently married a daughter of Caesar. In his honor and to his memory, Octavia, his mother, dedicated the library and Caesar the theatre which bears his name. End of chapter 30. End of section 20.
Section number 21 of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J. Rose. Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus. Translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Comparison of Pelopidas and Marcellus. This is what I have thought worthy of record in what historians say about Marcellus and Pelopidas. In their natures and dispositions they were almost exactly alike, since both were valiant, laborious, passionate, and magnanimous. And there would seem to have been this difference only between them, that Marcellus committed slaughter in many cities which he reduced, while Epaminondas and Pelopidas never put any one to death after their victories, nor did they sell cities into slavery. And we are told that, had they been present, the Thebans would not have treated the Orchomenians as they did. As for their achievements, those of Marcellus against the Gauls were great and astonishing, since he routed such a multitude of horse and foot with the few horsemen in his following, an action not easily found recorded of any other general, and slew the enemy's chieftain, whereas in this regard Pelopidas failed, for he set out to do the same thing, but suffered what he meant to inflict, and was slain first by the tyrant. However, with these exploits of Marcellus one may compare the battles of Leuctra and Tegea, greatest and most illustrious of actions. And we have no exploit of Marcellus accomplished by stealth and ambuscade, which we can compare with what Pelopidas did in coming back from exile and slaying the tyrants in Thebes. Nay, that seems to rank far higher than any other achievement of secrecy and cunning. Hannibal was, it is true, a most formidable enemy for the Romans, but so, assuredly, were the Lacedaemonians in the time of Pelopidas for the Thebans. And that they were defeated by Pelopidas at Tegea and Leuctra is an established fact, whereas Hannibal, according to Polybius, was not even once defeated by Marcellus, but continued to be invincible until Scipio came. However, I believe, with Livy, Caesar, and Nippos, and, among Greek writers, with King Juba, that sundry defeats and routs were inflicted by Marcellus upon the troops of Hannibal, although these had no great influence upon the war. Indeed, the Carthaginian would seem to have practiced some ruse in these engagements. But that which reasonably and fittingly called for admiration was the fact that the Romans, after the rout of so many armies, the slaughter of so many generals, and the utter confusion of the whole empire, still had the courage to face their foes. For there was one man who filled his army again with ardor and ambition to contend with the enemy, instead of the great fear and consternation which had long oppressed them, inspiring and encouraging them not only to yield the victory reluctantly, but also to dispute it with all eagerness, and this man was Marcellus. For when their calamities had accustomed them to be satisfied whenever they escaped Hannibal by flight, he taught them to be ashamed to survive defeat, to be chagrined if they came within a little of yielding, and to be distressed if they did not win the day. Since, then, Pelopidas was never defeated in a battle where he was in command, and Marcellus won more victories than any Roman of his day, it would seem, perhaps, that the multitude of his successes made the difficulty of conquering the one equal to the invincibility of the other. Marcellus, it is true, took Syracuse, while Pelopidas failed to take Sparta. But I think that to have reached Sparta, and to have been the first of men to cross the Eurotas in war, was a greater achievement than the conquest of Sicily. Unless, indeed, it should be said that this exploit belongs rather to Epaminondas than to Pelopidas, as well as the victory at Leuctra, while Marcellus shared with no one the glory of his achievements. For he took Syracuse all alone, and routed the Gauls without his colleague. And when no one would undertake the struggle against Hannibal, but all declined it, he took the field against him, changed the aspect of the war, and was the first leader to show daring. I cannot, indeed, applaud the death of either of them. Nay, I am distressed and indignant at their unreasonableness in the final disaster. And I admire Hannibal because, in battles so numerous that one would weary of counting them, he was not even wounded. I am delighted, too, with Chrysantes in the Cyropaedia, who, though his blade was lifted on high and he was about to smite an enemy, when the trumpet sounded a retreat, let his man go, and retired with all gentleness and decorum. Pelopidas, however, was somewhat excusable, because, excited as he always was by an opportunity for battle, he was now carried away by a generous anger to seek revenge. For the best thing is that a general should be victorious and keep his life. But if he must die, he should conclude his life with valor, as Euripides says. For then he does not suffer death, but rather achieves it. And besides his anger, Pelopidas saw that the consummation of his victory would be the death of the tyrant, and this not altogether unreasonably invited his effort. For it would have been hard to find another deed of prowess with so fair and glorious a promise. But Marcellus, when no great need was pressing, and when he felt none of that ardor which in times of peril unseats the judgment, plunged heedlessly into danger, and died the death, not of a general, but of a mere skirmisher or scout, having cast his 5 consulates, his 3 triumphs, and the spoils and trophies which he had taken from kings, under the feet of Iberians and Numidians, who had sold their lives to the Carthaginians. And so it came to pass that these very men were loath to accept their own success. When a Roman who excelled all others in valor, and had the greatest influence and the most splendid fame, was uselessly sacrificed among the scouts of Fregellae. This, however, must not be thought a denunciation of the men, but rather an indignant and outspoken protest in their own behalf against themselves and their valor, to which they uselessly sacrificed their other virtues, and that they were unsparing of their lives, as if their death affected themselves alone, and not rather their countries, friends, and allies. After his death, Pelopidas received burial from his allies, in whose behalf he fell; Marcellus from his enemies, by whose hands he fell. An enviable and happy lot was the former, it is true, but better and greater than the good will which makes grateful return for favors done, is the hatred which admires a valor that was harassing. For in this case it is worth alone which receives honor, whereas in the other, personal interests and needs are more regarded than excellence. End of section 21. End of Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, Volume 5, by Lucius Mestrius Plutarchus, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Read by J. Rose. Los Angeles, May 12, 2025.